Chapter 751. It was a pity that such a brilliant genius who was proficient in everything had perished in this vast sea of people so early on. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng felt some regret. Since the seal was also invented by Zhu Qian, then there must be a way to break all the seals in this book. Yun Luofeng's expression became serious once again as he seriously looked at the book in his hands. Time passed minute by minute. The girl under the tree's shade had a focused expression and was not at all affected by the noise outside. Long Fei's body could not hold on any longer. He was drenched in blood and his entire arm was stiff as if it would break if he was not careful. Long Fei, Su Zheng, get out of the way. Just as Long Fei was about to continue attacking the seal, a shout came from behind them. Long Fei's body stiffened and he turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Master, Long Fei, you've worked hard. Yun Luofeng smiled. Leave the rest to me. Her smile was exceptionally bright and beautiful. It was different from the evil aura she had before, but it was like a ray of sunlight that shone into his heart. Long Fei was stunned. He stared blankly at the girl's bright and beautiful smile and could not help but fall into a daze. However, just as he was in a daze, a cold gaze shot towards him from behind, making him feel as if there was a sharp blade on his back. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and coughed awkwardly. Yun Luofeng had already stopped in front of the seal. She patted Su Zheng's shoulder and said in a determined tone, I will definitely save them. Su Zheng's body stiffened. He did not know why, but at this moment, his restless heart uncontrollably calmed down. Thank you. His throat was a little dry and his voice became hoarse. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and raised his head to look at the seal that was blocking their way. If it was in the past, Lin Yuan would have definitely mocked Yun Luofeng for overestimating his own capabilities. But now, he was still under Yun Xiao's threat. If he dared to say a word, this man would certainly bury him here. Thus, he only glanced at Yun Luofeng with a disdainful gaze before looking away. It was not just him. Besides Yun Xiao, who had always believed in Yun Luofeng, Long Fei, and Su Zheng, no one else thought that Yun Luofeng could break the seal. The reason was very simple. This woman did not know how to break the seal at all. She was learning on the spot and had only spent a little time. What could she have learned? Did she really think she was a god who ruled over the world? Know everything? Long Fei and Su Zheng stared at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Their breathing was rapid, and their expressions were very nervous. Yun Luofeng did not say anything. He only placed his palm on the formation and slowly closed his eyes, standing quietly in the gentle breeze. What is she doing? I'm not sure. He's probably sensing something. What can you sense with just one hand? Do you think it's because she doesn't understand? That person wanted to ask Yun Luofeng if he was pretending to know. However, when she remembered that Yun Xiao was still at the side, she hurriedly retracted her words and timidly glanced at him. Obviously, in the eyes of these people, Yun Xiao had already become an evil person who killed without batting an eye. At this moment, Yun Luofeng gradually opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes shone with a bright light. For a moment, everyone's gazes gathered on her once again, their eyes filled with doubt. Chapter 752. A gust of wind blew past and Yun Luofeng's hair fluttered in the wind. Spiritual energy poured out of Yun Luofeng's body and blasted towards the seal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. The powerful spiritual energy blasted against the seal, but Yun Luofeng was not sent flying as everyone had imagined. Instead, the seal that had not moved at all trembled under Yun Luofeng's attack. That's right, the seal had indeed moved a little. Even a small change was enough to shock everyone. How is this possible? Lin Yuan's face was a little pale. She clearly just came into contact with the seal. How could she have this kind of strength? Could it be that she really learned how to seal in that short period of time? Lin Yuan's words caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Through that short period of time, she went from someone who knew nothing about the seal to someone who could break the seal. What could be used to describe this kind of talent? Lin Yuan suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted opposing the young girl. He regretted offending her in the past. However, what Lin Yuan did not understand was why he, Su Zheng, and the others had failed when they had also used brute force to attack the seal, but only she had succeeded. Actually, this was very easy to answer. Although Lin Yuan had some understanding of the seal, It was only the tip of the iceberg. He had simply thought that the center of all the seals was the weakest place. In reality, that was not the case. Yun Luofeng had closed her eyes just now to sense where the chi gate of the seal was. If it had been anyone else, they would have needed many days to sense the chi gate. What's more, some powerful seals could even hide the chi gate so that people would not be able to sense it. However, Yun Luofeng's spiritual energy was too abnormal. Coupled with the divine grimoire's continuous supply of spiritual energy to her, she was able to find the chi gate using the method that Zhu Qian had written. Boom! Yun Luofeng attacked once again. Under her bombardment, the seal shook even more violently. Even the entire mountain range began to shake, inside the seal. Beside the clear pool, the grey-robed man was sweating profusely. His hand was pressed tightly against the woman's chest on the ground. Traces of spiritual energy gathered at the woman's chest. This beast king will belong to me in a while. The grey-robed man's lips curled into a proud smile. He narrowed his eyes slightly. However, her resistance was too strong. I spent a lot of energy to subdue her. Fortunately, this energy was not wasted. Boom! Suddenly, the grey-robed man felt the ground tremble, and his face darkened. Who is it? Who is breaking my seal? How dare you? The grey-robed man stood up and looked at the green-robed woman on the ground. A sinister light flashed in his eyes as he said, I'm going to deal with those people first. I'll come back later to subdue you. After saying that, he turned around and walked outside the seal. Seeing cracks appear on the seal under Yun Luofeng's attacks, everyone's eyes lit up as they cried out in their hearts. Just a little bit more, and I can break this seal. As long as we break the seal, we can find the most precious treasure of the forest of no return. Even Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. If he could break the seal, it would mean that he was one step closer to the realm of bliss. Boom! When the last attack landed, the seal finally shattered into formless fragments under this powerful attack, scattering in the air like stars. Chapter 753. Who broke my seal? The moment the seal was broken, a gloomy voice floated down from the mountain path in front of them. This voice was eerie and terrifying, like a poisonous snake wrapped around one's neck. Just hearing him speak made one feel suffocated. Yun Xiao had arrived at Yun Luofeng's side at some point in time and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. A man in grey robes slowly walked down the mountain path. He was clearly more than 10 meters away, but he only took 2 steps to reach the foot of the mountain. Lin Yuan's heart trembled when he saw the man in grey robes. A wave of fear surged in his heart. He could clearly sense that this man in grey was very powerful. He was so powerful that he could not match up to him. It's her. Lin Yuan swallowed hard, pointed at Yun Luofeng and said, she broke your seal. It has nothing to do with us. The man in grey robes turned his gaze towards Yun Luofeng in the direction that Lin Yuan was pointing at. His originally gloomy face changed drastically when he saw Yun Luofeng. He said furiously, what is your relationship with that bastard Zhu Qian? Why do you have his aura on you? Zhu Qian? Yun Luofeng was stunned. He could sense Zhu Qian's aura on his body. Could it be, because of that book? Damn it. The man in grey robes charged towards Yun Luofeng angrily. The aura on his body surged and his eyes were filled with intense anger. A man in black flashed and stood in front of Yun Luofeng. He was expressionless and incomparably cold. He gently raised his palm and blocked the man in grey's attack. Bang! In an instant, an intense storm was set off in the surroundings. Countless trees were destroyed in the storm. Not even a single piece of wood was left. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng quickly walked in front of Yun Xiao. His eyes were filled with worry. How are you? I'm fine. Cough. Yun Xiao coughed as soon as he said that. Fresh blood splashed onto the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Yun Luofeng's heart clenched when he saw this. A wave of anger surged in his heart as his black eyes turned coldly towards the man in grey robes. Where is that bastard Zhu Qian? The grey-robed man clenched his fist tightly and roared angrily, hand him over. I want to hack him into pieces. Yun Luofeng sneered. Zhu Qian died a long time ago. Where are you going to find him? Dead. The grey-robed man snorted coldly. If he's dead, you won't have his aura on you. Immediately hand over Zhu Qian. Otherwise, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Yun Xiao tightly grabbed onto Yun Luofeng's arm, her voice low and hoarse. I'll hold him back, you leave. Yun Xiao, go. Yun Xiao's voice could not help but grow heavier as his gaze slowly turned towards Yun Luofeng. Leave. I'll find you later. Leave. Yun Luofeng laughed bitterly. Where could she escape to at this time? Furthermore, she would never abandon Yun Xiao and leave on her own. Yun Xiao, my grandfather once said that as a member of the Yun family, I would rather die on the battlefield than abandon my companions and run away. Yun Luofeng smiled as a bright light shone from the space between her brows. That's why, even if I have to live and die with you, I won't let you face danger alone. Die? How could she not be afraid? Compared to death, she was more afraid of losing him. Are you done with your nonsense? The grey-robed man frowned impatiently. I'll give you one more chance, hand that bastard over to me. Yun Luofeng's gaze turned towards the grey-robed man once again. You hate Zhu Qian to the core, could it be that Zhu Qian has let you down? Chapter 754. The man in grey's face darkened and his eyes burned with anger. Little girl, you're ruining my reputation. That bastard Zhu Qian and I are irreconcilable enemies. It was impossible for any normal man to not be angry after hearing these words. That bastard. The man in grey gritted his teeth when he thought of Zhu Qian's actions in the past. He caused me to become like this. Not only am I immortal, but my cultivation has also stagnated. He knew what I fancied the most, so he used this method to punish me. Zhu Qian was a person from 1,000 years ago. In other words, the man in grey had lived for at least 1,000 years. His cultivation had stagnated in the past 1,000 years. What kind of cruel torture was this for him? Perhaps he had thought of all sorts of ways to break the curse that Zhu Qian had placed on him. It looks like it wasn't Zhu Qian who let you down, but you who let him down. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. However, this is your grudge. What does it have to do with me? I don't know Zhu Qian, and I don't know you either. Me. The man in grey snorted coldly. Little girl, if you don't know the situation, then shut up. I'm that bastard's only disciple. He didn't even teach me the method of forging puppets. Even this seal, I only learned it by secretly reading his books. However, that bastard discovered that I secretly learned the seal and expelled me from the sect. He even made me look like a ghost. My grudge with him is absolutely irreconcilable. Even if he's dead, I'll dig him out and grind his bones to ashes. If one didn't hear his reason, they would probably think that Zhu Qian had raped his wife and daughter and dug up his ancestral grave. However, in the end, he actually said that he hated Zhu Qian to the core because Zhu Qian didn't teach him the method of forging puppets. Zhu Qian is talented and extremely intelligent. However, the biggest mistake he made in his life was taking you as his disciple. You're lying. Grey Robe was so angry that his entire body trembled. I'm his only disciple. If he doesn't teach me what he knows, do you think he'll take it with him to his grave? The reason why I want to learn all of this is so that I can inherit his legacy on behalf of him, so that his abilities won't be known. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. The anger in her chest grew. Are you saying that Zhu Qian should thank you? Not bad. The grey-robed man raised his chin slightly and said eerily, I'm just trying to bring glory to my family. Who would have thought that that bastard would be too stubborn? That year, I had begged him so much but he still didn't teach me what he knew. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to secretly learn his sealing technique. Unfortunately, before I could steal the puppet forging method, I was discovered by him. Yun Luofeng laughed. She laughed because she was angered by the grey-robed man. If I were Zhu Qian, I wouldn't have cursed you back then. Instead, I would have killed you. Kill me. The grey-robed man's dark eyes glanced at Yun Luofeng. Do you think you have the ability to do so? It's true that I don't have the ability now. However, one day, I will clean up Zhu Qian's house for him. Although Yun Luofeng didn't say anything, she had already regarded Zhu Qian as her master in her heart. The reason for this was none other than the fact that she had obtained the method of forging puppets from Zhu Qian. Since she was learning Zhu Qian's abilities, she could also be considered his disciple. Therefore, cleaning up her master's house was something that she had to do. Chapter 755. Ha ha ha. The grey-robed man laughed maniacally. His laughter was arrogant and carried a gloomy aura. Unfortunately, you won't have a future. After saying that, the grey-robed man did not waste any more words and launched an attack at Yun Luofeng. At the crucial moment, it was Yun Xiao who stepped forward and blocked the grey-robed man's irresistible attack. The grey-robed man's attack was ferocious and every move was fatal. What should we do? The other experts who had followed Lin Yuan here looked at each other in dismay. They could feel the power of the battle and could not help but retreat. Go. We have to leave this place immediately. This kind of battle is not something we can handle. At that thought, those people turned around to escape. Want to leave? The grey-robed man sneered when he saw those figures turning around to escape. Then, the aura on his body suddenly attacked that group of people. In an instant, the entire forest was burning with raging flames. Mournful cries could be heard from within the raging flames, causing the entire forest to tremble. Lin Yuan shrunk his neck in fear and tried his best to reduce his presence. Fortunately, he was so frightened that he could not move and did not run away with those people. Otherwise, the person being burned at the stake would definitely be him. The others who were lucky enough to escape were also greatly shocked. Some were so frightened that they wet their pants and looked at the two people who were fighting in fear. Not far away, in the dense forest, a horse was forcefully pulled by its reins and stopped. On the horse, the lady in red frowned slightly and turned her gaze to the burning forest. She said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, what's going on over there? Did the Beast King of the Forest of No Return have a dispute and a war broke out? Why don't we go and take a look?" Yi Jingchen asked after a moment of silence. "All right." The lady in red nodded slightly. "Xiao and Luofeng are both in the Forest of No Return. I'm really worried. It's better to go and take a look." "Stop." Yi Jingchen pulled the reins tightly and turned around, walking quickly into the burning forest. In the forest, everything was burning. Yun Xiao's face was a little pale, but his eyes were still cold. Compared to him, the grey-robed man's face was filled with shock. Obviously, he did not expect his opponent to be able to withstand so many attacks from him. It seemed like there were more geniuses on this continent than before after his long absence. Unfortunately, no matter how much of a genius he was, it all came to an end. "Kid, I admit that you're very talented. However, no matter how much of a genius you are, you'll definitely fall here today." Boom. The grey-robed man's attack arrived once again. This time, he used all of his strength, causing a strong gust of wind to blow around him, causing his robes to flutter. Bang! Yun Xiao blocked his opponent's attack. Instantly, he felt his arm go numb as traces of blood gradually spread out from his arm. He did not retreat, not even by a single step, because he understood that if he took a step back, then he would relax his defense against this attack. At that time, Yun Luofeng would definitely be affected. For her, he must not retreat. Boom. Yun Xiao's face was expressionless as he channeled his power. It was impossible to tell what fear was on his face, nor did he know what pain was. Chapter 756. It was as if this man, apart from Yun Luofeng, wouldn't have any feelings that transcended callousness. He was like a tree, no matter how the wind and rain battered him, he would still shelter her. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng hurriedly walked in front of Yun Xiao. When she saw his arm covered in fresh blood, her heart fiercely ached, as if it was being torn apart. But compared to the heartache, her heart was filled with even more fury. "You're actually still alive after receiving my all-out attack." The grey-robed man was a little surprised. The vitality of people nowadays has already reached this level. Yun Xiao's face was expressionless. "If I die, she will be injured." The grey-robed man was stunned, not understanding what he meant by that. "So, I won't die." The man's voice was low and hoarse. His figure, at this moment, was like a tall and large mountain, blocking in front of Yun Luofeng, shielding her from all danger. If he died, no one would be able to protect her anymore. So, how could he die? Yun Luofeng clenched her fists tightly. This was the first time she felt so powerless. Power. If she had enough power, Yun Xiao wouldn't have been injured, and they wouldn't have encountered the danger they were in today. But in the end, her power was still not enough. Boom. Right at this moment, an arrogant voice seemed to break through the sky and reverberated in her mind. As my, Zhu Qian's successor, how can you fall at a time like this? Little girl, let me lend you a helping hand. Zhu Qian. Successor. Yun Luofeng was originally shocked by the arrogant and domineering voice. Suddenly, she caught a few words in those words and was stunned on the spot. Zhu Qian. Wasn't he already dead? And why was she the only one who heard those words? The others didn't seem to hear the man's incomparably arrogant voice. Zhu Qian, where are you? Yun Luofeng calmed her mind and asked. Because Zhu Qian's voice rang out in her mind, this question was also asked using soul sound transmission. Back then, I was chased by those strong practitioners and ended up dying, but my soul luckily escaped. I returned to that palace and left a remnant soul in the book. In addition, if the person who obtains this book encounters danger in the future, this remnant soul will come out to save their life. Little girl, lend your body to me. Let me meet this traitorous disciple. However, as the price for saving you, I need you to do something for me. Yun Luofeng suppressed the surge in his heart and said, please speak. Even though my physical body has fallen, my body is still here. What I want you to do is to find my reincarnation. Take him as your disciple. All right, I promise you. Yun Luofeng raised his eyes slightly and said, but you should tell me how I can find him. You don't have to worry about that. When you see him, you will naturally feel it. As soon as Zhu Qian's words fell, Yun Luofeng's body trembled violently. It was as if a powerful force had penetrated into her body and forcefully possessed her. However, this was with Yun Luofeng's permission. Without Yun Luofeng's permission, Zhu Qian's remnant soul would not be able to take over her body. Yun Xiao had originally wanted Yun Luofeng to leave immediately, but in the instant she met the young girl's black eyes, her expression turned cold. Who are you? Yun Luofeng did not speak as she slowly walked towards the grey-robed person. Her eyes were faintly suffused with a red light, wild and domineering. Chapter 757. You are. He did not know why, but when he saw the current Yun Luofeng, a sense of fear gradually rose from the bottom of the man's heart. He could not help but take a step back. In the beginning, he had only sensed Zhu Qian's aura from Yun Luofeng's body. Now, this aura was growing stronger and stronger. It was as if he was facing the powerful cultivator from 1,000 years ago, Zhu Qian. That gaze and that expression were exactly the same as Zhu Qian's. It was no wonder that the man in grey was so afraid. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was getting closer and closer, the man in grey no longer cared about his dignity. He turned around and ran up the mountain. In that instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Why had the man in grey, who had been so ferocious just a moment ago, become so timid? He had actually run away. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they saw a scene that they would never forget. All they saw was Yun Luofeng slowly raising his hand. Instantly, dark green flames covered the sky as they attacked Lin Yuan. Soon, Lin Yuan's shrill cries rang out from the mountain path. Who on earth are you? Yun Xiao had unknowingly walked in front of Yun Luofeng. His grim eyes stared icily at the familiar face in front of him. However, the expression on the young girl's face was unfamiliar to him. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng's body went limp and he lost his balance. He fell towards the ground. At this moment, Yun Xiao reacted quickly and quickly supported his body. Yun Xiao. The young girl's lips parted slightly. She was a little weak. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's expression returned to the familiar one. His expression gradually softened. What happened? It's nothing. Yun Luofeng shook his head. Someone helped me. Yun Xiao hugged the young girl's body tightly. He gently lowered his head and rested his chin on the young girl's shoulder, wanting to rub her into his flesh and blood. Yun Luofeng's body stiffened. At this moment, she could feel the fear in the man's heart. He was deeply afraid that his body would be taken over and he would never return. Yun Xiao, I'm fine. If I hadn't been willing, he wouldn't have been able to take over my body. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. In reality, when she had asked Zhu Qian to take over her body, She had hesitated. If he did not return her body after the possession, then from then on, this body would be under his control. But she had no other choice. Yun Xiao had sacrificed so much for her, so if she could save him, so what if her body was taken away? She would not regret it. Little girl, the last bit of power I have left has already been used to save you, so I will disappear very soon. Zhu Qian's arrogant voice rang out in her mind once again. To be honest, I see the shadow of me from back then in you. They were equally arrogant, confident, domineering and arrogant. If the heavens go against me, then I will go against the heavens. If the gods and Buddhas want to kill me, then I will slaughter all the gods and Buddhas in the world first. 1,000 years ago, in the eyes of the continent's powerhouses, I, Zhu Qian, was a devil that everyone had the right to kill. Everyone wants to kill me, but do they really want to kill me? No. They only want my book, but they still use such a high-sounding excuse. How laughable, how lamentable. Yun Luofeng fell silent. Indeed, as Zhu Qian had said, there were too many people in this world who were exuberant and righteous. In reality, those people were only doing it for their own benefit. Ha ha. Suddenly, Zhu Qian laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with madness. I, Zhu Qian, have never given in to anyone. Even if I die, I will definitely die standing. I will never kneel and live. Chapter 758. Gazing at the door, thinking of Zhongjian, enduring death for a moment, waiting for Du General, I will raise my blade and laugh at the heavens, leaving my heart and soul behind. Ha ha ha, so what if I die? Now that I have you as my successor and my reincarnation, someone will avenge me. I will raise my blade and laugh at the heavens. How domineering must one be to say such words? But this was Zhu Qian, who had always been fearless and dared to compare himself to the heavens. Unfortunately, after throwing down those incomparably arrogant words, Zhu Qian's voice disappeared and never appeared again. Yun Luofeng knew that he had completed his mission and left. However, the words he had said before he left still lingered in her ears, causing her heart to be filled with shock. Zhu Qian, don't worry. Yun Luofeng clenched her fists tightly as her heart became even more determined. I will definitely find your reincarnation. Furthermore, if that person is still alive, I will avenge you. She had always been a man of her word. Since she had agreed, she would definitely do it. At the thought of this, Yun Luofeng's gaze gradually turned towards the grey-robed man who was wailing incessantly on the mountain path. The first thing is to clean up your sect. Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards the grey-robed man. As your master, you should accept what Zhu Qian taught you. If he was unwilling to teach you, you could only endure it. Yet you have gone against the grain. I will first clean up this sect for him. The grey-robed man glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng. I was not wrong, he was the one who was wrong. If he had not been unwilling to pass his mantle to me, I would not have revealed his whereabouts to anyone else. He reaped what he sowed today. Yun Luofeng's footsteps paused slightly. You were the one who revealed his whereabouts. That's right. The grey-robed man gritted his teeth. His face was contorted due to the pain and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. He is a bastard, he deserves to die. Boom. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and an attack landed. The grey-robed man's body immediately stumbled a few steps back as a trickle of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Damn it. The grey-robed man wanted to extinguish the flames, but the flames seemed to have taken root in his body and kept burning. If it wasn't for the fact that he was surrounded by flames, he only needed to blow a breath to make this woman's soul scatter. The sound of footsteps came from the top of the mountain path. Everyone's bodies trembled as they lifted their heads to look at the woman who was slowly walking down the mountain path. The woman was dressed in green, and her eyes were a little dull. She took light steps and gradually walked down the mountain. With every step she took, everyone's heart rate increased. There's another one? Some of the people who didn't know the truth saw the woman walking down, and their hearts started beating again. Thump, thump. The entire foot of the mountain was so quiet that only the sound of everyone's heartbeat could be heard. Master. Long Fei was overjoyed. He wanted to walk towards the woman, but he had only taken a few steps when he was pulled back by Su Zheng. Wait, she. Something's not right. Su Zheng furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze locked onto the green-robed woman. Ha ha. Suddenly, the grey-robed man let out a wild laugh. I succeeded. I finally succeeded. Fu Sheng, immediately go and kill these people for me. His gaze was ferocious, and he even forgot his own situation as he fiercely swept his gaze over everyone present. Chapter 759. The woman in green slowly raised her hand. The man in grey laughed even more wildly. He could already see the scene of Yun Luofeng collapsing in a pool of blood. Yun Xiao stood expressionlessly in front of Yun Luofeng, staring coldly at the woman in green. No matter who this woman was, anyone who harmed her would not be allowed to live. Whoosh! A wind blade flashed out from the woman in green's hand. However, the direction of the wind blade was not towards Yun Luofeng, but towards the man in grey who was surrounded by the flames. The man in grey was stunned. He had not been able to dodge the wind blade. His body, which was already in pain, was now in even greater pain. Fresh blood seeped out from his arm. What are you doing? He asked the woman in green angrily. The woman in green's eyes gradually regained clarity. Sorry, I just woke up and was still a little dazed. Then hurry up and kill him. All right. Hearing the woman in green's reply, the man in grey finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed, countless wind blades came towards him again. In an instant, he became a live target. Fu Sheng, what are you doing? The woman in green blinked. You're the one who told me to kill them. These are the people I told you to kill. The man in grey became even more furious as he roared angrily. The woman in green smiled gently. Her smile was charming, as warm as the sun's rays. I can still distinguish who I should kill. You've caused so much harm to my forest of no return. Do you think I'll let you off? The man in grey was stunned. He looked at the beautiful face of the woman in green in shock. Impossible. How is this possible? Your consciousness was actually not erased by me. If that's the case, how did you break free from my seal? Fu Sheng smiled coldly. When I was unconscious, I heard someone calling me from afar. I felt his anger, sorrow, and uncontrollable emotions, so I woke up. All of this was due to the holy fruit that she had fed Fu Sheng. If it had not been for the holy fruit, she would not have been able to clearly sense his emotions. Perhaps, she really would have been controlled by this man in grey. Master. Long Fei was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed towards Fu Sheng. When he arrived in front of Fu Sheng, he stopped and said excitedly, Master, you are finally safe and sound. Martial Uncle and I were very worried about you during this period of time. Fu Sheng turned her head and revealed a gentle smile to Long Fei. Her smile was like a gentle breeze that brushed past his face. Thank you for your hard work. Su Zheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the face of that lovely face, he couldn't say anything in the end. Ha ha ha. The grey-robed man laughed maniacally in a malevolent manner once again. He swept his gaze across the crowd standing on the mountain path and sneered, I know that I won't be able to leave this place in one piece today. However, I'd rather use all the energy from my damaged dantian to send all of you to eternal damnation. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from the grey-robed man's body. He slammed his palm heavily on the ground, and in an instant, the ground beneath Yun Luofeng's feet collapsed, forming a huge black hole. Yun Xiao quickly protected Yun Luofeng in her arms. Just as the two of them were about to fall into the huge black hole, be careful. Fu Sheng turned pale with fright. She hurriedly stepped forward and tightly grabbed Yun Luofeng's arm. However, the black hole seemed to have a powerful force that sucked them in. Chapter 760. Master, I'll help you. Long Fei's face paled. Just as he was about to step forward, Fu Sheng raised his hand and slammed it into Long Fei's chest. He shouted, Let's go. Bang! Long Fei's body fell backward. He could only watch helplessly as the three people were swallowed by the black hole. Master. After a long time, a shout shook the sky, causing the birds resting on the trees to flap their wings and flee. After Yun Luofeng and the others fell into the black hole, the entire hole was filled up again. The ground returned to its previous smooth state, as if nothing had happened just now. He, the grey-robed man laughed coldly. His body lay weakly on the ground as blood flowed continuously from his mouth. Since you won't let me have an easy time, I won't let you live either. The dark green flame was still burning on his body, as if it was burning his life. Coupled with the fact that he had forcefully broken the taboo, his body was so weak that he couldn't even lift a finger. Long Fei stood up from the ground and walked towards the grey-robed man. The flame on the grey-robed man's body seemed to have a mind of its own. It allowed Long Fei to pierce through it without hurting him at all. Tell me, where did you take them? The veins on Long Fei's forehead bulged. He grabbed the grey-robed man's clothes and asked angrily. Hearing this, the grey-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, 1,000 meters underground. No matter how capable they are, they won't be able to escape. Even if he died, he would drag a few of them down with him. Bastard. Long Fei kicked the grey-robed man's stomach. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Release them immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The grey-robed man sneered and closed his eyes, allowing Long Fei's foot to fall on his chest. Long Fei. Su Zheng sighed and went forward to pull Long Fei's body. He frowned and said, "There's no point in torturing him now. The most urgent thing to do is to think of a way to save them. As for his punishment, it won't be too late to punish him after we save them." Long Fei stopped and glared fiercely at the grey-robed man. "Don't even think about running away. If I don't turn your bones into ashes, I swear I'm not a human." As soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "I've said it before, evil people will be punished. Now, retribution has come. People like that should die without a burial place." Lin Yuan sneered at the two of them. All along, the one he feared was Yun Xiao, and he did not place anyone else in his eyes. Now that Yun Xiao was not here, why would he need to be weak? Long Fei's gaze turned towards Lin Yuan. "What did you say just now?" "My words are very clear. People like them deserve to die. Now that you've ended up like this, it's retribution." When he thought of how Yun Luofeng had destroyed so many of his medicinal herbs, Lin Yuan's heart trembled. He wished that he could tear Yun Luofeng into 1,000 pieces. Just as Long Fei was exasperated, Su Zheng suddenly took 2 steps forward and stared at Lin Yuan with a sharp gaze. "Do you think that no one here can do anything to you? Is that why you dare to be so arrogant?" Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold. He did not forget that Long Fei had addressed Fu Sheng as master. This man was Fu Sheng's junior brother. When he thought that Fu Sheng had actually come into contact with another man, he felt extremely unhappy and his tone became even more impudent. Chapter 761. I'm only speaking the truth. Lin Yuan straightened his neck and spoke unyieldingly. "So what if you're Fu Sheng's junior brother? Could it be that you can still fight me in your current condition?" Prior to this, Su Zheng had already fought against the seal, and had even suffered countless rebound injuries. It was impossible for him to recover in such a short period of time. This was why Lin Yuan dared to provoke him. Roar! Su Zheng roared furiously. Then, his body was enveloped by a light. When the light dissipated, a gigantic tiger appeared on the ground. A spiritual beast. This fella is a spiritual beast. A spiritual beast that can transform into a human? Oh my god! He must be a venerable spiritualist who has eaten a transformation herb. Once a spiritual beast became a venerable spiritualist, it could consume a transformation herb and transform into a human. Although there were 2 venerable spiritualist spiritual beasts, once one transformed into a human, the other would not be a match for it. Therefore, when everyone saw that Su Zheng was a spiritual beast, they were dumbfounded. Especially since they had not gotten along well with this spiritual beast during this period of time, and it had even mocked Yun Luofeng in front of him. Lin Yuan's expression changed. "You're injured. Are you going to fight so many of us with your injured body? Firstly, I'm not going to fight everyone, I'm only going to fight you. Secondly, even if all of you were to fight me, I'd like to see if you can defeat me." Su Zheng scoffed as a bloodthirsty light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from the front. The voice was filled with doubt. "Looks like something serious has happened in the forest of no return. However, I wonder if I can ask you about 2 people." A lady in red smiled valiantly and elegantly on a fine horse. A handsome man sat in front of her. The man's eyes were cold and his face was as if it had been carved, which was perfect. The lady in red was obviously speaking to the humans. After all, she was from the same clan as humans, and spiritual beasts had always hated humans. Who do you want to ask about? Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He could already feel that the two of them were very powerful. With their help, they might be able to defeat these beast kings. The two people I want to ask about are a pair of fiancés. They are called Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Have you seen them in the Forest of No Return? Lin Yuan and the rest were stunned. Even though there was enmity between him and Yun Luofeng, he had never known Yun Luofeng's name. Therefore, the red-clothed lady's question had stumped him. The woman in red frowned slightly. When she saw the puzzled expressions on their faces, she knew that they did not recognize her son and daughter-in-law. Looks like they're not here. Brother Yi, let's go. She turned around to leave, but in the next moment, she suddenly noticed a peculiar light in the spiritual beast's eyes and it stopped in its tracks. Brother from the spirit beast clan, do you know who these two people are? The woman in red cupped her fists and asked. She did not expect the spiritual beast to answer her question, but she did not want to let go of this last ray of hope either. Naturally, she had asked the question. Su Zhang and Long Fei looked at each other, then turned towards the woman in red and asked, "What's your relationship with them?" He had already made up his mind. If they were enemies, he would not say another word. Chapter 762. When Su Zhang finished speaking, the lady in red was excited and quickly asked, "Do you know the whereabouts of Miss Xiao and Luofeng? If you do, please tell me and I'll owe you a favor." The excitement in her eyes was not fake and it silenced Su Zheng. "Master's uncle, let me tell you." Long Fei slowly stepped forward and patted Su Zheng's back. He then looked at the lady in red. "Yun Luofeng is my master and Yun Xiao is her man. I don't know what the relationship between you and my master is, but I can tell you, they were framed and fell thousands of meters underground. I'm afraid they won't be able to come out again." Like a bolt from the blue, the lady in red was stunned on the spot. Then, a wave of anger surged from her chest and she said angrily, Who framed them? Get out here right now." Lin Yuan was completely dumbfounded. His hope of getting lucky collapsed instantly. He subconsciously hid himself under a tree to make himself invisible. Unfortunately, the lady in red did not have the time to care about him. Her gaze followed the direction Long Fei was pointing at and looked at the man in grey in the flames. "You did it." Hearing this, the man in grey scoffed and did not answer. "Good, very good." The lady in red said coldly, "Brother Yi, wait for me at the side. I'll teach this bastard a lesson." The man in grey remained silent. He was just getting beaten up. No matter how cruel the beating was, it was not as cruel as the flames surrounding him. Master was really cruel. He threw him into the flames and let him self-destruct. However, he did not know when the flames would burn him to ashes. The lady in red slowly walked to the side of the man in grey and looked down at him condescendingly. "I'll give you one chance. Let them out or I'll let you experience a fate worse than death." "Hehe," the man in grey sneered. "Let them out? Do you think I'll agree? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to cut me up, then cut me up. Don't talk so much nonsense." The lady in red narrowed her eyes slightly. "All right, then I'll do as you wish. Brother Yi, give me the knife." "Knife? What do you want?" "Cut me up into pieces." Didn't he say that he could do whatever he wanted? Then she would do as he wished. Yi Jingchen handed the knife to the woman in red. After receiving the knife, the woman in red slashed at the man in grey's arm. "Ah!" A shrill cry resounded through the sky. The grey-robed man was in so much pain that his body began to tremble. Coupled with the pain of being burned by the flames, he was simply living a life worse than death. "Tell me, how do we save them?" "I don't know." The grey-robed man gritted his teeth. The woman in red didn't say anything and slashed down again. The flesh on his arm was sliced into pieces, revealing his white bones. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene. None of them had expected that this woman, who was so beautiful, would attack without hesitation. Furthermore, she did not even frown when she cut off the grey-robed man's flesh. It was as if she was cutting through pork. No. No. I really don't know, please let me go. Let you go? Didn't you say I could cut him up if I wanted to? Now that I've fulfilled your wish, why are you begging for mercy? The woman in red's voice caused the grey-robed man's body to tremble even more. The dark green flames caused his soul to be in extreme agony. Her methods caused his flesh to be in excruciating pain. These two combined would make him wish he was dead. Chapter 763. I really don't know. The grey-robed man's forehead was dripping with sweat as he laid in a pool of blood. His voice was trembling as he said, "They won't be able to get out unless they dig 1,000 feet into the ground." Dig 1,000 feet into the ground? The lady in red frowned slightly. Was that the only way? Brother Yi, she turned to Yi Jingchen, go back and look for them. I'll find them even if I have to dig 1,000 feet into the ground. All right, Yi Jingchen nodded slightly. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Slap. Yi Jingchen lashed the horse with his whip, and the horse immediately galloped in the direction behind him. The lady in red's gaze gradually turned to Lin Yuan and the others. Why did you say that you don't know Miss Xiao and Luo Feng? Lin Yuan's body trembled and he almost cried. We really don't know their names. Don't know their names? The lady in red's gaze was full of doubt as she asked in confusion, didn't you all come to this place together? Why don't you know? Just as Lin Yuan was thinking of ways to explain, Long Fei had already walked in front of the lady in red. Of course he doesn't know my master's life because my master has a grudge against him, so he won't reveal his name. A grudge? The lady in red's initially surprised gaze turned extremely sharp in an instant as she asked sternly, what's going on? Long Fei glanced at Lin Yuan who was trembling all over. The main reason is that he has a daughter. His daughter fell for Master's man and did not hesitate to plot against Master to cause a misunderstanding between the two of them, who knew that it would be seen through. As for him, it was because Master did not believe him like the others when he said those righteous words, so he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Seeing that the lady in red's expression was getting uglier, Long Fei continued, oh right, he also said that Master and young Master Yun Xiao fell into the ground and it was their own fault. The wind in the sky had long disappeared. It was calm and peaceful. However, under such calm weather, a hurricane was set off around the lady in red, causing her clothes to flutter. Based on your daughter's virtue, I'm afraid Miss Xiao won't like her. The woman in red smiled coldly. If he really let your daughter get her way, then I will have to doubt his judgment. The woman in red was very confident in her son's judgment. Not all kinds of women could enter his eyes. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and wanted to defend himself. However, he was so frightened by the sharp gaze of the red-clothed lady that he lost his voice. But she, on the other hand, did not hesitate to scheme just to get Miss Xiao. The lady in red slowly walked towards Lin Yuan with her gaze turning colder. As for you, you want Miss Xiao and Maple to trust you? Do you think you have the qualifications? She stopped in her tracks. Her silky black hair danced in the wind, making her aura even more powerful and sharp, full of heroic spirit. Among the survivors who were killed by the man in grey, one of them exclaimed in shock, I remember, the man who just left, he seems to be from the Yi family. Yi family? Are you talking about the number 1 family in Tianyun? Lin Yuan was finished this time. He actually provoked the Yi clan. It is said that the ancestor of the Yi clan has already reached the realm above the Venerable Spirit Realm. Above the Venerable Spirit Realm was the Holy Spirit Realm, which was also one of the few powerhouses in the Wuhui mainland. Lin Yuan's expression became uglier as he stared at the lady in red. What is your relationship with Yun Luofeng and the others? The chapter was posted the wrong way before. I have changed it now, but the title can't be changed. Chapter 764. What relationship do I have with them? The lady in red laughed as she raised her eyebrows slightly. Yun Xiao is my son and Yun Luofeng is my daughter-in-law. What relationship do you think I have with them? It was like a bolt of lightning striking down, stunning Lin Yuan on the spot. What did she just say? That man who was as cold as a god of death was her son? In other words, both of them were from the Yi family. No. If he was her son, why would his surname be Yun and not Yi? Long Fei was also stunned. Wasn't young Master Yun Xiao an orphan? When did a mother appear? However, regardless of whether this was true or not, the lady in red was protecting her master and young master Yun Xiao. Just this alone was enough. The lady in red glanced at the dazed Lin Yuan and said coldly, "Now, do you know why I want to punish you? You treated my son and daughter-in-law in such a manner, why do you think I should let you off?" As she spoke, the lady in red took a few steps forward as a murderous aura surged from her body. Lin Yuan took 2 steps back in fear and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. I didn't know that they were from the Yi family. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty, so, hua. The lady in red waved her sleeves slightly and a powerful force shot out swiftly, landing fiercely on Lin Yuan's stomach. Lin Yuan flew out in an instant as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. "I'll give you a chance. Dig 1,000 feet into the ground with me later." The lady in red raised her chin slightly. "Because of this, I can leave your corpses intact." Lin Yuan's face turned even paler. Just as he was about to reject her, the lady in red's voice caused his words to become stuck in his throat. "You can refuse to help, but believe me, I will make your deaths worse than the grey-robed man's." She wasn't talking about you, but all of you. Obviously, she included the other powerful cultivators as well. Fear flashed across the crowd's faces as they were filled with hatred and anger towards Lin Yuan. If not for him, perhaps they would not have encountered so much danger. "All right, you can start working now." The lady in red flicked her sleeves and found a tree stump to sit on. "Heroine," a weak voice came out from the crowd. "We don't have shovels, how are we going to dig?" "No shovels? Then use your hands. Are you going to take the initiative to dig, or do I have to supervise you?" She pulled out a leather whip from her waist and flung it on the ground. There was a fierce look in her eyes. "Hurry up and go." As soon as he finished speaking, those people who had been indifferent immediately pissed their pants in fear. They staggered towards the ground that had swallowed Yun Luofeng and the others, using their hands to dig the ground. Underground, Yun Luofeng sat in a passageway, dumbfounded. He was somewhat speechless. Fu Sheng was a little surprised. "There's actually a passage here? And it was such a long tunnel. I wonder who was so powerful to be able to dig such a long path." The corner of Yun Luofeng's eyebrow twitched slightly. "This passage was dug by the gold-seeking rat in my hands. It leads to the outside of the forest of no return. I didn't expect to fall back into the tunnel." The look in Fu Sheng's eyes became more and more surprised. Perhaps he did not expect that this passageway was formed because of Yun Luofeng. They never expected that they would be so lucky to fall back into the tunnel. Chapter 765. Yun Luofeng smiled and turned to look at Yun Xiao. "Yun Xiao, I haven't asked you yet. How did you know that it wasn't me?" "Intuition." Yun Xiao's voice was low and hoarse. "The feeling he gave me was different from yours. Besides, Lin Ruoxin framed me back then and deliberately made people think that I wanted to rape that young man. Why did you choose to believe me?" "Because." Yun Xiao raised her head and looked at Yun Luofeng seriously. "I knew you wouldn't." No matter how others misunderstood her, it was enough as long as he knew that she wouldn't. Fu Sheng's body trembled slightly and she fell into deep thought. Trust. So it turns out that when you love someone, you have to give them all your trust. It was precisely because she hadn't trusted him enough that she had been deceived by the things before her eyes. That was why she had missed out on him for so many years. Even if she had understood everything later on, she couldn't go back to the past. "Thank you." Fu Sheng opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with gratitude. As intelligent as she was, how could she not know that Yun Luofeng had purposely said those words for her to hear? Yun Luofeng smiled. She had indeed said those words on purpose. Her goal was to let Fu Sheng understand that when you love someone, you have to trust them, and this was all she could do for Tianya. "Let's go." Yun Luofeng gently shrugged her shoulders. "Once the grey-robed man is dead, the seals on the other beast kings will be released. I'm no longer needed here." Fu Sheng smiled gently. "In the future, if you encounter any danger, come to the Forest of No Return. All the spiritual beasts in the Forest of No Return will fight to the death to ensure your safety." Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and walked towards the front of the tunnel. Yun Xiao followed closely by her side, her grim black robes fluttering despite the lack of wind. A smile appeared in Fu Sheng's eyes as she watched the two leave. She quickly chased after them. The tunnel was extremely long and inclined upwards. Fortunately, the three of them were not weak, so this degree of inclination was nothing to them. Yun Luofeng did not know how long she had walked before she saw a ray of light. When she saw the light, she could not help but quicken her pace. Sunlight cascaded down into the cave. When Yun Luofeng stepped out of the cave, she could feel the warmth of the sunlight. A gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. "We're finally out." She turned around and looked at Fu Sheng, who was following closely behind her. "Yun Xiao and I should leave the forest of no return. When you return, say goodbye to Long Fei on my behalf." "Good." Fu Sheng smiled. "It's my disciple's fortune to have met you." Yun Luofeng took one last look at Fu Sheng before turning to look at the man beside her. At this moment, her smile was exceptionally charming. "Yun Xiao, let's go." Fu Sheng raised her head and stared at the two figures walking forward. Then, she turned around and quickly walked towards the forest of no return. In the depths of the forest of no return, it was a barren land of disciples. All the trees had been burnt to a crisp, leaving only a few stumps. At this moment, a group of people were desperately digging the soil on the bare land. They were so tired that they were drenched in sweat, but they did not stop. Yi Jingchen stood next to the woman in red and hugged her tightly. He comforted her. "Jun don't worry. They'll definitely be safe and sound." The woman in red clenched her fists tightly as worry filled her eyes. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, "Brother Yi, give me a shovel. I'll help too." Chapter 766. Yi Jingchen was startled, but he didn't say anything. He ordered the people next to him to bring 2 shovels. Su Zheng had already joined the digging team. His claws were sharper than any shovel, and he was digging the ground with all his might. "Ha ha." A weak voice that could disappear at any time came from the mountain path. "It's useless. You can't save them. By the time you dig 1,000 feet into the ground, they will have been suffocated to death." The woman in red glanced at the man in grey coldly. "Yo, you're not dead yet. There's only one kind of person I, Jun Fengling, admire the most in my life. People who can't die no matter how much I beat, cut, or burn them." On the mountain path, the man in grey's body had already emitted a burnt smell. His flesh had long been cut off by Jun Fengling, revealing his white bones. Even so, he was still panting and staring weakly at Jun Fengling. "What are you doing?" But at this moment, a light voice came from behind everyone, and there was a clear look of confusion in her eyes. Hearing this familiar voice, the shovel in Long Fei's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He stiffly turned his head, and when he saw the green-robed woman slowly walking towards him, he suddenly felt as if his throat was choked. "Master, Long Fei, what are you doing?" Fu Sheng frowned slightly and asked. Long Fei's body suddenly trembled, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. He no longer cared about anything else and rushed towards Fu Sheng. At this moment, everyone could feel his inner emotions. "Master." Long Fei only stopped when he was in front of Fu Sheng. His voice was still trembling as he asked, Are you all right?" Fu Sheng nodded slightly. "I've made you worry. By the way, Master, where are my masters? Why didn't they come out with you? Also, why did you come from another direction?" In an instant, Jun Fengling put down the shovel in his hand and looked at Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng curled his lips slightly. "There happened to be a passage under the ground. We passed through that passage and arrived outside the forest of no return. The 2 of them have already left." "Left?" Jun Fengling was stunned for a moment. After coming back to his senses, he looked determined and said, "Brother Yi, let's go. The 2 of them shouldn't have gone too far." "Wait a minute." Yi Jingchen seemed to have thought of something. His eyes scanned the crowd and finally landed on a middle-aged man. "Please draw their portraits for me." Jun Fengling was stunned. She had forgotten that they had never seen Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng before. If they were to search blindly, when would they be able to find them? The middle-aged man shuddered. I don't know how to draw. The painter is from the Jiao family, yet you're telling me that you don't know how to draw." Yi Jingchen sneered. "Do you think I'll believe you? However, in order to save time, you can only come with us first. I'll let you go after you're done. However, if the characters you draw don't look like them, then you should understand the Yi family's methods." The middle-aged man was terrified, but he didn't dare to resist. He swallowed his saliva and asked, "Will you really let me go after I finish drawing it?" Yi Jingchen nodded. "Not bad. All right, I'll go with you." Chapter 767. It was better to follow them than to stay in the forest of no return. "Brother Yi, I suddenly forgot that there's one more thing to deal with." Zhang Fongling's lips curled slightly, her phoenix eyes glancing at the trembling Lin Yuan. "I almost forgot about this person." Thinking of this, she turned to Su Zheng. "Spirit beasts have always liked to tear their food apart. I'll leave this human to you spirit beasts. Do it as cruelly as you can, it's best if you make him wish he was dead." "No!" Lin Yuan screamed. "You said that you'll leave my corpse intact. You said that you won't torture me. How can you go back on your word?" To him, leaving his corpse intact was a luxury. Zhang Fengling gently stroked her chin, her red dress slowly rose, accentuating her imposing manner. "So what if I go back on my word? When have I, Zhang Fengling, ever kept my word? Especially to people like you." Having said that, she strode onto the horse and said, "Brother Yi, let's go." Lin Yuan's body was sprawled on the ground, his face ashen. If he had known earlier, he would not have been corrupted by greed and ruined his life. "Brother Yi, did you notice that there's something strange about the forest of no return?" On the horse, Zhang Fengling hugged the man sitting in front of her, a puzzled look flashed across her eyes. Such a big thing happened in the forest of no return, but the legendary holy beasts never appeared. "Do you think something happened to the holy beasts?" The reason why the forest of no return was so frightening was because there were a few holy beasts in the forest. One must know that among humans, a clan with a holy spirit could become one of the best. What more the forest of no return which had a few holy beasts? Once the forest of no return lost those holy beasts, it would become a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The forest of no return, Xiao and fallen maple have an unbreakable connection, so we must keep this a secret. Yi Jingchen was silent for a while, then spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "I understand. Since those spirit beasts are friendly to Xiao and fallen maple, they're our friends. I won't let anyone have any ideas about the forest of no return." Zhang Fongling's expression was resolute. She looked at the group of humans behind her and a fierce look flashed across her eyes. "I wonder if these people have sensed anything. If they have sensed the changes in the forest of no return, then let me be the villain and kill these people. If the forest of no return had a good relationship with her son and daughter-in-law, then in order to protect the forest of no return, what was wrong with being the villain for once? No one could know that something had happened to the holy spirit beasts. Let's go look for Miss Xiao and Maple first. I'll send someone to settle the matter here." "Don't worry." Yi Jingchen smiled. No matter what Zhang Fengling wanted to do, he would give her the greatest support. Kargalik. It was not far from the forest of no return, only a few days' journey away. Kargalik was originally very run down, but after Yi Jingchen, who had been expelled from the Yi family, came, it became more prosperous. At this moment, Yi Shimor was about to leave the Yi residence when he heard a voice that sounded like an oriole singing behind him. "Big brother, you've been running for so many days and still haven't found them. Why don't you bring me along?" Yi Qi blinked and looked at Yi Shimor with anticipation. "Don't worry, I'll listen to you obediently and won't cause you any trouble." Chapter 768. Yi Shimor stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brows. "Stay at home and wait for godfather and godmother to return. Don't get involved with those scoundrels." After saying this, Yi Shimor walked out of the courtyard without looking back. Yi Qi bit her lip as she stared in the direction where Yi Shimor had left. Her eyes were filled with indignation. Why was it that no matter how hard she tried and how obedient she was, Big Brother still hated her? What should she do to get rid of his prejudice against her? Yi Shimor walked out of the courtyard and looked at the vast sky. He frowned slightly and said, "It's been a few days. I've been to all the surrounding cities, big and small, but I can't find them. How am I going to find my brother and sister-in-law? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a giggle could be heard from a tree nearby. Yi Shimo looked in the direction of the voice and saw a little girl with 2 pigtails sitting on a tree. The little girl was as fair as jade, and when she smiled, her eyes were like crescent moons. She was wearing a fiery red dress, which made her look even more adorable and beautiful. Hua, why did you come out? Yi Shimo was stunned. To be honest, he still did not know where this little girl came from. He only knew that his godfather had brought her out of the Yi family. However, the Yi family did not seem to know about this little girl's existence. The little girl's feet dangled on the tree. She held onto the tree trunk with both hands and smiled adorably. You're so stupid. I heard from Yi Jingchen that the lady named Yun Luofeng is a doctor. If that's the case, she'll definitely be interested in the black market in the neighboring city. This little girl was the only person in the entire Kargalik who dared to call Yi Jingchen by his name. However, Yi Jingchen was very indulgent about this. Fortunately, this little girl did not appear in public. Otherwise, they would definitely misunderstand that she was his daughter. Are you talking about Qin City? Yi Shimo's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten that there were many medicinal herbs in the black market that could not be bought even at auctions? Of course, if one wanted to buy precious medicinal herbs, one had to be observant. Since Yun Luofeng was a doctor, she would definitely be interested in the black market in Qin City, and he had actually forgotten about this. Fire, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you pointing me in the right direction, I wouldn't know how to find him. Yi Shimo laughed heartily. Fire curled his lips. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I helped you guys because Yi Jingchen said he would help me find someone. If he hadn't agreed to my request, I wouldn't have left the Yi family with him. Fire, I have never asked you, what is your relationship with the Yi family? Also, who is the person you are looking for? Why do you always appear and disappear unpredictably? In the Yi residence, other than Yi Jingchen and Jun Fengling, only Yi Shimo knew of Fire's existence. Even Yi Qi had never seen her before. Don't ask me so many questions, I don't want to answer you. Fire jumped down from the tree and landed in front of Yi Shimo. However, I can tell you that I will only stay by your side for 3 years. This is what I promised Yi Jingchen. You don't want to answer my other questions, but my surname is Yi after all. Can you tell me your relationship with the Yi family? Why has no one discovered you after staying in the Yi family for so many years? Yi Shimo asked curiously. Chapter 769. Hearing this, Fire pursed his lips. Yi family? They don't deserve to know of my existence. Yi Shimo blinked and looked at the little girl standing in front of him in surprise. Fire patted Yi Shimo's shoulder. Aren't you going to the medical city? This time, I plan to go with you. Yi Shimo was stunned. You want to go to the medical city with me? Fire nodded his head. The person I'm looking for should also be a doctor. She used should, not sure. This made Yi Shimo even more confused. Could it be that Fire didn't know who he was looking for? Big brother. At this moment, Yi Qi's clear voice came from the door. After hearing this voice, Yi Shimo subconsciously used his body to block Fire because he knew that Fire didn't want too many people to know of her existence. Even so, Yi Qi still caught a glimpse of Fire, who was blocked behind Yi Shimo. Big brother, she. Who is she? Yi Qi bit her lips tightly, and her expression didn't look too good. Her big brother, who had always been cold to her, was now so protective of a little girl, as if he was afraid that she would hurt this little girl. Yi Shimo, it's time for us to set off. Fire didn't even look at Yi Qi. He flicked the dust off his red dress and said with his mouth pursed. All right. Yi Shimo retracted his gaze and nodded lightly. Carry me. Yi Shimo looked at the little girl in front of him speechlessly. Don't you have legs? I don't want to walk, carry me. Fire was very willful, otherwise, I'll tell Yi Jingchen that you bullied me. Yi Shimo squatted down helplessly. Come on up. Fire's face revealed a bright smile as she climbed onto Yi Shimo's back. Her eyes were very bright, like the bright moon. Big brother. Looking at the scene in front of her, Yi Qi couldn't believe it. The big brother that she had always respected was actually carrying a little girl on his back. Moreover, this little girl even called her foster father by his name. Yi Qi, guard the Yi residence. I'm going to leave for a few days. Yi Shimor turned to look at Yi Chi. After giving her some instructions, he walked toward the city gate. Fire, you're so heavy. It's time to lose weight. Stupid Shimo, what nonsense are you talking about? Fire slapped Yi Shimor on the head and said angrily, I'm very light. I'm lighter than a feather. You're too weak. Lighter than a feather? What would that become? The corners of Yi Shimor's mouth twitched and a look of helplessness flashed across his handsome face. This girl was really a living ancestor. Qin City was famous for its black market. Many doctors came here because of its reputation. Thus, Qin City was always bustling no matter what. But at this moment, a panicked voice suddenly came from the originally bustling street. Quick! Get out of the way, it's the Mu family. For the Mu clan to be so flustered, did something happen? No matter what it is, it's better for us to stay away so that we don't get into trouble. I don't want to provoke the Mu clan. Everyone moved a few meters away. Even the people who were setting up stalls hurriedly closed their stalls to avoid the rampaging team. In the black market, the noise stopped as a group of people arrived. Everyone looked at the Mu clan who was rushing over and was so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Chapter 770. The leader of the Mu family was a cold and handsome man. He held a large knife in his hand and stabbed it into the ground with a bang. Everyone here, listen up. Hand over all the medicinal ingredients in the black market. Furthermore, all the other doctors who came to the black market, hand over all your medicinal ingredients as well. Not a single one is missing. Yun Luofeng, who was selecting medicinal ingredients in front of the black market stall, stopped what he was doing when he heard this. He smirked and swept his gaze over the Mu family. This is a robbery? The stall owner trembled and said, the Mu family used to be bandits who occupied the mountains. Later on, they became stronger and established a family. Therefore, it is not surprising that they would behave like bandits. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint. Robbery? I like. It was just a matter of who was robbing who. The man from the Mu family saw that no one was moving and became even angrier. Did you not hear what I said? Hand over all the medicinal ingredients immediately. If you hide even one, I will not let you off easily. The stall owners were all ordinary people who were lucky enough to obtain some medicinal ingredients and sell them in the black market. However, the doctors who were selecting medicinal ingredients were not easy to get along with. An old man sneered and looked at the man from the Mu family with disdain. Mu family, you sure talk big. Are you trying to offend all the doctors in the world? Ha ha ha. The man laughed maniacally. Doctors. Others might be afraid of you, but my Mu family has never been afraid. I don't care if you are doctors or anyone else. You must hand over the medicinal ingredient. Otherwise, I will use your blood to wash my knife. He waved the knife in his hand and his face carried a hint of viciousness. What do you need so many medicinal ingredients for? The old man was a little angry. You can't become fat in one bite. It is useless for you to have so many medicinal ingredients. The man snorted. If the medicinal ingredients were useless, I would not have come to rob you. As for their use, I do not need to tell you. The old man was so angry that his body trembled. He pointed at the man but could not say a word. If you do not want to die, hand over the medicinal ingredient. The man looked around with a fierce gaze and said sternly, if you don't hand over the medicinal ingredients, I will start a massacre. The man's expression was too ferocious. Coupled with that frightening broadsword, he successfully frightened everyone present. No matter how unwilling they were, those people still agreed to take out the medicinal herbs. In the entire crowd, only Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao didn't make any movements, and they looked as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Miss, hand over the medicinal ingredients as well. The people from the Mu clan are not to be trifled with. The peddler next to him kindly reminded him and sighed slightly. Yun Luofeng did not seem to hear him at all. His peerless features lit up with a smile as his pitch-black eyes stared quietly at the Mu family. The man from the Mu family waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to use a burlap sack to collect the herbs. Then, he discovered Yun Luofeng, who was standing there without moving, and his eyebrows furrowed together. Did the two of you not hear what I said? Or are you not afraid of death? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly and said with an evil smile, I really want to know if you have the ability to snatch the medicinal herb from my hand. Chapter 771. The Mu family man's face darkened. The anger in his chest gradually rose as he stared coldly at Yun Luofeng. Then I will show you whether or not I have the ability to do so. Boom. The Mu family man's aura surged and his fist pressed towards Yun Luofeng like a mountain. His lips curled into a cruel smile as if he could already imagine the scene of this young girl vomiting 3 liters of blood under his attack. Just as he arrived in front of Yun Luofeng, a cruel aura rushed towards him. What followed was a cold shout, scram, fart. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out and the Mu family man quickly retreated. He clutched his chest and stared in shock at the cruel man in front of Yun Luofeng. From the moment he saw this man, the Mu family man came to a conclusion. This man is very powerful. When did such a powerful cultivator come to Qin City? The Mu family man's mind raced. He joined his fists and said, Sir, I was blind and didn't know that you were hiding so much. Therefore, I apologize to you here and hope that the Mu family can be friends with you. The Mu family has always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If they met a spineless person, they would bully them to death. However, if they met someone powerful, no matter how arrogant they were, they would have to lower their heads. However, Yun Xiao completely ignored him. His handsome face was expressionless and his eyes were as cold as an eagle's. To him, he didn't care about anyone, let alone the Mu family. However, the Mu family man didn't know Yun Xiao's personality and thought that he was looking down on the Mu family. Instantly, his expression turned ugly. So what if you are powerful? There are many powerful cultivators in the Mu family. Do you think we are afraid of you? You don't want to be friends with the Mu family? Fine, then we will be irreconcilable enemies. However, the Mu family man wasn't a brainless person. After realizing that he couldn't defeat Yun Xiao, he merely threw down one sentence. I only wanted to be friends with you out of goodwill. I didn't think that you wouldn't give me any face. If that's the case, then we'll see. He fiercely flung his sleeves, turned around, and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, an evil voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It sounded like it came from hell and caused his body to stiffen. Did I say you could leave? The man from the Mu family clenched his fists tightly as anger surged in his chest. He turned to look at Yun Luofeng and asked, Then what do you want? I don't want to do anything. Yun Luofeng's black eyes were filled with an evil aura as he slowly approached the man from the Mu family. I just want to rob you. Robbery? The man from the Mu family widened his eyes. In this life, he had robbed countless people, but this was the first time someone had robbed him. Was she sure she wasn't joking? The others were also stunned. They didn't expect Yun Luofeng to be so daring. He even dared to rob the Mu family. After all, there was a venerable spiritualist in the Mu clan. There were more venerable spiritualists in the Wuhui continent than in the Dragon Raw continent, but they were not as numerous as the Dragon Raw continent. In fact, there were at most 2 venerable spiritualists in each city. However, to Qin Cheng, both of them were in the Mu clan. As for the holy spirits, there was no need to mention them. Even in the entire Wuhui continent, there were only a few of them. Furthermore, each of them could cause the entire continent to tremble with a stomp of their feet. Chapter 772. Are you sure you want to rob me? The man from the Mu family pointed at his own nose, his tone filled with disbelief. Before he could react, Yun Luofeng had already made her move. She raised her leg and kicked the man from the Mu family out of the way. He fell into the crowd with a thud. Because she was too fast, the people from the Mu family could not react in time. In a few steps, she had already arrived in front of the man from the Mu family. When he tried to stand up, the tip of her foot had already stepped on his chest. What on earth do you want? The man from the Mu family was very angry and he glared angrily at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and said roguishly, Robbery. Hand over all the valuables you have. The man from the Mu family was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This woman really wanted to rob him? Ever since he had entered the Mu family, this was the first time he had been bullied like this. I don't have anything. As the saying goes, A wise man submits to circumstances. He knew that he had underestimated Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Hence, he gave in. Yun Luofeng's eyes swept over the man under her foot and turned to look at the space ring on his finger. Are you going to take it off yourself, or do you want me to chop off your finger? The man from the Mu family's face was ashen, but in the end, he still took off the ring and threw it angrily in front of Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng did not mind. She bent down to pick up the space ring from the ground and her dark eyes carried a slight smile. What else do you have? Hand it all over. Nothing else. The man's expression was ugly. All my belongings are in this space ring. What else do you want? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and continued to look at the man from the Mu family. Suddenly, she bent down and took out a pouch from the man's lapels. There were a few copper coins in that pouch. The man from the Mu family stared in shock. Normally, even when he was robbing someone, he would not take out a single copper coin from the other party. After all, to them, these few copper coins were not worth much. But this woman, she even took away the token of love given to her by the widow Wang next door. There was only one person who could rob someone to this extent. Looks like you really don't have anything else on you. Yun Luofeng turned to look at the rest of the Mu family and said lazily, do you want to hand over your belongings yourselves, or do I have to do it? The Mu family's people were all led by that man. Now that he had been robbed, they naturally did not dare to struggle. They could only endure the pain and throw out all their belongings. Spatial rings weren't something that everyone had. Therefore, those people couldn't find a single precious item even after searching through their entire bodies. Even so, Yun Luofeng still kept all their belongings. Can we leave now? The man from the Mu family held his breath and asked fiercely. Yun Luofeng nodded. When the man from the Mu family heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly waved his hand and was about to leave with his subordinates. Right at this moment, that nightmarish voice rang out again from behind him. That's right, the materials you're wearing are all of the best quality. If you sell them, you can probably get a few hundred taels of silver. So, leave your clothes and leave. The man from the Mu family staggered and almost knelt on the ground. Tears streamed down his cheeks. He had been a bandit for so many years, but now, he had met a woman who was more like a bandit than he was. Chapter 773. Guard Captain. The guards of the Mu family hurriedly looked at the man, their faces filled with nervousness. The man took a deep breath and said coldly, "Take off your clothes." After saying this, he had already taken off his clothes. When the others saw him like this, they did not dare to say anything else. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng was still a bit humane. He left them a pair of underpants and did not let them run around naked in broad daylight. Even so, the people of the Mu family felt that their dignity had been greatly damaged. They could already imagine that from now on, the Mu family would become the laughingstock of Qin City. It was one thing to be robbed, but in the end, he was robbed to the point where he was only left with his underpant. How could those who had been hurt by the Mu family give up on this joke? "Miss, you've caused trouble this time." The kind-hearted vendor sighed when he saw Yun Luofeng walking back. The Mu family is very strong. They have 2 venerable spirit realm cultivators. You've provoked them, they will definitely not let you off. In the face of the vendor's good intentions, Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. I was born not to be afraid of trouble. The vendor knew that Yun Luofeng would not listen to his words, and could not help but sigh again. However, due to the departure of the Mu family, the medicinal herbs were left on the ground. Thus, the vendor hurried forward to look for the medicinal herbs that he had just robbed. When he came back to his senses, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao had already walked far away. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yi Shimo's eyes lit up as he looked in the direction that Yun Luofeng had left. His expression was one of reverence. Did you see that? This is a true robbery. Compared to this girl, those bandits are too inferior. Only such a person is worthy of being called a bandit. Just as he finished speaking, fire jumped up from his back and quickly flew in the direction that Yun Luofeng had left. However, because there were too many people in the black market, those people kept squeezing forward, wanting to find the medicinal herbs that they had lost. As a result, when fire squeezed out of the crowd with all his might, he realized that the snow-white figure had disappeared. Where is he? Fire's face was filled with anxiety. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have watched the show. Why did he disappear in a while, Fire? Yi Shimor squeezed to Fire's side and asked, what happened? Fire clenched her small fists tightly. I think I found the person I was looking for, but she disappeared again. You never knew who you were looking for, so how could you be sure that she was the one you were looking for? Fire raised his eyes, his gaze filled with determination. I feel that she is the person I am looking for. Yi Shimor didn't say anything else. He raised his hand and patted Fire's head. Since you're sure that it's her, I'll find her for you even if I have to turn the entire Qin city upside down. Fire's eyes shone with a bright light. She nodded her head vigorously. No matter where she went, she would find her. Inside the inn, Yun Luofeng had just entered his room and poured himself a cup of tea when Little Mo's voice sounded in the depths of his mind. Master, I sensed a familiar aura in the black market just now. Do you know who it is? Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and asked. I don't know him. Little Mo's voice was filled with confusion. However, I can feel that that person's aura is the same as the divine grimoire of medicine. Perhaps it has something to do with the divine grimoire? Chapter 774. Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and raised an eyebrow. As the guardian spirit of the divine grimoire, you don't know anything? Xiao Mo blushed. It's true that I'm the guardian spirit of the divine grimoire of medicine, but I was born. Because the spiritual energy in the divine grimoire space was too dense in the beginning, my existence was born. I don't know anything that happened before that. Yun Luofeng sighed. It seemed that Xiao Mo really didn't know anything. Then do you know if that person is good or bad for the divine grimoire space? Xiao Mo was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I only know that if she can be loyal to you, Master, it's not a bad thing. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng was relieved. The divine grimoire space was very important to her. She didn't want too many people to endanger its existence. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Xiao. The corners of his lips curled up lazily as he gazed at her with a smile. I think we should stay in Qin City for a few more days. She wanted to know who the person who was connected to the divine grimoire of medicine was. All right. He would never refuse Yun Luofeng's request. As for the Mu family that he had just provoked, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. I'm tired. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up, gently narrowed his eyes, and gradually approached Yun Xiao. Can you warm my bed for me first? She hadn't broken through to the venerable spirit rank yet, so she couldn't completely devour the man in front of her, but that didn't mean that she couldn't take advantage of him. As long as she hadn't taken that last step, the divine grimoire of medicine wouldn't stop her from doing other things. Looking at the girl's beautiful face, the man's Adam's apple bobbed. He stretched out his arm and pulled the girl's body fiercely into his embrace. Smelling the fragrance of medicine emanating from the girl's body, the man's heart gave birth to a faint impulse. Unfortunately, just as the impulse surged, he used his spiritual energy to suppress it. Yun Luofeng's black eyes were filled with smiles. How is it that every time we're on the verge of something, we stop? How can you endure it? Actually, Yun Luofeng's question was nonsense. Every time he was in high spirits, her period would come on time. How could he continue? However, even though Yun Luofeng's question was nonsense, Yun Xiao still replied very seriously. The books say that if a woman continues with her period, she will fall sick. Aren't you afraid of suffocating? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked playfully. I can restrain myself. Yun Xiao's eyes stared deeply at Yun Luofeng as she spoke in a low voice. Furthermore, I don't want to hurt you. He didn't want to hurt her, that was all. Yun Luofeng's heart warmed, and he smiled warmly. Yun Xiao, I'll break through to become a venerable spiritualist as soon as possible for you. Yun Xiao looked at the young girl in his arms. Even if you're not a venerable one, I'll still protect you for life. He believed that Yun Luofeng wanted to become a venerable spiritualist as soon as possible because he wanted to be powerful enough. However, he didn't know that her true goal was something else. Let's sleep. The young girl stood on her tiptoes and gently planted a kiss on the man's lips. Then, she struggled out of the man's embrace and slowly walked towards the bed. If other people were to find out that they had shared the same bed for so many days and nothing had happened, they would certainly not believe it. Perhaps, they would think that Yun Xiao was impotent. In reality, Yun Xiao had only restrained his body's impulse. Even so, he was still in pain and happiness as he slept with the woman he loved in his arms. Chapter 775. What did you say? In the Mu family, in an exquisite and luxurious hall, a middle-aged man suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes were fierce and fierce. Someone is really so bold as to rob my Mu family? The man from the Mu family knelt on the ground respectfully, reporting to Master, not only did she rob the Mu family, she didn't even leave us a single piece of clothing. Please give me justice, Master. Every time he thought about how he had lost face in front of everyone, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear Yun Luofeng to pieces. He robbed my Mu family's money. I'd like to see if he has the fortune to enjoy it. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly and said fiercely, let's go. Get the weapons. Kill this bunch of bastards. Let the world understand that they can provoke anyone but the Mu family. The Mu family's master, Mu Qingran, may sound refined, but in reality, Mu Qingran was a bandit leader, and the Mu family had started off by robbing others. Bandits were not reasonable people. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng had already bullied them at their doorstep. How could he swallow his anger? So, Mu Qingran immediately sent someone to find out where Yun Luofeng was staying, then brought a group of people to cause trouble for her. In the inn, Yun Luofeng had just laid down on the bed when she heard a commotion outside. The noise grew louder and louder. Not long after, a foot kicked open the room door with a loud thud. Then, a rough voice sounded from outside. Who robbed my Mu family's people? Come out immediately. Yun Luofeng gently frowned. She knew that the Mu family would come looking for trouble, but she never thought that they would come so quickly. At this moment, a gentle-looking middle-aged man walked into the room. But it was undeniable that the rough voice just now had come from this middle-aged man. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that such a gentle-looking middle-aged man was the bandit leader? Yun Xiao's body temperature dropped a few degrees and the entire room was filled with a cold aura. His black eyes faintly revealed a murderous intent as he stared expressionlessly at the group of people who had just entered the room. What? Did we not rob you enough during the day, and now you continue to deliver yourself to our doorstep? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile that was not a smile. At this moment, everyone in the inn was attracted. Everyone was pointing at Yun Luofeng's room. But no one expected that this young lady would suddenly say such a thing, and everyone was shocked silly. Did she really not want to live anymore? How dare he talk to the bandit leader of the Mu clan like this? Ha ha, Mu Qingran laughed coldly. You really are a newborn calf that doesn't fear a tiger. The youngsters nowadays are getting more and more savage with each generation. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. The old people nowadays aren't anything good. They're just taking advantage of their seniority. Mu Qingran's expression immediately darkened. Old people? He was only in his early 40s, but in this girl's mouth, he had become an old man who flaunted his seniority. Moreover, in the entire Qin city, there was simply no one that dared to speak to him like this. I'll give you one chance. Hand over all the items you've robbed, and then kowtow to me a few times. Perhaps then I'll forgive you. Mu Qingran laughed coldly. Her eyes carried a sense of superiority as she looked down at Yun Luofeng from above. Chapter 776. Yun Luofeng glanced at him wickedly and said mockingly, if you're willing to scram and leave immediately, perhaps I won't hold you accountable for barging into my room. Mu Qingran's pupils constricted. Was this girl really not afraid of the Mu family? Disappear in 3 seconds. Yun Luofeng raised his brows slightly. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Mu Qingran's face turned even more ashen. If he was really intimidated by this girl, where would he find a foothold in Qin City in the future? Thinking of this, Mu Qingran said mockingly, then I'd like to see how you'll make me disappear. As soon as Mu Qingran said this, the man in black next to Yun Luofeng finally moved. He quickly picked up the black robe and draped it over his body. Then, with a leap, he disappeared like a gust of black wind. By the time Mu Qingran came to his senses, he found that a hand had suddenly grabbed his neck. His black robe was raised, and a murderous aura pervaded the entire room. Mu Qingran's expression froze. He hadn't even seen Yun Xiao make a move. The man had already appeared in front of him. In particular, the man's frightening aura made all the pores on his body open up, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Why isn't the head of the Mu family resisting? In everyone's eyes, Mu Qingran had been caught in Yun Xiao's hand before he could even resist. Only Mu Qingran himself knew that he'd kicked a metal plate this time. He'd even kicked his toes until they hurt. But if he left just like that, the Mu family would lose all face. They might even lose their prestige in Qin City. Mu Qingran gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know what kind of person I, Mu Qingran, am?" Yun Xiao's face was expressionless, his eyes cold. Only the hand around Mu Qingran's neck tightened. Mu Qingran almost suffocated. He held his breath and said, "Have you heard of the Yi family? I have people in the Yi family." In order to prevent others from noticing that he'd given in, Mu Qingran deliberately lowered his voice. He'd originally come in a rage. Now, before these people could experience the Mu family's power, their lives were already in his hands. If others were to find out, they might laugh at him. "Yun Xiao, kill him." Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips and smiled evilly. "He's too much of an eyesore." "No." Feeling her breathing become more and more difficult, Mu Qingran's expression became anxious as she hurriedly said, "I really do know someone from the Yi family. The Yi family's Yi Jingchen's adopted daughter, Yi Qi, has a close relationship with my daughter. If you don't want to provoke the Yi clan, you'd better let me go." Even if Yi Jingchen was kicked out of the Yi family, he was still a descendant of the Yi family. As long as he admitted his mistake and divorced his wife to marry someone else, the Yi family would never reject his return. That was why Mu Qingran had tossed Yi Jingchen out. "This is the first time I've seen someone use Yi Qi to act like a tyrant." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door, and everyone turned to look at him. It was a handsome man. His eyes were like stars, and he was bold and straightforward. His aura was imposing, and he had the bearing of a general. Beside the man was a little girl in a fiery red dress. She was about 8 or 9 years old, and her bright eyes stared unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 777. There seemed to be 2 balls of fire in her eyes, but when one looked again, the 2 balls of fire in her eyes had disappeared. One had to admit that this young lady gave off a breathtaking vibe. Even Yun Luofeng couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Boom! Yun Luofeng raised his hand and smashed Mu Qingran's body away. This smack almost took his life. Cough cough. Mu Qingran coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Yi Shimor, who was walking over. You're from the Yi family, Yi Shimor? Why was Yi Shimor here? Moreover, what did he mean by that? It seemed like he was unhappy that he was using Yi Qi's name to act like a tyrant. Mu family. Yi Shimor turned to look at Mu Qingran and raised his brows. "From what I know, the young master of the Mu family is gravely ill and needs the meat of a gold-seeking rat at the venerable level to save him. For this, the Mu family is willing to plunder medicinal ingredients from all over the world just so that the gold-seeking rat can break through." Mu Qingran was shocked. He clearly didn't expect Yi Shimor to know about this. Yi Shimor curled his lips nonchalantly when he saw the shock in Mu Qingran's eyes. "Unfortunately, even if you plunder all the medicinal ingredients in the world, you can't make a gold-seeking rat break through to the venerable level. So, why are you making things difficult for others for those medicinal ingredients?" Mu Qingran's expression darkened. "Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I have to try. Gold-seeking rat?" When Yun Luofeng heard those words, the rats in the divine grimoire also heard them. The Rat Queen's voice was clearly anxious. "Master, I know that my request might be too rude, but all the gold-seeking rats are my subjects. Over the years, countless gold-seeking rats have gone missing from the underground castle. I can also confirm that the gold-seeking rat is my subordinate. Please save him for us, Master." The other gold-seeking rats couldn't speak the human language. Even so, Yun Luofeng could still sense their pleas through their soul contract. The rats had always been a united race. Now that one of their kind had been captured and wanted to eat him, how could they just ignore it? It was precisely because of their unity that they had been able to survive in the forest of no return all these years. All right. Yun Luofeng agreed without any hesitation. She wasn't annoyed by her subordinate's request. On the contrary, she was very pleased. Therefore, she would not stifle their request. Little Shimor, why are you wasting your breath on this kind of person? Fire was very dissatisfied with Yi Shimor talking to Mu Qingran. She frowned her cute eyebrows and glanced at Mu Qingran sinisterly. Just kill this kind of person. Why waste your breath? To Fire, he would often start a massacre if he did not agree with it. She did not care whether the other party's crime was light or heavy. She only knew that those who provoked her deserved to die. However, Fire had forgotten that Mu Qingran did not even say a single word to her, so how could he provoke her? At most, he only provoked Yun Luofeng. The corner of Yi Shimor's mouth twitched. He patted Fire's shoulder earnestly and said, "Fire, don't always kill people. It's not good to see blood. We should be reasonable." That's right, they should be reasonable. Chapter 778. Mu Qingran nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Shimor's fist suddenly arrived. With a boom, his body was sent flying again, smashing down from the railing. Did you see that? Yi Shimor was still educating Fire. Fists are reason. You have to understand next time. Mu Qingran, who had fallen downstairs, spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Yi Shimor's words. He had really thought that Yi Shimor was a reasonable person. In the end, this guy was too sinister, too shameless. He really was Jun Fongling's adopted son. His personality was exactly the same as hers. In the Wuhui continent, many people did not know about the Yi family's situation. However, since Mu Qingran had dealings with Yi Qi, how could he not know that Yi Jingchen's wife was Jun Fongling? It was said that Jun Fongling was a lowly woman who had bewitched the Yi family's young master, Yi Shimor. She did not have any children and had only adopted a son. And her adopted daughter, Yi Qi, was adopted by Yi Jingchen. Jun Fongling was shameless. She would often start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Not only that, she was also jealous because a certain family had once wanted to give their daughter to Yi Shimor as a concubine. In the end, this jealous woman had single-handedly charged to the door. Even though all the experts of that family had been mobilized, they had not been able to subdue her. What good could an adopted son that she had taken a liking to and adopted be? Mu Qingran clutched his chest and crawled up from the ground. However, at that moment, countless gold-seeking mice suddenly descended from the sky. They were so densely packed that it made one's hair stand on end. What? What is this? Mu Qingran almost fainted from fright. Seeing that the gold-seeking mice had climbed onto his body, he hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Go away." The people from the Mu family were not any better. Those gold-seeking mice were especially cunning. They could not be shaken off or crushed, but they liked to burrow into his clothes. Feeling the soft and scholarly feeling of his clothes, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Yi Shimor was also stunned. He looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. He really did not understand where these gold-seeking mice had come from. Yun Luofeng ignored his gaze and walked downstairs. With every step she took, Mu Qingran's pupils constricted. She said through clenched teeth, "These gold-seeking rats are yours?" Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly, looking down at Mu Qingran from above. "Where is the Mu family's gold-seeking rat? What do you want?" Mu Qingran's pupils constricted. "I'm telling you, I definitely won't hand over these gold-seeking rat. Besides, you already have so many gold-seeking mice, so one more won't make much of a difference. I won't ask a third time. Where is the gold-seeking rat?" The girl's eyes were domineering as she stared coldly at Mu Qingran. "Gold-seeking rat is my son's prescription. I can't give it to you." Mu Qingran gritted her teeth. He could admit defeat, he could give in, but he would never hand over the gold-seeking rat. "What does your son's illness have to do with the gold-seeking rat? But you want to use the gold-seeking rat's life to exchange for your son's?" Mu Qingran snorted. "How can a rat's life compare to a human's? Beasts will always be beasts, but humans will always be humans. The lives of beasts are cheap, but human lives are precious. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic. Even among the gold-seeking mice, he still stubbornly insisted on his own opinion. Moreover, he didn't think that these gold-seeking mice could cause him any harm. At most, they would only disgust him. Chapter 779. Mu Qingran's words had clearly infuriated the crowd. The rat's eyes widened, as if they wanted to eat Mu Qingran alive. Milk Tea passed through the swarm of rats and placed her paws on her waist. She held her head high as she walked toward Mu Qingran and stepped on his toes. You said that our lives are worthless? Then let me tell you, in our eyes, the lives of everyone in the Mu family added together are worth less than one of ours. After saying these words, Milk Tea's gaze drifted towards Meng Meng, who was behind her. She winked at Meng Meng as if she was asking for credit. Meng Meng smiled cutely. That smile was like the sun, instantly warming Milk Tea's heart, causing his little heart to thump wildly. I'll give you a chance. Release my clansmen. Otherwise, I'll eat you alive and not even let you leave with a whole corpse. In order to get Meng Meng's smile, Milk Tea turned around and stepped harder on Mu Qingran's toes. Mu Qingran's face was like a ghost's. His face went from ashen to pale, and his pupils dilated. It spoke. This gold-seeking rat actually spoke? Could it be? It was a venerable. If Yun Xiao hadn't been powerful enough and Yi Shimo hadn't suddenly appeared, perhaps Mu Qingran would have gone mad with excitement after encountering a venerable gold-seeking rat. But now, there was only despair in his heart. Hand over my clansman, Milk Tea said arrogantly. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. The other gold-seeking rats squeaked and glared angrily at the group from the Mu family. If they dared to disobey, they might just swarm them and eat them all. Mu Qingran became dispirited. He no longer looked as aggressive as when he charged into the inn, nor did he look as proud and high-spirited as before. His entire being exuded a dejected aura. I'll take you to the Mu family. Mu Qingran laughed bitterly. His lightly shut eyes were filled with despair. Master, Milk Tea turned to Yun Luofeng and said, I'll take care of this. I'll bring the Mu family back. Just wait here for us. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. If there's anything, remember to call me through spiritual transmission. Milk Tea's words were also the Rat Queen's thoughts. She was already very grateful that Yun Luofeng had released them and allowed them to rescue their own kind. Moreover, this was the Rat Clan's matter. If they could complete it themselves, they wouldn't need Yun Luofeng's help. Thank you. The Rat Queen looked at Yun Luofeng gratefully and said. At first, Mu Qingran's heart had been filled with hope when he heard Milk Tea's words. As long as those two didn't follow him, he had plenty of ways to deal with the gold-seeking rats. He might even be able to make this gold-seeking rat, which was a venerable spiritualist, into his son's medicine. However, as soon as the Rat Empress opened her mouth, his plan was instantly ruined. His face was ashen. What did it mean to have two gold-seeking mice that were venerable spiritualists? Even the Mu family only had two venerable spiritualists. Most importantly, he dared not guarantee that there would be venerable spiritualists among the rats. No matter how much he loved his son, he was not willing to risk the entire Mu family. Let's go. After Milk Tea gave the order, she eagerly ran to Meng Meng's side and said, Meng Meng, don't worry, I will definitely rescue your clansmen. Chapter 780. Bo. Meng Meng moved closer to Milk Tea and kissed it on the cheek. At that moment, Milk Tea felt as if 100 flowers were blooming around her, and she felt dizzy. It turned out that being kissed by the woman you loved was such a wonderful feeling. No wonder his master always liked to kiss Yun Xiao. Your pet is really interesting. The corner of Yi Shimo's mouth twitched as he turned to Yun Luofeng and said. What shocked him even more was that she actually had the ability to make the gold-seeking mouse break through to the venerable realm. This was not something that could be done by consuming medicinal herbs. Someone from the Yi family? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Ever since she came to the Wuhui continent, she had heard of the Yi family countless times. However, she did not know how powerful the Yi family was. When Yi Shimo heard this, he rubbed his nose and said, I'm just someone who was expelled from the Yi family. Since Yi Jingchen had been kicked out of the Yi family, he and Yi Qi were no longer considered members of the Yi family. However, Yi Shimo laughed heartily. If you encounter any trouble in the Wuhui continent, I can still help you solve it. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions, Yun Luofeng said slowly. Yi Shimo laughed out loud. How is this unaccountably solicitous? It's my fortune to be able to protect the beauty. I wonder if the beauty can be protected by me. Inside the divine grimoire, little Mo, who was weeding the medicinal field, was stunned when he heard the voice coming from outside the space. This man actually teased his master in front of Yun Xiao? He was too bold. Sure enough, when Yi Shimo said this, a cold aura enveloped the room, causing the entire room to be filled with a creepy aura. It's enough for me to protect my wife myself. Yun Xiao had unknowingly walked in front of Yun Luofeng and fiercely pulled her into his embrace, as if he was declaring his ownership. Yun Luofeng smiled and allowed Yun Xiao to do as she pleased. This man always behaved like a loyal dog in front of her. Only when facing others would he display his domineering aura to the fullest. Idiot. Fire glanced at Yi Shimo. You don't even know how to strike up a conversation. Yi Shimo looked embarrassed. It's all because of you. Fire understood what Yi Shimo meant by that. The person he was looking for was this woman. He just wanted to find an excuse to get close to her. But what kind of excuse did he come up with? In the eyes of others, they would even think of him as a lecherous, shameless, and vulgar lecher. Watch me. Fire glanced at Yi Shimo and slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng. An innocent smile blossomed on her face. Elder sister, my brother and I are lost. Can you take us in? If she had a tail behind her, she would definitely be able to see Fire wagging its tail and begging for mercy. If it wasn't for the few words that Fire had said to expose her true nature, perhaps Yun Luofeng would have thought that she was just an innocent little girl. Compared to Yun Luofeng, Yi Shimo was already dumbfounded. This little girl wagging her tail and begging for pity, was she really that tyrannical and willful Fire? Little Mo, is this the girl you sensed earlier? Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes and asked. Little Mo's voice came from within his soul. That's right, it's her. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened slightly. Since she had already come knocking on her door, it meant that this little girl had sensed that the divine grimoire of medicine was in her body. However, she didn't understand why this little girl didn't go straight to the point and reveal her origins. Chapter 781. You are from the Yi family. Do you still need me to take you in? Yun Luofeng came back to his senses and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Fire was startled. He suddenly pushed Yi Shimo to the side and said pitifully, I don't know him, we are not on the same path. Sister, I'm lost, please take me in. Yi Shimo was completely dumbfounded. He had been abandoned just like that. He had brought her to find the person she was looking for, but in the end, this girl had turned her back on him on the spot, and even said that she didn't know him. Yi Shimo was very sad. He clutched his chest and pretended to be in pain as he looked at Fire. Fire, you're too heartless, I've been hurt so deeply by you. Fire curled his lips. Don't randomly recognize people, I don't even know you, hurry back to your Yi city, don't come and ruin Big Sister's plan to take me in. Yi Shimo pouted, feeling wronged. Fire turned her head and no longer looked at Yi Shimo. She blinked her bright eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng. Elder sister, I really don't know this guy. My family is no longer here, leaving me alone to wander around. If you don't take me in, I'll have nowhere to go. I might starve to death on the streets. Can you bear to do that? Yes. Facing Fire's pitiful eyes, the smile on Yun Luofeng's face deepened as he softly said those two words. This little girl had such a deep connection with the divine grimoire space, how could she be in such dire straits? Therefore, Yun Luofeng's words were merciless. Also, didn't you just say that he's your brother? Fire blinked his eyes. That's because he lied to me. That's right, he's a liar. He saw that I was cute and tricked me into being his sister. Actually, I have nothing to do with him. Yi Shimo's heart was even more hurt. He looked at Fire with a wronged expression. His eyes were filled with tears, as if they were filled with tears. He had good intentions, but in the end, this girl actually called him a liar. In order to strike up a conversation, she was indeed willing to do anything. She could even find such a lame reason. You come with me. Yun Luofeng grabbed Fire's small hand and pulled her into the room. Yi Shimor wanted to follow her in. However, when he reached the door slammed against him and almost broke his nose. This girl is the person Fire is looking for, so Fire won't be in any danger. After Yi Shimor thought it through, he stretched and said, in that case, I'll go back to my room to rest first. I won't care about them. Although Fire was only 8 or 9 years old, he was actually very mature and would not suffer any losses. Furthermore, he did not think that Yun Luofeng would harm Fire. Even he himself didn't understand. It was clearly the first time they met, but he had a good impression of these two people. Even though Yun Xiao had initially used her aura to scare him, he still hadn't gotten angry. Not long after, Yi Shimor would understand that the reason why he had feelings for them was because it was fated. Inside the room, Fire timidly looked at Yun Xiao, who was hugging Yun Luofeng. For some reason, she felt a little afraid of Yun Xiao. Perhaps it was because this man's aura was too strong, so strong that she didn't dare to look at him directly. Yun Luofeng sat on Yun Xiao's lap and raised his eyebrows as he looked at the fire in the room. We don't need to beat around the bush. Tell me, is your purpose for coming here to find me? Fire was startled. She knew that her lie had been seen through, so she stopped acting cute. Instead, she cleared her throat and asked, you know? Chapter 782. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you think? Fire became silent. After a long while, she raised her head and looked at Yun Luofeng. Actually, I don't know much about the specifics. I only know that I am waiting for the person who possesses the divine grimoire's space and follow her. After saying this, she raised her head and stared straight at Yun Luofeng. And you are the one I'm waiting for. Give me a reason to keep you. Yun Luofeng lazily looked at Yun Xiao's chest, his evil eyes looking at Fire, who was standing in front of him. For example, what do you know? Fire held his cheek in his hand and thought for a moment, then said, I know how to kill, and I can also set fire. Killing. Arson. This could indeed be considered a skill. All right, you can stay. The corner of Yun Luofeng's mouth curled up. However, even if you have an inextricable relationship with the medical temple, I still can't completely trust you, unless, she paused, the smile on her face deepening. Unless you make a contract with me. As soon as the word contract fell, Fire's body suddenly trembled. He raised his head in shock and looked at Yun Luofeng without blinking. You actually know, she actually knew her identity. I'll give you 2 choices. Leave the contract behind, or don't make a contract with me. Leave now. Yun Luofeng's eyes were filled with evil intent as he said without changing his expression. Fire took a small breath and said, all right. I'll make a contract with you. Hua. In that instant, a burst of fiery red light emerged from Fire's body, and that fiery red light enveloped Yun Luofeng's body. She passed through the layers of red light and walked in front of Yun Luofeng, slowly closing her eyes. At the same time, Yun Luofeng had already forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip and entered Fire's forehead. In that instant, Fire's body trembled slightly, but quickly regained its calmness. The moment the contract was completed, Fire's body disappeared into thin air, and the entire room returned to its previous tranquility. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Xiao and said, I know you have many questions. If you want to ask, I can answer them. Yun Xiao's arm reached out from behind and wrapped around Yun Luofeng's waist. Her chin gently rubbed against the young girl's head as her raspy voice rang out. I won't ask. He trusted her, so he would not question her about anything. This kind of trust was innate. Yun Luofeng's heart warmed. This man always believed in her. With this, what other regrets did she have in this life? You're tired. Go rest first. Yun Xiao picked up Yun Luofeng's body and carried him to the large bed, divine grimoire space. Under the azure sky, Fire and Xiao Mo were staring at each other, neither of them willing to give in. Yun Luofeng had just entered the space when he saw the surging atmosphere between the two of them. The two of them had been glaring at each other, but when they saw Yun Luofeng, they didn't want to fall behind and rushed over. Master, this guy wants to take over my position the moment he arrives. Xiao Mo pointed at Fire and said angrily, doesn't she know what it means to come first? Fire said with disdain, I was wondering why Master knew my purpose. So it turns out that this medical god grimoire has actually given birth to a spirit body after so many years. Chapter 783. Little Mo was so angry that her small face was flushed red as she glared at Fire angrily. Fire, Yun Luofeng looked at the two people who were fighting each other, then turned his gaze to Fire and asked, "You still haven't told me where you came from." Fire's expression was somewhat desolate. "I was originally a spirit beast that lived in this divine grimoire space, but one day, I was thrown out by this divine grimoire space. He said that he was going to find his host, and told me to wait here for him to bring his host back. At that time, because I was young and didn't understand the rules of survival between humans, I was chased by a group of experts who wanted to force me into a contract. I was injured by them and found a place to hide and recuperate. While I was recuperating, I met a human and took him in as my disciple. Later, in order to make it convenient for me to hide there and recuperate, my disciple built a house at the place where I lived. Today, that place is the famous Yi family." "Yi family?" Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin with his finger. "In other words, the ancestor of the Yi family was your disciple?" Fire nodded. "The Yi family has a forbidden area. It is said that anyone who enters will die. That place was just a place that the ancestors of the Yi family helped me build to recuperate. I stayed there for 1,000 years, and then Yi Jingchen accidentally broke into the forbidden area, so I left with him. In fact, the reason why the forbidden area was called a forbidden area was because there were other dangers besides her existence. Even those traps were countless, and their purpose was to prevent others from finding trouble with her. However, when the ancestors of the Yi family made these traps, they had already told Fire all the ways to break them. Therefore, after Yi Jingchen accidentally stepped into the forbidden area, Fire saved him. The premise was that he had to take her away from this place, to find the person she was looking for. As for why Fire did not leave on her own, it was because she was afraid that she would be hunted down by a group of experts like before, and would even do anything to obtain it. Therefore, she, who was inexperienced, did not dare to leave the forbidden area alone. "Oh right." Yun Luofeng seemed to have thought of something and asked, "You mean, the divine grimoire space kicked you out of this place? Could it be that the medical temple has its own consciousness?" Fire nodded. "Master, I feel that the current divine grimoire space is different from the one I am familiar with. It seems that its consciousness has disappeared. Unfortunately, she had left the divine grimoire for too long, so she did not know what had happened." Yun Luofeng was not as discouraged as Fire, because she felt that she was getting closer and closer to the secret of the divine medical grimoire. "Fire, what is your original body?" Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed his eyes. She actually couldn't tell what Fire's original body was. Hearing this, Fire's body trembled, and not long after, a fiery red fox lay on the ground. This fox had 8 tails that were as fluffy as cotton. Its eyes had also turned from black to a fiery red, dazzling to the extreme. Fire Spirit Fox. This little girl was actually the legendary 9-tailed fire spiritual fox. But why did the 9-tailed fire spiritual fox only have 8 tails? "Fire, where's your other tail?" Fire's eyes dimmed for a moment. "Back then, when I was being chased by those strong warriors, I died once and only lost a tail." She stroked her fluffy tail, her expression calm. Chapter 784. Fire stood up straight, her body was shrouded in a layer of flames, and in a moment, she turned back into the little girl that was carved from jade. Hearing this, Xiao Mo did not argue with her like before. His eyes were filled with sympathy. "Fire, from now on, you will follow Master. Master will not let you be bullied by others." Fire was moved in his heart. "Thank you." Yun Luofeng smiled slightly. To her, it was naturally for the best if her 2 subordinates could get along well. "This tree has already grown so big." Yun Luofeng's eyes swept across the area, and when he saw the tree that he had plucked and planted, his eyes were filled with surprise. The seed could no longer be called a seed, but a small tree. Even though this small tree was still very young, it could not change the fact that it had become a tree. It had taken a lot of medicinal ingredients to raise the tree to such a large size. Not to mention the betrothal gift that Yun Xiao had given her, even the medicinal ingredients that she had obtained from the Rat Clan had almost all been used up. It seemed that she had to think of a way to get more medicinal ingredients. Otherwise, forget about this small tree, she wouldn't even be able to afford to raise those gold-seeking mice. Just as Yun Luofeng was deep in thought, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the small tree, and the wind flew straight towards the fire. Fire's face was originally filled with astonishment. He did not know why Yun Luofeng valued this small tree so much, but in the next moment, an attractive force came from the small tree, as if there were countless hands pulling her towards the small tree. "Master, save me!" Fire shouted in panic, and anxiously grabbed onto Yun Luofeng's hand. In the strong wind, her red dress fluttered, revealing her snow-white thighs. Yun Luofeng tightly held onto Fire's arm, an evil light flashed past his eyes, and he sternly shouted, "I have used so many medicinal ingredients to feed you, is it not enough? Now you want to eat fire? If you don't stop, I don't mind burning you." Sure enough, after hearing this, the wind suddenly disappeared. The small tree swayed its leaves, as if urging Yun Luofeng to feed it. Fire was so scared that he cried, "Master, what kind of monster is this? Why does it want to eat me?" She had only heard of spirit beasts eating trees, but she had never seen a tree-eating spirit beast. What's more, this tree was actually fed with medicinal herbs. What kind of monster was it? "It's fine, it won't eat you. It just wants to eat the spirit energy and life force in your body." Yun Luofeng patted Fire's shoulder and comforted her. But it was clear that her consolation had once again scared the fire. "Is there a difference? Without spiritual energy, I'm just a useless fox. If my life force is gone, won't I die?" Although Fire had lived for 1,000 years, she had come into contact with very few people, so her temperament was inevitably a little like a child's. She grabbed Yun Luofeng's arm, feeling wronged, and hid her body behind her. "Little Mo, pick the last few herbs in the space. Tomorrow, I will think of a way to get more herbs." Yun Luofeng felt a lot of pressure. Not only did he have to raise the entire rat clan, but he also had to raise a small tree that could eat as much as all the gold-seeking rat. Fortunately, the small tree needed to rest for 10 days to half a month after it was full, so she had enough time to search for medicinal herbs. The small tree seemed to understand Yun Luofeng's words, and its leaves swayed happily, like a puppy that had gotten its food. "Master, I'll go out with you." Fire looked at the small tree vigilantly, and tightly held onto Yun Luofeng's arm. "I don't want to stay in this place." Chapter 785. "I've already warned it. It won't have any more ideas about you." "I don't care." Fire curled her lips. "If you want me to stay with it, then I won't have a good life. I need to be on guard against its sneak attacks at all times. In that case, it would be safer to stay with Master." When Yun Luofeng saw Fire's pitiful look, his heart softened and he agreed. "I can let you follow me, but you can't call me Master, and you can't expose your identity as a spiritual beast." On the continent, Master was what spiritual beasts called their contractors. For example, Milk Tea and the other rats all called Yun Luofeng their master. The people in the army called her young mistress or master. The difference in one word meant the difference between heaven and earth. If others knew that she had a young spiritual beast in her hands, she would never be able to live in peace in the future. Everyone knew that spiritual beasts were divided into adulthood and childhood. For example, Fire, who always looked like an 8 or 9-year-old spiritual beast, meant that she had transformed into a human during her childhood. Youth transformation. This proved that this spiritual beast was extremely talented. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to capture Fire back then. For the sake of his own safety, he could not let Fire's identity leak out. "I understand." Fire blinked his eyes and said obediently. If Yi Shimor saw this scene, his jaw would definitely drop. When did this willful little girl become so obedient? Perhaps, she was only willing to obey in front of Yun Luofeng. In the inn. In the simple and elegant room, Yi Shimor was just about to sleep when he heard the door being kicked open with a bang. He thought that some enemy had come to seek revenge. He was so shocked that he jumped up and instantly pulled out the sword beside the bed. However, when he looked over, he saw Fire walking in with a calm expression. "Fire," Yi Shimor's heart was finally at ease. "How many times have I told you, the door is for opening, not kicking?" Fire curled his lips. "I want to sleep. You go and make a bed on the floor." The corner of Yi Shimor's mouth twitched. "Fire, I think it's better if we get 2 rooms." Fire stopped in his tracks. He ignored Yi Shimor and crawled into his blanket. Yi Shimor wanted to say something, but he saw that the little girl had already closed her eyes, so he could only sigh helplessly. He took a blanket and made a bed on the ground. When his voice gradually rose, Fire, who originally had his eyes closed, finally opened them and tightly held onto the sheet in his hands. She was afraid. It was because he was afraid that he didn't dare to come to Qin City alone. It was also because of fear that she slept in the same room with Yi Shimo. Whenever she thought of how she was humiliated by those people, her fear would spread again. Even if Yi Shimo wasn't as powerful as her, she still felt that it would be safer to have one more person. Fire released her tail. She gently caressed the fluffy fox tail, and then placed her finger on the broken tail. A look of sadness flashed through her lowered eyes. She lied to Yun Luofeng. Although a nine-tailed fox's tail represented a life. However, her foxtail did not break because she lost her life. Instead, it was being chopped off bit by those humans. That's right, it was a little. They didn't cut off its tail all at once. They only cut off a little bit every day, from top to bottom, until the entire tail was cut off. Even so, she gritted her teeth and endured it. She would rather die than submit to those humans. Chapter 786. Fortunately, I've finally found the person with the divine book of medicine. Fire put down his tail and murmured softly. After finding the person with the divine book of medicine, she would no longer be bullied by others. That was why she did not dare to step into the world for so many years. The next day. Early morning. As soon as Yun Luofeng opened the door, she saw Yi Shimo and Fire standing at the door. She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "It's time to go." Yi Shimo coughed dryly. "By the way, we can be considered to know each other now, but I still don't know your names." Yun Luofeng frowned. As for Yi Shimo, other than knowing that she was from the Yi family, she did not know anything else. Therefore, after a moment of silence, she said, "Feng Luo Yun." After Feng Luo Yun, it was Yun Luofeng. Fire blinked and looked at Yun Luofeng with a puzzled gaze. Obviously, he did not understand why she had made up a fake name. However, she did not see through Yun Luofeng and stood quietly at the side. "What about this young master?" Yi Shimo turned to Yun Xiao and asked. "Xiao Yun." Yun Xiao's expression was cold and expressionless. After hearing these two words, Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Because he had read the name backwards, did he also follow suit? Yi Shimo laughed and turned his gaze to Yun Luofeng again. He raised his hand and was about to pat her shoulder. However, before his hand could land, Yun Xiao had already pulled Yun Luofeng into his arms and avoided his hand. Yi Shimo touched his nose awkwardly and said, "You too, since we were able to meet, it can be considered a kind of fate. My name is Yi Shimo. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Yi." Yun Luofeng smiled. "Then I will respectfully accept, Big Brother Yi." Yi Shimo did not give Yun Luofeng a bad feeling. Instead, his straightforward and generous aura made her feel very comfortable. However, she had always been cautious. In this dangerous continent, she was not willing to reveal her name. Yun Xiao still had a cold look on her face and ignored Yi Shimo's words. It was already extremely difficult for him to say two words, let alone call Yi Shimo Big Brother. Apart from Yun Luofeng, no one could make him have an extra expression. Haha, Yi Shimo laughed out loud. "Sister Feng, when we reach Kargalik, I'll be the host. I'll bring you guys to eat, drink and have fun. Fire, let's go." "Little Shimo, aren't you looking for the person you're looking for?" Fire frowned and asked. Yi Shimo slapped himself on the forehead. "How could I forget about this? It's just that foster father wants me to look for someone, but I really don't know where to look. It would be fine if there was a portrait, but there's nothing here." "You are looking for someone?" Yun Luofeng asked curiously. Yi Shimo nodded. "I'm looking for my brother, but I've never seen him before, so I can't find him. Let's not talk about this for now. Sister Feng, young Master Xiao, I'll bring you to Kargalik as guests. As for the matter of finding them, I'll send someone to investigate." Yi Shimo was very distressed. Looking for someone in the limitless continent was like looking for a needle in a haystack, unless the other party came to him on his own. But was that even possible? He did not think that his luck was that good. Chapter 787. Kargalik. It was not far from Qin City. It only took half a day's journey to get there. At this moment, in a private room of an elegant restaurant in Kargalik, Yi Qi had her head lowered. She did not look too good and was biting her chopsticks angrily. Sitting in front of her was a woman in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful and delicate, which made it easy for others to want to protect her. Qi Qi, the woman pursed her lips slightly and said in a weak voice, "Are you still angry at your brother?" Yi Qi sighed and put down her chopsticks. "I don't know why he hates me so much. Ever since I was young, I've always wanted to follow behind him and I've never done anything that crossed the line. Therefore, I don't understand why he hates me so much." She looked very depressed. She did not even have any desire to eat the delicacies on the table. "Ru'er, tell me, what should I do to make Big Brother not hate me so much?" Yi Qi bit her lips and looked at Shui Ru'er pitifully. Shui Ru'er was about to speak when she suddenly looked out of the window and said in surprise, Isn't that Mr. Yi?" Yi Qi instantly stood up from her seat. Her originally gloomy face became as bright as a spring flower and there was a charming smile on her face. "Big Brother is back." Then, Yi Qi quickly rushed out of the private room. Her speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. In the lobby of the restaurant, Yi Shimo was introducing the customs of Kargalik to Yun Luofeng and the others while praising the restaurant. However, at this moment, a delicate figure quickly flew down from upstairs and only stopped when she was in front of him. "Yi Qi." Yi Shimo was stunned. He frowned and looked at the woman who had come down from upstairs. Then, he looked at Shui Ru'er who was with her. His already gloomy face became even uglier. "Why are you guys here?" The man's questioning tone stunned Yi Qi. "Ru'er and I were eating here. I didn't expect you guys to be here too." Yi Qi looked around and saw fire standing next to Yi Shimo. She immediately became angry. "Big Brother, are you still with this little girl?" "Yi Qi, don't be rude." Yi Shimo's expression turned serious as he shouted, "These are all my friends. Her name is Fire, and the other two are Sister Feng and young Master Xiao. During this period of time, they will be living in the Yi residence. If you are rude to them, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my sister." Yi Qi didn't expect Yi Shimo to scold her for a few outsiders. Her eyes reddened and she felt wronged. Compared to feeling wronged, there was more anger. Qi, Shui Ru'er hurriedly tugged at Yi Qi's sleeve and reminded her softly, "Since Master Yi is back, don't make him angry anymore." After saying this, she slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao and spoke gently. "Miss Feng, young Master Xiao, Chichi has been spoiled rotten. That's why she's a little rude. I hope that the two of you will not take it to heart." Although she was speaking up for Yi Qi, her words had already revealed that Yi Qi had a bad temper and was spoiled. Not to mention Yun Luofeng, even Yi Shimo, who had a one-track mind, could tell this. Only Yi Qi did not understand the underlying meaning. "Ru'er, you don't have to defend me. I don't think I did anything wrong." Chapter 788. Yi Qi, shut up. Yi Shimo glared at her and said coldly, "Do you know why I don't like you? I didn't know why I was like this before, but I understand now. You're too stupid." Yi Qi froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. "I like smart women, not stupid women like you." Yi Shimo had a good temper outside, but he couldn't control himself every time he was with Yi Qi. "Qi, Shui Ru'er tugged at Yi Qi, "You should apologize. They are your brother's friends. You can't be rude in front of them." To show her good manners, Shui Ru'er faced Yun Luofeng and the rest again. Qi really didn't do it on purpose. "Can you guys forgive her?" As she said this, she glanced at Yun Xiao from time to time. Initially, she thought that Yi Shimo was the most handsome man in the world. However, she didn't expect that there would be such a handsome man. If Yi Qi and Yi Shimo's relationship returned to normal, perhaps she could use Yi Qi to get close to this man. Shui Ru'er blushed as she thought about it and rubbed her handkerchief in embarrassment. Boom. Just as she was fantasizing about the future, all of a sudden, the man's aura surged out, incomparably cold. Before she could react, she felt a force ruthlessly striking her chest. "Ru'er." Yi Qi hurried to Shui Ru'er and asked anxiously, "Are you all right? Big Brother, How could your guest hit my friend? After checking Shui Ruo's body, Yi Qi raised her head and questioned her. Yi Shimo looked at Yun Xiao in confusion. Although he didn't like Shui Ruo, he wouldn't hit her for no reason. Therefore, he couldn't understand why Yun Xiao would suddenly hit her. Yun Xiao said coldly, "She blushed just now." Yi Shimo was stunned. Blushed? What did Shui Ruo blush have to do with you? Yun Xiao continued, "She blushed when she looked at me." Yi Shimo wasn't someone who didn't understand. After hearing Yun Xiao's words, he immediately understood what had happened. If you see a man blush, it proves that you have feelings for this man. However, just as Yi Shimo was about to speak, Yun Xiao's deep voice was heard again. "It's fine that she's blushing, but she's blushing in front of me. I find her an eyesore." In other words, if Shui Ruo had only blushed secretly, he might not have bothered with her. However, this woman had run in front of him and was an eyesore. How could he not make a move? Shui Ruo climbed up from the ground and bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. "Big brother Yi, this is my fault. I was born to be infatuated and like to look at good-looking men. This young master is so good-looking that I couldn't help but look at him a few more times, but I don't have any other thoughts about him." Her expression was very innocent, as if she had been wronged. At this time, the other guests also put down the chopsticks in their hands and pointed at the change in the hall. "Big brother," Yi Qi said angrily, "Ruo has already said that she doesn't have any feelings for him. Your friend hurt Ruo. Do you need to apologize?" Yi Shimo raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "I don't care if she has feelings for young Master Xiao or not. It's a fact that she blushed. She's still a virgin, so isn't it too obscene for her to stare at a man she doesn't know? Moreover, young Master Xiao already has a wife. Even if Shui Ruo has any improper thoughts, you must stop her." Chapter 789. He was naturally protective of his own people. Since Yun Luofeng had addressed him as Big Brother Yi, he would treat him like a younger sister. How could he allow others to cause trouble for him? Shui Ruo's face turned even paler. Her frail body was extremely pitiful. "Sister Feng, young Master Xiao, let's go." Yi Shimo gave Shui Ruo a warning look. When he retracted his gaze, he glanced at Yi Qi. "Yi Qi, on account that you're my younger sister, I'll give you a piece of advice. You need to keep your eyes open when making friends. Otherwise, you'll still be counting money for someone else when you're being sold." "Big brother." Yi Qi stomped her foot angrily. "I won't allow you to say that to Ruo." Unfortunately, Yi Shimo did not even look at her. He walked straight to the private room on the second floor. Yi Qi wanted to chase after him to explain but was stopped by Shui Ruo. She shook her head and said helplessly, "Qi, you don't have to say anything else. Can't you tell? Big brother Yi has been bewitched. He won't listen to you at all." Yi Qi was stunned. She turned around and looked at Shui Ruo. "Ruo, what do you mean? What do you mean by my big brother has been bewitched?" Shui Ruo smiled bitterly. "Not only does he have a misunderstanding about you, but he also has a deeper misunderstanding about me. However, do you think he would have such a big misunderstanding if no one was around?" At this point, Shui Ruo paused. She lowered her gaze and hid the sinister look in her eyes. "According to my understanding, the two ladies beside him must have said something that caused him to have a misunderstanding." Yi Qi frowned. "Ruo, what should I do to get rid of Big Brother's ill feelings towards me?" "It's simple." A cold look flashed across Shui Ruo's eyes. When she raised her head, she regained her gentle demeanor. "You just have to make them disappear." "Disappear? That's impossible." At first, Shui Ruo deliberately lowered her voice and said that sentence at a volume that only two people could hear. Who knew that Yi Qi would not be able to control herself and scream when she heard that? Shui Ruo's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly whispered, "Chichi, lower your voice. I'm doing this for your own good. I just don't want to see Big Brother Yi misunderstand you. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, even if I have to risk offending Big Brother Yi and the Yi clan, I'll kill those people so that you won't have to suffer any more misunderstandings." Her words were very sincere, and Yi Qi's face, which had changed drastically, gradually eased up, and her eyes showed that she was touched. "Ruo, I know that no matter what you do it for me. However, they are Big Brother's guests. If anything happens to them, Big Brother will never forgive me. I can't do this. Shui Ruo sighed, it's my fault for not considering this point. Shishi, you are more thoughtful. I won't be so lost in the future. Although she said that, Shui Ruo was cursing Yi Qi's ancestors in her heart. This idiot actually didn't take the bait this time. He had thought that he could use this idiot to destroy that woman, but who would have thought that she was actually unwilling to do it? In that case, if she wanted to get that cold man, she would have to put in some effort. Ruo, Yi Qi lowered her eyebrows and said dejectedly, Big Brother already hates me so much. I'm just trying to find a way to restore our relationship. I don't want it to worsen. Chapter 790. Chi, forget it, let's go. Foster father and foster mother should be back soon. Yi Qi raised her delicate eyebrows, and a smile once again appeared on her lovely face. In this life, apart from her eldest brother, the only people she respected were her godfather and mother. If not for them, she might have been lost. However, she heard that her godfather had gone out to look for her godmother's biological son. She wondered if they had found him after so many days. On the second floor, in a luxurious private room, Yi Shimo returned the menu to the waiter and turned to face Yun Luofeng and the rest. Younger sister Feng, I haven't asked you yet. Is there anything important that you're here for? Yun Luofeng was stunned. Their goal was to find Yun Xiao's mother, otherwise, they would not have come all the way to the Wuhui continent. We're looking for someone. After some thought, Yun Luofeng revealed her goal. However, she did not tell Yi Shimo who she was looking for. Haha. Yi Shimo laughed heartily. What a coincidence that we both have someone we're looking for. Younger sister Feng, you can tell me who you're looking for. I can ask the Yi family for help. There's no need for that. Yun Luofeng shook his head. By the way, is that your sister downstairs? It seems like you don't like her. Speaking of this, Yi Shimo felt a headache coming on. He furrowed his handsome eyebrows and said, actually, when Godfather first adopted her, my relationship with her wasn't so bad. Later on, I gradually realized that she was a little stupid. Perhaps it was because of this that I didn't like her very much. Look at her, what kind of friends do you think she has? First, she's the daughter of a bandit leader. That bandit leader even used her name to act like a tyrant. You can see what kind of person Shui Ruo is now. Yi Shimo's tone was getting more and more intense. If Yi Qi was here, Yun Luofeng believed that he would not be able to control himself and give her a good beating. Compared to a stupid person like her, I prefer a smart woman like you, younger sister Feng. Yi Shimo winked at Yun Luofeng, and the smile on his face was very handsome. At this moment, a cold gaze was directed at him, making him feel as if there were needles on his back. He coughed dryly twice in discomfort. Just kidding, just kidding. God knows, at that moment, he really felt as if a knife was pressed against his neck. It was as if his head would fall to the ground in the next second. Idiot. Fire glanced at Yi Shimo and said mockingly, you flirted with another man's woman in front of him. You should be thanking the heavens that he didn't kill you. The corner of Yi Shimo's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl would feel uncomfortable if she didn't insult him for a day. Brother Yi, Yun Luofeng thought for a moment, then asked, are there any large-scale auctions in Kargalik? Auction? Yi Shimo was stunned and shook his head. There are no auctions in Kargalik. Sister Feng, why are you asking about the purpose of the auction? Actually, it's not anything important. It's just that I have a few medicinal herbs with special uses and I plan to exchange them for ordinary medicinal herbs. That's why I'm asking about the auction. If the elixirs were to be auctioned at the auction and they could only be auctioned using medicinal herbs, not only would they have food for the gold-seeking mice, but they would also be able to provide nourishment for the small tree. Chapter 791. Of course, with Yun Luofeng's wealth, he could buy all the medicinal herbs in the medicine stores. However, the medicinal herbs in the medicine stores were usually too young. The value of the medicinal herbs grown from these herbs could not compare to those that were a few hundred years old. However, few people would sell medicinal herbs that were a few hundred years old. Even in a medicinal herb shop, there were only a few stalks of treasures. There aren't any large-scale auctions, but my godfather manages a medicine store in Kargalik. Not only can you buy and sell medicinal herbs in this store, but you can also exchange your medicinal herbs for medicinal herbs of the same value. Yun Luofeng's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Brother Yi, bring me to the medicine store later. Okay. Yi Shimor nodded and said, since my sister has a request, as her big brother, I can't just ignore it. After dinner, I'll take you to the medicinal ingredients store immediately. The medicine store arrived at the trading center of Kargalik. This place was more luxurious than other places. There was an endless stream of people. However, they were all in a hurry and did not stop for any unimportant people. Sister Feng, we're here. Yi Shimor stopped and turned to look at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. In front of him was a mighty and majestic trading firm. Above the trading firm, the words Yi Clan Medicine Shop were emitting a scalding light. Although Yi Jingchen had left the Yi family, his surname was Yi after all. Hence, the medicine store still used the words Yi family. Yun Luofeng raised his head slightly. Let's go in. Okay. Yi Shimor smiled. Sister, you can take whatever you like from the medicine store. You don't have to be polite with me. Yun Luofeng smiled disapprovingly, but he still replied, okay. Although the Yi medicine store was huge, even the gold-seeking rats could not afford the medicinal herbs inside. What she wanted was more medicinal herbs. Sister, your man doesn't seem to like talking. Yi Shimor glanced at Yun Xiao and asked. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Xiao and curled his lips. He's a little shy. Shy? Yi Shimor rolled his eyes. How could this guy be shy? His cold expression clearly showed that he did not care about anyone else. It was as if aside from Yun Luofeng, no one else was worthy of speaking to him. However, Yi Shimor couldn't bring himself to be angry at this cold-faced man. Even he himself did not know why this was the case. Yi Shimor saw Yi Qi with Xue Ru'er as soon as he stepped into the pharmacy. He frowned again. Why is it that I can see her no matter where I go? His words were vague, and no one knew if he was talking about Yi Qi or Xue Ru'er, big brother. Yi Qi also saw Yi Shimor at this time. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked forward. She bit her lips and said, Big brother, you're here? What are you doing here? Yi Shimor's eyes turned cold as he asked coldly. Hearing his cold voice, Yi Qi's heart slightly trembled. She lowered her head and said, Ru'er recently defeated a doctor as her master. I promised her that I would give her a medicinal herb. So, Not everyone can take the herbs from the Yi family. Yi Shimor stared at Xue Ru'er. She wants these herbs. Sure. Use medicinal herbs of equivalent value to exchange for it or buy it with money. Chapter 792. Big brother. Yi Qi widened her eyes in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, Ru'er is my friend. Don't you think you're being too heartless? Heartless? Yi Shimor sneered when he heard that. I don't like Xue Ru'er because I don't want her to get my family's medicinal herbs. What can you do about it? His words were arrogant and willful. I don't like her. Even if I have to destroy these medicinal herbs, I won't let them fall into her hand. Qi, Xue Ru'er saw that the siblings were about to quarrel again. She quickly pulled Yi Qi back and said gently, Don't quarrel with big brother Yi. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked you to give me medicinal herbs for free. So, I'll go back and sell off my assets. I might be able to gather enough money to buy one medicinal herb. Yi Qi was furious. To her, why did Big Brother have to pick on Ru'er, who was kind and weak? Big Brother, although you're in charge of the Yi family's business, it's Godfather's business. Ru'er doesn't have the right to get the medicinal herbs from the medicine shop, but do they? Yi Qi pointed at Yun Luofeng and the rest and said angrily, We don't know where these people are from. You want to give them the medicinal herbs from the business? How can you face Godfather and Godmother if you do that? Yi Shimor's eyes were burning with anger. Yi Qi. Since I'm in charge of the business, I can give them to whoever I want. You, on the other hand, can't even get a single medicinal herb without my permission. I'd like to see how you're going to give them to her. Yi Qi's face turned pale. She knew that Yi Shimor was telling the truth. Godfather had handed over all the management of Kargalik to her. In Kargalik, he had no right to speak at all. Even if she gave a medicinal herb from the business to Shwe Ru, she did not have the right to do so. I'm sorry, big brother Yi. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked Chi Chi to give me medicinal herbs. Shwe Ru cried pitifully. I couldn't afford the medicinal herbs and it wasn't easy for me to become a disciple of a doctor. I wanted to thank my master with a medicinal herb. I didn't think that much at all. Don't blame Chichi, blame me. Many people had already stopped in the store. They looked at Yi Shimor with blame in their eyes. Clearly, they were blaming him for bullying such a weak woman. The Yi family was very powerful. Yi Jingchen wasn't weak either. But the law does not punish the masses. That was why those people had the guts to point fingers at the unforeseen event before them. Big brother Yi, you did well. At that moment, Yun Luofeng's voice rang in Yi Shimor's ears. What did you say? Yi Chi's expression changed and she wanted to step forward, but before she could reach Yun Luofeng's side, she sensed the cold aura emanating from Yun Xiao's body. She was so shocked that she took a few steps back. Shwe Ru was also stunned as tears rolled down her cheeks once again. She softly said, I'm sorry. Her voice once again made Yi Chi angry. She looked at Yun Luofeng angrily. You're just my brother's guest. You can't interfere in our business. Aren't you going too far? Yi Chi gritted her teeth and said. That's right, she liked Yi Shi. But she wouldn't give up on her friends for love. Ru was already so pitiful, but Yun Luofeng had stabbed her in the back. How could she tolerate this? Chapter 793. Yun Luofeng glanced at her and said plainly, Am I wrong? What did brother Yi do wrong? Not only is he the manager of the business, but he is also a member of the Yi family. What's wrong with him not wanting his medicinal herbs to be taken by others? Yi Chi sneered and snorted. Didn't you ask brother Yi to bring you here to get medicinal herbs for free? Don't make yourself sound so righteous. Who doesn't know what you're thinking? Yun Luofeng's body leaned against Yun Xiao's chest and he smiled lazily. I don't know where you heard the news that I want to obtain medicinal ingredients from the trading firm for free. Didn't brother Yi tell you that I'm here to exchange my items for medicinal herbs of equivalent value? Yi Chi was stunned. She had thought that Yun Luofeng had the same background as Shwe Ru. She didn't expect that Yun Luofeng also had medicinal herbs. In that case, there was nothing else she could say. Yi Shimor looked at Yun Luofeng and suppressed the gratitude in his heart. He knew that Yun Luofeng wasn't the kind of person who liked to stand out. She had said all this for his sake. She was afraid that the world would misunderstand the Yi family business. This fella didn't say anything and kept all her thoughts in her heart. However, her every action warmed his heart. Shwe Ru restrained the viciousness in her eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng pitifully. So Chi Chi has misunderstood. I apologize to you on her behalf. However, what kind of medicinal herbs do you want? Can we watch from the side? Didn't Yi Chi jump out because of her? In the end, she apologized to Yun Luofeng on Yi Chi's behalf. However, Yi Chi didn't understand what she was implying. She really thought that Shwe Ru was doing it for her own good. Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Shimor, who had an ugly expression on his face. With such a stupid sister, his days were not going to be easy. Looks like Miss Shwe doesn't believe me, Yi Shimor sneered and said mockingly. I, Yi Shimor, have always been frank. Since I said that I wouldn't give medicinal herbs, I definitely won't. As a manager, I must be fair and just. Furthermore, what has the Yi family's matters got to do with you? What right do you have to watch? Shwe Ru's face turned pale. I just. Enough. Yi Shimor shouted, You're not welcome in my territory. Leave now, or I'll get someone to throw you out. Big brother. Yi Chi, who was initially feeling guilty for misunderstanding Yun Luofeng, immediately exploded upon hearing this. Ru is my friend. I hope you won't always be rude to her. Since you don't want to see us, we'll beat you up immediately. After saying this, Yi Chi pulled Shwe Ru out of the store. Outside the door, on the bustling street, Yi Chi stopped in her tracks. She could no longer hold back her tears. Chi Chi, do you really think that woman has medicinal ingredients? Shwe Ru's eyes flickered as she asked. Yi Chi was stunned. What do you mean? Shui Ruo bit her lips. I feel that Brother Yi will definitely secretly give her the medicinal ingredients when you aren't paying attention. As for what she said just now, it's just her side of the story. I don't believe that she has medicinal herbs. Are you saying that they're lying to me? Big Brother is still cooperating with her? Yi Qi was really easy to deceive. She was immediately fooled by this sentence. She was full of anger, and her whole person became very angry. She had felt guilty for a moment. She never thought that they were colluding to lie to her. They were doing it for the Yi family's medicinal ingredients. Chapter 794. Chichi, I feel that with them here, your Yi residents will not have a peaceful day. Why don't you write a letter and call your parents back? Yi Qi had recovered from her initial anger. She shook her head and said, No, my adoptive father and mother have something to do outside. They can't come back. She knew what was important and what was not. It was not worth it to send her godparents back to Kargalik for such a small matter. Shishi, do you know where your parents are? Shui Ruo blinked and asked. Why are you asking this? Yi Qi furrowed her brows as she looked at Shui Ruo. Shui Ruo smiled gently. Aren't they looking for someone? I just want to ask for their exact location. Maybe my relatives are there and I can ask them for help. The innocent Yi Qi didn't suspect anything and told her the name of a place. However, she didn't notice a flash of coldness in Shui Ruo's eyes. Yi Shimo did not stay in the hall with Yun Luofeng for long. Instead, he went to the second floor. Apart from Yi Shimo, only dignitaries could go to the second floor. However, he had brought Yun Luofeng and the others to the second floor. Young master, you're here? After seeing Yi Shimo, the old man hurriedly greeted him and asked respectfully. Yi Shimo nodded. Elder Qin, be careful in the future. Don't let Yi Qi bring those shady people here. Also, this is my new sister, and the other one is her man. He did not introduce Fire because he knew that Fire did not like to come into contact with people. Old Qin respectfully said, May I know what request the two of you have for coming here? There's no harm in saying it. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment. Let's go in and talk. All right. Old Qin made a welcoming gesture. Please. When she entered the room, Yun Xiao glanced at Fire with a cold gaze, then looked in the direction where Yi Qi and the other two had disappeared. Fire immediately understood what he meant. I still have something to do, so I won't be going in. Yun Luofeng was a little surprised, but she did not restrict Fire's freedom. She said softly, Come back and find me after you're done. Understood. Fire received the order and quickly rushed downstairs. In Kargalik, she actually had the guts to leave Yun Luofeng. After all, Kargalik was Yi Jingchen's territory. It made her feel safer. Yun Xiao retracted his gaze. His expression was as cold as before, as if nothing had happened at all. Sister, come to me, your big brother. I won't take your money. You can choose whatever herbs you like in this shop. You don't have to save money for me. Just treat it as a gift from me. Yi Shimo laughed out loud. His voice was bold and clear, but old Qin could not help but twitch when he heard it. When did the young master become so generous? She could choose any medicinal herbs in the trading firm. One had to know that the young master was usually very stingy. Even Miss Yi Qi was reluctant to give her medicinal herbs. Therefore, old Qin was very curious about the background of these two people. You just promised me in the hall that you wouldn't give me any medicinal herbs. What? Are you going back on your words so quickly? Yun Luofeng asked playfully with a smile on his face. Yi Shimo chuckled. When did I become a man who keeps his promise? Since I am in charge of the trading firm, I naturally have the right to gift it to others. You don't have to care about the others. As her big brother, I won't let my sister suffer any losses. Chapter 795. Yun Luofeng smiled. I'm afraid you won't have enough medicinal herbs even if you empty out your business. Ah! Yi Shimo was stunned. Then how many medicinal herbs do you need? Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Shimo. Medicinal herbs older than 500 years, the more the better. Medicinal herbs older than 500 years, the more the better. Yi Shimo's eyes widened in shock. His face was filled with astonishment. Sister, your request is indeed very difficult. My business has a total of 10 medicinal herbs older than 500 years and 3 1,000-year-old medicinal herb. But you said the more the better. I don't know how many medicinal herbs you need. Yun Luofeng's fingers tapped the table lightly. A light flashed across her eyes. I have foundation elixir and spirit gathering elixir. How many medicinal herbs can I exchange for these two? Foundation elixir and spirit gathering elixir? Yi Shimor and Old Qin were stunned. They could guess the effects of these two medicinal herbs just from their names. If these are not enough, I still have some spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs can heal injuries and allow patients to recover in a short period of time. As the saying went, fortune comes from danger. Yun Luofeng taking out these items now was indeed a risky move. But this was the only way she could obtain more precious medicinal herbs. Using a spiritual herb cultivated from an ordinary medicinal herb to exchange for medicinal herbs older than 500 years, then planting those 500-year-old medicinal herbs in the divine grimoire space, she could use a very short period of time to increase the strength of the gold-seeking mice clan. Once the gold-seeking mice's strength was increased, they would become her greatest help. Old Qin suppressed his surging emotions. He took a deep breath and asked, "Miss, what is your request?" 500-year-old medicinal herbs can be exchanged for one of the 3 items listed above. If you have a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, you can exchange for 2 or more items. All right. Old Qin immediately stood up. "Miss, place the spiritual liquid and medicinal herbs in our business. We will exchange for them for you. At the same time, we will keep your identity a secret. Once these items were made public, it would definitely cause a commotion." That was why he said this. Even if Old Qin did not say this, Yun Luofeng would have made this request. "But, may I ask you, where did you get these items from?" Yun Luofeng looked at Old Qin, who was standing in front of him, and smiled. "Where do you think I can get these items? I'm just running errands for someone else. It's not convenient for that person to come out, so I'll come in his place." Yun Luofeng had put in a lot of thought into this sentence. She was still worried about Old Man Qin. Therefore, she had brought up a groundless person. In this way, if others wanted to kill her and steal her belongings, they would have to consider whether there was really a strong person behind her. Sure enough, hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Old Qin believed it. "So that's how it is. I'd like to meet this world-renowned expert who could concoct the spirit-gathering liquid and the foundation-building liquid. Unfortunately, with my status, I can't meet this expert. I'll leave the medicinal liquid and herbs behind. If the items are sold successfully, send those herbs to the Yi residence. I'll be staying here for a while." With that, Yun Luofeng took out a pile of bottles and jars from his spatial ring, as well as the lifelike grass. Chapter 796. Yi Shimor was still in a daze as he walked out of the trading firm. He did not expect Yun Luofeng to have such a precious item in his hands. If these items were sold by the Yi family trading firm, it would not be long before the Yi family trading firm's name shook the entire continent. "Sister, thank you." Yi Shimor finally recovered from his shock. He turned to Yun Luofeng and said, "With the treasures you've taken out, the Yi family trading firm's profits will increase by a generation." Yun Luofeng smiled, "We're just taking what we need." "Haha," Yi Shimor laughed heartily. "Sister Feng, as your elder brother, I am liking your personality more and more." How could he not know that Yun Luofeng had said that because she did not want him to owe her a favor? After all, there were so many trading firms on the main road, but she had chosen the Yi family trading firm. No matter what, he would definitely owe her a favor. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and glanced at Yi Shimor with a cold gaze. That gaze was as sharp as a knife, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. He could not help but shiver. However, Yun Xiao quickly retracted his gaze. When he looked at Yun Luofeng, the coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yi Shimor rubbed his eyes in surprise. So, this cold fellow could also smile. However, all his warmth had been given to one woman, and his smile had only blossomed for one person. At this moment, in the alley, Shui Rua had just turned the corner and walked in. Suddenly, a fiery red figure descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Shui Rua was startled. When she saw the little girl in front of her, she regained her composure and asked coldly, "Why are you blocking my way?" Fire crossed his arms and looked at Shuerua with a smile. "Why? Are you not going to continue pretending? Or is it that Yi Shimor and that idiot Yi Chi are not here, so you don't even have the interest to pretend anymore?" Shuerua frowned. "Little girl, you should go back and find your mother to drink milk. Do you think a little girl like you can subdue me? Don't let me beat you up until you cry." Fire gently raised his chin, his expression arrogant. "What a pity, just a little girl like me can make you speechless." Shuerua was furious. Just as she was about to speak, a large sack suddenly fell from above her head, covering her entire body. "Who told you to spy on people you shouldn't have? Who asked you to pretend to be a pure white lotus? This is fucking disgusting. From now on, every time you appear in front of me, I'll beat you up once. I'll beat you up until you don't dare to show your face anymore." Fire punched and kicked Shuerua, who was on the ground. Her small fists were very powerful, and her eyes were faintly filled with anger. "Shuerua, don't think that idiot Yi Chi can protect you. If you dare to cause trouble for my master, for my sister again, I will burn your entire family down." She had wanted to call him master, but she remembered Yun Luofeng's instructions and changed her mind. After beating up Shuerua again, Fire clapped his hands and left this secluded alley in a carefree and unrestrained manner. After a long while, the woman in the sack finally broke free. Her face was swollen and bruised, and she was beaten beyond recognition. She stared hatefully at the direction Fire left in and gritted her teeth. "Just you wait. I will definitely not let you off easy. When Yi Jingchen and Jun Fengling return, it will be the time of your death." Chapter 797. Jun Fengling was very fond of her godson, Yi Shimor. If she knew that her godson was seduced by a woman who approached Yi Shimor for the Yi family's wealth, based on Jun Fengling's protective personality, she would never let them go. In a bustling restaurant, the woman in red sat by the window. She looked worried and frowned in silence. In front of her sat a handsome man dressed in embroidered robes. He looked at the red-dressed female lead tenderly and comforted her. "Jun, don't worry. Since we already have Feng and Xiao's portraits, we'll be able to find them very soon." "I hope so." The woman in red sighed softly and said with a bitter smile, "If I knew that they were the two people we met in the Forest of No Return, I wouldn't have let them go. Who would have thought that they were using fake names and missed this meeting?" The woman in red did not blame them when she said that. After all, it was their first time in the land of no return and it was right to be cautious. She was just blaming herself for not asking more. Otherwise, they would not have missed the meeting. At that moment, a discussion was heard in the restaurant, interrupting Jun Fengling's thoughts. "Did you guys hear something? I heard that something happened in Kargalik." "Something happened in Kargalik?" Jun Fengling was stunned for a moment. Her red phoenix eyes turned to the person who was discussing. Her handsome brows furrowed even tighter and her expression did not look good. Could it be that someone had caused trouble for Moa while she and brother Yi were away? Kargalik? Isn't that the territory of the Yi family's eldest son, Yi Jingchen? Although Yi Jingchen was expelled from the Yi family, he still has the surname Yi. Who would have the guts to cause trouble for them? A drinking buddy at the same table looked curiously at the person who had just exposed the news and asked in confusion. "Hihi, you don't know about this." The informant laughed. Indeed, no one would dare to cause trouble in Kargalik. However, don't forget that Kargalik has a young and vigorous Sir Yi Shimor. My niece is from Kargalik. She told me personally that Yi Shimor was seduced by a woman and that woman wanted to empty the Yi family's business. Hearing this, the surrounding people were all astonished. Is this news true? It's absolutely true. I think the woman's surname is Feng, and she has a little girl in red with her. These two girls are quite ambitious. For the sake of Kargalik's wealth, they didn't hesitate to seduce Mr. Yi Shimor. TSK, the most despicable person is truly invincible. How could young Master Yi fall for such a slut? Since your niece is in Kargalik, what other gossip could she have? This. The man was silent for a while, then said helplessly, "My niece also told me that the woman who seduced Mr. Yi also drove a wedge between Mr. Yi and Miss Yi Chi. She even said that she wanted to enter the Yi family no matter what. Once she entered the Yi family, she would definitely kick Yi Qi out. My niece couldn't stand it and wanted to stand up for her. She even beat her up. Everyone sighed. They had never seen such a cheap woman before. Who does she think she is? Even if Miss Yi Qi was Yi Jingchen's adopted daughter, she was still a member of the Yi family. How could she be so shameless as to kick her out? Wasn't she overestimating herself? Chapter 798. Jun Fongling's face changed when she heard their voices. Seems like Kargalik has undergone a huge change while we were away. Yi Jingchen was silent for a moment before he asked, "Do you believe these rumors?" Jun Fongling shook her head. "I believe Mo. It's not that easy for others to take advantage of him, otherwise, we wouldn't be at ease to hand over these businesses to him." Yi Jingchen laughed. His woman was naturally intelligent. How could she be deceived by these rumors? However, Jun Fongling slowly stood up and scoffed, "I still have to go back to Kargalik. I want to know who dares to spread rumors about the Yi family." Yi Jingchen's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Let's go back to the Yi family first and settle this matter before we continue to look for Xiao Er." Jun Fongling was more protective of her own. Moreover, Yun Xiao had not been by her side all these years. It was always Mo who accompanied her. She had long regarded Mo as her own son. Therefore, she would not allow any rumors to hurt him. Kargalik. Ever since Yun Luofeng entrusted the elixir and other items to the Yi family business, it immediately caused an earthquake in Kargalik. In this mainland that lacked elixirs, one could only imagine the efficacy of those elixirs. As a result, the entire Yi family business was overcrowded. From morning till night, there was not a single empty space. In the past, when people met, the first thing they asked was, "Have you eaten today?" Now, it had become, "Have you gone to the Yi family business today?" Originally, the elixir and other items only caused a stir in Kargalik. Not long after, experts from other places also arrived, causing the supply of those items to fall short of the demand. Therefore, Old Qin had no choice but to increase the exchange requirement. That was how the Yi family business temporarily did not fall into chaos. Yi residence. In an exquisite boudoir, Yi Qi sat in front of her dressing table in a daze. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. She was overjoyed and turned around. "Big brother, you're finally." Why is it you?" When she saw the woman who appeared at the door, Yi Qi was stunned for a moment and her face became dejected again. It had already been so many days, but Big Brother still didn't pay attention to her. Could it be that he would never look at her again in this lifetime? Thinking of this, Yi Qi's heart ached. She said dejectedly, "I thought Big Brother was looking for me. I didn't expect it to be you." Shui Ruo walked over to Yi Qi with a gentle smile in her eyes. "Chichi, something happened these past few days, causing me to be unable to find you. Are you angry at me?" Yi Qi shook her head and looked at Shui Ruo. However, she was stunned when she saw the scars on Shui Ruo's face. "Ruo, what's going on? How did you get hurt?" Shui Ruo's eyes darkened. "It's a long story. When I was talking to my master, the little girl beside Lady Feng accidentally heard us. She came out and beat me up. She even warned me to stay away from the Yi residence. She also said that she would beat me up every time she saw me, so I can only come to find you after she leaves the Yi residence." "What?" Yi Qi flew into a rage and immediately jumped up. Her face was filled with anger. That stupid girl, how dare she be so arrogant? "Ruo, why didn't you fight back?" From Yi Qi's point of view, Fire was just a little girl. She was definitely no match for Shui Ruo. Chapter 799. Shui Ruo was injured because she did not fight with her. Hearing this, Shui Ruo's face was filled with helplessness. No matter what, she is still a child. As the saying goes, it is the fault of the father if the child is not taught well. She is mischievous and willful because her parents did not teach her well. It is not her fault. How can I fight with a child? Her words were very gentle. It was hard to imagine that there was a sinister heart hidden under her gentle face. Yi Qi became even more furious and immediately wanted to find trouble with Fire. She is too lawless. If I do not teach her a lesson, she might still treat the Yi family as her own home. Chi-Chi, Shui Rua hurriedly pulled Yi-Chi back. She won't admit it even if you look for her. If that's the case, your relationship with Brother Yi will worsen. I don't want to see that happen. Compared to your happiness, what's the big deal if I suffer a little? Yi-Chi stopped in her tracks and sighed heavily. In this life, to have a friend like Shui Rua who would consider everything for her, what regrets did she have? She really did not know why Big Brother looked down on her. Chi-Chi, you can't blame her for this. She beat me up because of me. Shui Rua lowered her eyes and said in a gentle tone. Yi-Chi frowned. What do you mean? She was clearly too arrogant, so why do you still want to take all the blame? Chi-Chi. Shui Rua bit her thin lips and her eyes were slightly misty. I was being a busybody. Because my master is very skilled in medicine, I asked her if she could cure your mother's infertility. My master said that if she gave him a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid, he would diagnose Madame Yi for free. Yi-Chi was dumbfounded like a thunderclap in her head. She was overwhelmed with a strong sense of surprise. When she came back to her senses, she placed her hands on Shui Rua's shoulders excitedly, and her voice trembled slightly. Are you saying that your master can cure my adoptive mother's body? Shui Rua nodded affirmatively. As long as I give her a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid, he will diagnose her. Moreover, I am very confident in my master. Unfortunately, these words were heard by that little girl. She waited for my master to leave before coming out to find trouble with me. Yi-Chi was confused, and her face was full of confusion. What does this have to do with that girl? Why did she hit you for this? Shui Rua lowered her head again. I didn't want to tell you about this, but I didn't want you to be kept in the dark. That girl wants the Yi residence's wealth and power, therefore, he had the idea of hitting Big Brother Yi. If Madame Yi gives birth to another child, it will pose a threat to Brother Yi's position. Hence, she came out to warn me. Shui Rua originally wanted to frame Yun Luofeng, but Yi-Chi knew that Yun Luofeng already had a man. That was why she placed this matter on Fire's head. That's impossible. Yi-Chi's face was a little pale. She shook her head. That little girl is only 8 or 9 years old. How could an 8 or 9-year-old child, whose mind was not yet mature, have such a scheming mind? Furthermore, the age difference between her and Big Brother is too big. A sinister glint flashed across Shui Rua's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Chi-Chi, you must understand that Miss Feng's mind is not ordinary. Maybe she was the one who instructed this girl to seduce Big Brother Yi, and her target was the Yi family. Chapter 800. In Yi-Chi's heart, Yi Shimo was her sore spot. She would never allow anyone to set their eyes on him. Rua, go back and wait for me. I'll go look for Big Brother now and tell him the truth. Even if she had to risk falling out with Yi Shimo this time, she had to reveal the true colors of those people in front of him. Chi-Chi, it's useless. Shui Rua laughed bitterly. Big Brother Yi won't believe you. What you're doing is useless. What should I do then? Let those people lie to Big Brother? Yi-Chi clenched her fists tightly. She looked a little anxious. Shui Rua's eyes flickered and she said in a deep voice, I have an idea. What is it? Yi-Chi was stunned. She lifted her head to look at Shui Rua and asked anxiously, what idea do you have? Shui Rua smiled gently. My master will return to the Yi residence soon. As long as he can get his hands on the spirit-gathering liquid, he will treat your mother's condition. Once your mother has fully recovered, Big Brother Yi will definitely look at you in a different light. By then, he will believe whatever you say. Yi-Chi clenched her fists tighter. Are you saying that we still have to let those people stay by Big Brother's side? This is the only way we can do it. Shui Rua's words made Yi-Chi's body go limp. She knew that this was indeed the only option she had. Otherwise, based on Big Brother's attitude toward her, he would never believe her. Rua, when is your master coming? He left Kargalik a few days ago. Now. He's on his way. Shui Rua smiled gently. No one could imagine that such a gentle and kind woman would have such a wild ambition. Now, whenever she thought of Yun Xiao's handsome and cold face, she would fall into a trance. She secretly made up her mind to get this man. Yi Qi did not have to wait for long before Yi Shimor and the rest returned. At the same time, Shui Ru'er's master arrived at the Yi residence. When she heard the servant's report, she was elated and said hurriedly, "Ru'er, your master is here. I'll go with you to welcome him. By the way, how confident is your master in curing my adoptive parents?" Shui Ru'er replied in a serious tone, "My mentor once treated a similar patient and he even succeeded. So, even if he's not 100% confident, he's at least 80% confident." Ru'er, Yi Qi held Shui Ru'er's hand and said gratefully, "If you succeed, you'll be our family's benefactor. I'll never forget your kindness." Shui Ru'er lowered her head slightly, so Yi Qi didn't notice the gloomy look on her face. Her master had indeed treated the same illness, but it was not a success, but a failure. However, it was impossible for her to tell Yi Qi the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to trick Yi Qi into giving her the spirit-gathering liquid. As for the treatment after that, anyway, she didn't say that it would definitely succeed, did she? The spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was merely a consultation fee, not a treatment fee. When the time came, he could just come up with an excuse. Although Yi Jingchen and his wife were protective, they were also open-minded people. They definitely wouldn't punish them just because their master couldn't treat them. "Qi, let's go." Shui Ru'er returned to her senses and lifted her head. She smiled at Yi Qi again and said, "For your sake, I won't let those people succeed. A good woman like Madame Yi shouldn't be without a son." Yi Qi didn't think much of it. She nodded and walked out of the room with Shui Ru'er. Chapter 801. Outside the door, the old man stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be a little impatient from waiting. His arrogant brows were slightly furrowed and his expression did not look too good. A moment later, Yi Qi and Shui Ru'er rushed over. When Yi Qi saw the old man outside the door, she suppressed her surging emotions and slowly walked up to him. The old man in front of her had a sage-like demeanor and the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Yi Qi trusted him without a doubt. Even so, Yi Qi still asked, "Can you really cure my adoptive mother's illness?" The old man frowned slightly and said coldly, "It seems like you don't believe in my abilities. If you don't believe me, I can leave now and pretend that I've never been here. However, let me tell you, if Ru'er had not come to me and begged me, I wouldn't have saved her even if you offered me 1,000 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid, let alone a bottle of it." A capable doctor would naturally have his own pride. If this old man had been polite to her, she might have considered the truth of this matter. However, it was precisely because of this old man's arrogant attitude that she trusted him even more. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I was just speaking casually. I'm not doubting you. After all, I've never seen your name on the streets." Yi Qi smiled charmingly as she spoke politely. "Qi." Shui Ru'er hurriedly tugged at Yi Qi's sleeve. Her eyes were filled with worry as she said, "My master hates it when people doubt his medical skills. It's best if you don't say anything." Indeed, Yi Qi's words had already caused the old man's face to sink and he scoffed coldly. "How can people like you know my name? All these years, I've been living in seclusion in the mountains and have had no interest in the rich and powerful. If it wasn't for Ru'er's medical talent, I wouldn't have accepted her as my disciple." The old man's face was cold and stern, and his tone was filled with righteousness. The powerful aura that he exuded from the inside made Yi Qi's heart finally relax. "Senior, don't worry. As long as you save my adoptive mother, the Yi family will agree to any conditions you have." Yi Qi curled her lips slightly. Her adoptive mother's inability to give birth had been a sore point for many years. Furthermore, if not for that, his adoptive parents would not have been expelled from the Yi family. As long as his adoptive mother had a child, the Yi family would once again accept their family. The old man looked at Yi Qi arrogantly. "Give me a bottle of spiritual medicine. I can diagnose Madame Yi's illness immediately." Yi Qi was delighted. The Yi family's business is managed by my elder brother, and he has all the spirit-gathering elixir. "Senior, please follow me. I'll take you to see my elder brother." This time, if she really helped her godmother, Big Brother would definitely look at her in a different light. Yi Qi turned around and walked into the courtyard with Shui Ru'er and the old man following behind her. However, when they reached the courtyard, A fiery red figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked their way. Shwe-Ru-Er, have you forgotten the warning I gave you? Who allowed you to come to this place? Fire placed his hands on his hips and glared at him. Her jade-like face was filled with anger. Her bright red dress swayed in the breeze, as if it was dyed with blood. It was so red that it was dazzling to the eyes. Shwe-Ru-Er's small face turned pale and she subconsciously hid behind Yi Qi as she looked at Fire timidly. Stupid girl, this is my house. How dare you be so impudent in my house? How did your parents educate you? Chapter 802. Yi Qi glared at Fire angrily. But just as she finished speaking, Fire's figure suddenly appeared in front of her from a few meters away. With a pa sound, he slapped her face. How my parents educated me has nothing to do with you, but right now, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Yi Jingchen. Fire slightly raised his chin, and said sarcastically. Yi Qi was stunned. She couldn't believe that Fire actually dared to make a move on her in the Yi residence. Especially since she hadn't noticed her movements just now. You. How can you hit someone? Shwe-Ru-Er's voice was very weak, without the slightest bit of deterrence. Her eyes were filled with a pitiful light, making people want to love her. I know that Miss Feng misunderstands me and thinks that I want to steal her man, but I really don't have any thoughts about that man. Why do you keep trying to cause trouble for me? At the end of her sentence, Shwe-Ru-Er's voice was filled with grief and indignation. If someone who didn't know the truth heard this, they would think that she had been wronged. Obviously, the old man was the one who didn't know. He sneered, his lips curling into a mocking smile. I really don't know how outstanding that man is, to the point that his woman thinks that my disciple wants to steal him away. Does she really think that her man is loved by everyone and that everyone will like him? I believe that with my disciple's eyes, she can't even compare to that man. Fire glanced at the old man as if she was looking at an idiot. Of course my sister's man is outstanding. Otherwise, your disciple wouldn't have peeked at him. Unfortunately, someone like your disciple is not even comparable to a 10,000th of my sister. Even if my brother-in-law were blind, he would still look down on her. Shwe-Ru-Er's eyes darkened. She did not think that she could not compare to Yun Luo-Feng. It was only because Yun Xiao had met Yun Luo-Feng first that she was unable to get involved. If that man had met her first, the person who would have obtained his infatuation would definitely have been her. Ha ha. The old man was so angry that he laughed. This old man has lived for so many years, but I have never seen such an arrogant person. Not only is my disciple talented and beautiful, her personality is also excellent. You actually said that she can't compare to that woman? What a joke. It's just that Ru-Er doesn't like your brother-in-law. Otherwise, your brother-in-law would have already belonged to Ru-Er. The old man glanced at Shwe-Ru-Er, who was standing beside him, and his eyes were filled with pride. The man that my disciple has taken a fancy to will definitely be outstanding. Since she was not interested in him, it meant that the man was not good enough. Also, his voice paused for a moment before it suddenly became extremely sharp. Little girl, you are too rude. I want you to apologize to my disciple immediately. Otherwise, I will not treat Madam Yi. Yi Qi's heart suddenly trembled, and a hint of anxiety flashed across her eyes. Senior, I will definitely make her apologize to Ru-Er. You must save my adoptive mother. With that, she turned to Fire, her charming face instantly turned cold, and shouted, apologize to Ru-Er now. Fire curled his lips. Even Yi Jingchen doesn't dare to speak to me like that. Who do you think you are? If it was anyone else, hearing Fire's disrespect towards Yi Jingchen, they would definitely suspect her identity. Unfortunately, Yi Qi's eyes were already red with anger. She couldn't even think straight. Chapter 803. As a guest of the Yi residence, you must listen to me. If you don't apologize to Ru-Er, I'll kick you out and make you sleep on the street. She thought that since she had put it this way, the little girl would definitely be a little afraid. However, to her disappointment, even though she had used threats, the little girl still had a look of indifference on her face. Just as Yi Qi was about to rebuke him, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a few people coming from the backyard. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Big brother, you're finally here. She only had eyes for Yi Shimo. As for Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, they were completely ignored by her. What happened? Yi Shimo frowned and asked coldly. Yi Qi glanced at Fire proudly. Isn't it because you have Big Brother backing you up? However, you probably didn't expect that in Big Brother's heart, the most important person will always be his adoptive mother. For the sake of his adoptive mother, he will definitely abandon you. Thinking of this, Yi Qi looked at Yi Shimo and said, Big Brother, this is Ru'er's master. He claims that he has a way to cure adoptive mother's infertility. What did you say? Yi Shimo's heart skipped a beat. He put his hand on Yi Qi's shoulder excitedly and said, Are you serious? Can he really cure Godmother's illness? Yi Qi nodded her head affirmatively. That's right, he has the ability to do so. However, this little girl has humiliated Ru'er just now, so he's planning to leave in a fit of anger. If you want him to stay, you must make this little girl apologize to Ru'er. A pair of proud eyes glanced at Fire once again, and a gloating smile appeared on her face. Perhaps she could already see the scene of her big brother forcing her to apologize. The excitement on the man's handsome and tough face slowly disappeared. His hands, which were tightly pressed on Yi Qi's body, were also slowly released. Yi Qi, I can agree to his other requests, but this is the only one that I can't. The smile on Yi Qi's face suddenly froze. She widened her pretty eyes in shock and said in a slightly trembling voice, Big Brother, even now, you still want to protect her? Even if I have to disregard my adoptive mother? She couldn't believe that the big brother she had always respected was this kind of person. For the sake of a little girl, he didn't even care about his godmother. Say no more. No matter what, I won't agree to it. Yi Shimo's eyes turned cold and he remained expressionless. The old man frowned. To him, it was easy for a little girl to apologize. He did not expect that Yi Shimo would not agree no matter what. Master. Shui Ru'er quickly pulled on the old man's sleeve and said in a low voice, Don't forget why we're here. She deliberately lowered her voice when she said this, but Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's ears were very sensitive. No matter how low she lowered her voice, they could still hear it clearly. Yun Luofeng slightly raised his eyebrows as he lazily leaned against the tree. His evil eyes looked at Shui Ru'er with a smile that wasn't a smile, and there was a mysterious light in his eyes. As for Yun Xiao, no matter what Shui Ru'er's motive was, as long as her target wasn't Yun Luofeng, then it had nothing to do with him. He would not waste his time on unnecessary people. This old man is magnanimous and won't bother with a little girl. The old man arrogantly glanced at Fire, then turned his gaze to Yi Shimo and said, To be honest, if my disciple hadn't come to beg me, I wouldn't have treated her at all. Now that I've made a move, the treatment fee can't be low. Give me a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid first, then I'll diagnose Madame Yi's illness. Chapter 804. Spirit-gathering liquid? Yi Shimo frowned. The spirit-gathering liquid doesn't belong to the Yi family. I can't make the decision to give it to you. You should ask for something else. The old man frowned. Since the Yi family is selling the spirit-gathering liquid, the owner of the spirit-gathering liquid has to rely on the Yi family. It's not a big deal if you ask her to give you a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid. Yi Shimo's brows furrowed even more, and his face turned green. The owner of the spirit-gathering liquid doesn't rely on the Yi family. Our relationship is mutually beneficial. I have no right to ask for anything from her. That's easy. The old man smiled. Tell her that if she doesn't give you a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid, you can announce her identity. I'm sure she won't dare to go against the Yi family. Yi Shimo was a little annoyed. The Yi family has its own rules. We will never divulge the orders of our customers. Are you trying to make me break my promise? The old man's expression did not look too good. Why can't you be more flexible? Is your reputation more important than your godmother's health? Hee hee. Suddenly, Yi Shimo laughed. It was unclear whether he was laughing because he was amused or because he was angry at him. The Yi family has 500-year-old medicinal herbs that can be exchanged for the spirit-gathering liquid. If you can cure my godmother, I'll use my medicinal herbs to exchange for it. The prerequisite was that his godmother's health had to be fully recovered. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Shimo with a smirk. If Yi Shimo had asked for it, she would not have rejected him. However, he did not do so. Instead, He chose to use his medicinal herbs to exchange for the spirit-gathering liquid. Perhaps, this was the reason why she liked Yi Shimor. Mr. Yi, it's not impossible for me to cure Madam Yi. However, the cost of saving her isn't as simple as a bottle of spirit-gathering liquid. I'll need 10 bottles. 10 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid required 5,500-year-old medicinal herb. The Yi family could only exchange for 4 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid at the moment. However, Yi Shimor still clenched his teeth and said, "Sure, as long as my godmother gets pregnant successfully, I'll exchange for 100 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid for you, let alone 10 bottles. At worst, he would shamelessly go back to the Yi clan and earn enough medicinal ingredients to exchange for 10 bottles of spirit-gathering liquid for his adoptive mother. In the end, Yi Shimor added, "The condition is that you must cure my godmother's illness first." The old man's face darkened. He had demanded an exorbitant price just now to force Yi Shimor to agree to his previous request. Who would have thought that he would agree immediately? The old man was well aware of his own capabilities. He did not have the ability to treat Jun Fengling at all. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to retreat. Unlike Yi Qi, Yi Shimor was cunning and not as gullible as Yi Qi. It wouldn't be that easy to swindle the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid from him. If not for the fact that he only had 4 500-year-old medicinal herbs with him and was still missing one, he would not have thought of using this method to swindle Yi Shimor. Thinking of this, the old man's eyes turned a few times, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He put his fist to his lips, coughed twice, and said, "Good. I agree to treat Madam Yi first. However, as a condition of treating her, I want to add one more condition." Chapter 805. He raised his chin slightly and looked down at the little girl. "Ask this girl to kneel down and apologize to my disciple." Since Yi Shimor loved this little girl so much, he would definitely not agree to his conditions. In that case, he would be able to retreat with a good reason. Sure enough, Yi Shimor's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "I told you, I will never agree to this request of yours." The old man raised the corner of his lips, "If you don't agree, then I can only forgive you. Goodbye. Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." Yi Qi stamped her feet anxiously. "Big brother, so what if you ask this girl to apologize? Is this girl more important to you than my adoptive mother?" Yi Shimor's face turned cold. "Yi Qi, shut up. What right do you have to shut me up?" Yi Qi turned to fire angrily. "This little girl is so young, but her methods are very clever. Of course, I believe that someone must have instructed her to do this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have seduced you like this." Yi Shimor was stunned. He did not expect Yi Qi to think that he and fire were crooked. "Yi Qi, what nonsense are you talking about?" He frowned slightly. "Fire, this girl has a special identity. If you want to be rude to her, in the end, don't blame me for not warning you." Yi Qi saw that Yi Shimor was protecting fire, and she felt sour in her heart. Her identity is quite special. She is the future mistress of the Yi family. "Big brother, I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be a pedophile." "Yi Qi." Yi Shimor was furious. "Who said that to you?" Yi Qi laughed mockingly. "Why? Did I hit the nail on the head? I'm just reminding you as a sister that this little girl is not a good person. She got close to you for the sake of the entire Kargalik. That's why she destroyed everything and didn't allow you to diagnose her body. She was afraid that she would steal your position after having a baby, and you still believe in her so deeply." Yi Qi's voice unconsciously rose, and she looked very angry. "But what about you? Are you worthy of your adoptive parents by doing this?" Yi Shimor clenched his fists tightly. He took a deep breath to suppress his urge to beat Yi Qi up. Right at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the courtyard. It was exceptionally clear in this quiet courtyard. "What did Moa do to me? Tell me about it. I'm also very curious as to how he let me and brother Yi down." Yi Qi's body trembled. She slowly turned around and looked at the man and woman who were striding down from the horse. Her eyes reddened and tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. "Godfather, godmother, you're finally back." Dressed in bright red clothes, like a bright red flame, he hurriedly strode in from outside the courtyard. Yun Luofeng was startled. His evil eyes flashed as he murmured, "It's them?" Obviously, she still had a deep impression of the woman who had asked for their names in the forest of no return. However, she did not expect that she was Yi Shimore's adoptive mother. "Godmother." Yi Shimore finally relaxed. "Didn't you go to look for my brother? Why are you back so soon?" Jun Fengling raised her eyebrows slightly. "I heard that something happened in Kargalik, so I rushed back with your godfather." "Moa, can you tell me what happened?" Then, she glanced at Yun Luofeng. The moment she saw the two of them, she was stunned. Chapter 806. "Godmother, here's what happened." Yi Shimore looked at Yi Qi and said, "Shuerua fell in love with Miss Feng's man and deliberately asked Yi Qi to target Miss Feng. She even claimed that Miss Feng instructed fire to seduce me. Then, you and godfather came back." "Miss Feng?" Jun Fengling had not recovered from her shock when she heard Yi Shimore's words. Her eyes flashed with surprise. "Godmother, let me introduce two people to you." Yi Shimore smiled. "These two are my new friends. Her name is Feng Luo Yun and the other is her man, Xiao Yun." Jun Fengling's gaze gradually shifted from Yi Shimore to Yun Luofeng. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "Didn't you say that your name is Lin Ruobai? And you?" She turned to Yun Xiao. "Isn't your name Yun Mo?" Yi Qi, who had wanted to complain, was stunned after hearing Jun Fengling's words. Her face was full of shock. Godmother knew them. In comparison, Yun Luofeng, who had been exposed on the spot, was not embarrassed at all. She said seriously, "Lin Ruobai is my nickname." "Oh, is that so? Since your surname is Feng? Why is your nickname Lin?" "Because my mother's surname is Lin. As far as I know, your mother's name is Bai Ling." Jun Fengling smiled. That smile was very proud, as if using words to choke Yun Luofeng was something to be proud of. Who told this girl to claim that her name was Lin Ruobai? If she had not given them a fake name, she would not have searched for them for so long. Fortunately, the heavens were watching over her and she finally found them. The smile on Yun Luofeng's face slowly disappeared. His breathing gradually became heavier. "You know me." At this moment, Yun Xiao, who had not been paying attention to this dispute, finally turned his face because of the matter involving Yun Luofeng. His cold eyes faintly revealed a cold glint. Under his cold gaze, Jun Fengling curled her lips into a faint smile and looked straight at Yun Luofeng. "I don't know you, I only know Yun Luofeng." She looked heroic. "If you're Yun Luofeng, then you're someone I know." Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed through them. "Then what is your relationship with her?" "I'm her mother-in-law." "What relationship do you think I have with her?" The smile on Jun Fengling's face deepened. She stared at Yun Luofeng with a pair of half-smiling eyes. Yun Luofeng's face finally froze. She said she was her mother-in-law, which meant she was Yun Xiao's mother. After hearing this, Yun Xiao's expression changed for a moment, but it quickly became paralyzed again. To him, the word mother was a distant memory. It had been so long that he had forgotten what she looked like. Yi Qi's face turned from green to white, then from white to green again. She took 2 steps back, bit her lip and said, "These two people are the ones foster father and foster mother are looking for?" The funny thing was, she actually wanted to chase these two people out of the Yi mansion. She was only an adopted daughter. What right did she have to chase out her adoptive mother's biological son and daughter-in-law? At this moment, Yi Qi's state of mind had already undergone a huge change. However, her tightly bitten lip was still pale. Shueru's mind raced. If this man really was Yi Jingchen and his wife's son, then she wanted him even more. As long as she became his woman, she would be the mistress of Kargalik. Even Yi Qi and her sister would have to live according to her wishes. At this moment, Shuerua had already decided that no matter what, she would become Yun Xiao's wife. Chapter 807. Fuck. At this moment, Yi Shimore, who was already dumbfounded, suddenly cursed. "Isn't Feng Luo Yun Luo Feng? Xiao Yun is Yun Xiao. I didn't realize this at first. Sister, you've lied to me." At this moment, he finally understood why he had such a good impression of these two people he had never met before. So, Yun Xiao was his brother, Mo. Yi Jingchen was not overwhelmed by the joy of the family reunion. He turned to Yi Shimore and asked, Can you repeat what happened just now? Godfather, in short, these people slandered Fire for seducing me under sister-in-law's orders. They even forced Fire to apologize to Shui-Ru-Er. I didn't agree, which caused this dispute. Yi Jingchen's face gradually darkened, and his gaze gradually fell on Yi Qi. Seeing the man's fierce gaze, Yi Qi's heart trembled. Godfather, is what your brother said true? Yi Jingchen interrupted Yi Qi sternly. Yi Qi bit her lips and lowered her head. I'm sorry, Godfather. I didn't know they were brother and sister-in-law. It was because the doctor that Ruer brought claimed that he could treat Godmother's body. However, because of Fire's rude words, Senior was unwilling to treat Godmother. I wanted Godmother to be pregnant, so I asked Fire to apologize to Ruer. At this moment, the old man saw that the situation was not good and wanted to sneak away. However, before he could take a step forward, Yi Qi had already led the topic to him. Instantly, his expression changed. Yi Jingchen slightly raised his eyebrows, his sharp gaze shot towards the old man like a knife, and said coldly, if you want Fire to apologize to Shui-Ru-Er, then I want to see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Qi's eyes widened in shock. Didn't Godfather love his godmother like a treasure? She thought that after she said such words, her godfather would definitely think about her godmother's health first. She didn't expect him to be the same as her brother and protect this little girl without caring about anything. Where did this girl come from? Why were they so protective of her? The old man's expression turned cold. If that's the case, then pretend that I was never here. Ruer, let's go. He turned around and was about to leave the Yi residence. However, just as he took a step forward, a heroic laughter suddenly rang out from behind him. Did you just say that you can heal my body? Jun Fengling raised her lips slightly and walked slowly to Yi Jingchen's side. She raised her eyebrows and sneered. Yi Qi was overjoyed. Her anxious heart was finally at ease. As long as Godmother wanted to treat him, based on her authority in Kargalik, Godfather would definitely not say anything against her. That's right. The old man gritted his teeth. Even now, he still claimed that he could cure Jun Fengling's illness. He would never admit that he was here to deceive others. Jun Fengling raised his handsome eyebrows. Back then, Brother Yi searched everywhere for me and said that he couldn't cure my illness. Now, you claim that you can cure me. So, I just want to ask, what is your name on the mainland? You don't deserve my name. The old man raised his head pretentiously. He was about to say that Jun Fengling did not deserve to know, but he was interrupted by Yi Qi. Mother, his name is Wu Lin. These years, he has been living in seclusion in the mountains. This is why his name isn't as famous as the other doctors. Chapter 808. In an instant, the old man's expression changed and he glared at Yi Qi fiercely. Shui-Ru-Er's expression did not look too good either. If she had known earlier, she would not have told this idiot her master's name. This idiot really couldn't do anything right, but he was good at spoiling things. Wu Lin. Jun Fengling laughed. Why have I never heard of such a name in the mainland? May I know who your master is? The old man's face was ashen. He clenched his fists tightly as cold sweat dripped down his back. You've never heard of me. I can only say that you're too ignorant. I dare say that my medical skills are not the best in the world, but I'm definitely second. Is that so? The smile in Jun Fengling's eyes deepened. She slowly walked towards the old man and raised her eyebrows, saying, then treat me now. I want to see how good you are. The old man gritted his teeth. I won't take back what I said. If that girl doesn't apologize, I won't do anything. Hua. Just as the old man finished speaking, an ice-cold long sword was suddenly pressed against his neck, causing his body to suddenly stiffen. He looked up blankly and saw the woman's valiant and formidable demeanor. She was dressed in red, like the wind and fire, domineering and enchanting. Either you treat me, or you choose to die. There's no way Fire can apologize. The old man was completely dumbfounded. On the mainland, doctors had a very respectable status. No matter how powerful a person was, he or she would have to be polite to a famous doctor. However, he did not expect that Jun Fengling, this vicious woman, would be so overbearing that she would threaten him with a sword. The old man swallowed hard, his heart trembling. How could he treat Jun Fongling's physical condition? Or do you not know how to treat it at all? Jun Fongling narrowed her eyes. You came here to cheat and cheat. The old man's eyelids twitched a few times. You. What nonsense are you talking about? You know very well whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Jun Fongling exerted force with the sword in his hand and a bloody gash appeared on his neck. You should know the price of coming to Kargalik to deceive people. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead and his face was pale. Under Jun Fongling's coercion, he could not hold it in and knelt on the ground with a thud. Madam Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to the Yi residence to deceive you. I can't cure your illness at all. Please let me go. The old man kowtowed heavily. Compared to saving his life, he didn't care about any dignity. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Yi Chi was stunned. She stared in disbelief at the old man who was kneeling on the ground. Her pretty face was as pale as a sheet. Had she been deceived by this old thing? And because of this, the conflict between him and his eldest brother became deeper and deeper. At the thought of this, Yi Chi was filled with endless anger. He walked forward and kicked the old man's chest hard. Old bastard, how dare you lie to me? She even caused me to quarrel with eldest brother and misunderstood second brother and second sister-in-law. It's all your fault, you old thing. Yi Chi's little face was flushed with anger. She kicked harder and harder, wishing that she could stomp this old thing to death. Remember, it's not so easy to deceive the Yi residents. Besides, I, Jun Fongling, have always been vengeful. Therefore, I will spread the news of your actions today so that everyone in the world understands your virtue. Chapter 809. The old man's legs turned to jelly and he fell to the ground. His eyes were glazed over and he was overwhelmed with despair. Jun Fongling was a member of the Yi family after all. No one would doubt her words. If the world found out about his deceit, there would be no place for him on this mainland. Get out of here. Jun Fongling barked. The old man quickly got up from the ground and ran out of the house. He was afraid that Jun Fongling would take revenge on him if he stayed any longer. Shui Ruer stared blankly in the direction where the old man had left. She had yet to recover from the sudden turn of events. Shui Ru, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yi Chi shouted angrily. Shui Ruer suddenly covered her face and cried when she heard Yi Chi's angry voice. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I trusted my master too much. He told me that he was 80% confident, so I believed him. I really didn't know that he was trying to cheat me of the spirit-gathering liquid. Tears flowed down from the gaps between her fingers. Her body trembled violently. She was very sad. Chi, it's all my fault. I almost hurt your family. I'll never be able to see you again. Shui Ruer was already crying so pitifully. How could Yi Chi bear to blame her? Moreover, she believed Shui Ruer from the bottom of her heart. She thought that Shui Ruer had only been deceived by the martial arts world. Ruer, I shouldn't have blamed you just now. You're innocent too. This has nothing to do with you. Yi Chi's expression softened and she comforted her softly. Yun Luofeng could not help but look at Yi Chi when he heard their words. He then looked at Yi Shimor and his lips curled into a smile. As expected, Yi Shimor's face darkened when he saw that Yi Chi believed Shui Ruer so easily. He scoffed coldly and turned to walk into the backyard. Miss Shui, Jun Fongling's eyes lit up and she smiled at the woman who was crying. Moa said that you like Xiao. Shui Ruer panicked and quickly defended herself. Madam, I know that my status is low and my family is ordinary. I'm not worthy of Master Xiao. How would I dare to have any improper thoughts? She only claimed that her family background was ordinary, which was why she knew that she couldn't match up with Yun Xiao. However, she never denied whether or not she had taken a fancy to Yun Xiao. After all, in Shui Ruer's heart, which mother didn't want her son to be loved by everyone? If she said that she didn't like Yun Xiao, would her mother Jun Fongling still be able to accept her in the future? Oh, Jun Fongling nodded slightly. Fortunately, you do know your place. You know that my Xiao is not someone you can imagine. Shui Ruer's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lower lip and didn't make a sound. Yi Chi couldn't bear to see her like this, but she didn't dare to say anything in front of Jun Fengling. She could only look at Xue Ru'er apologetically. "Madam, don't worry." Xue Ru'er raised her head and revealed a desolate smile. "I really don't have any thoughts about young Master Xiao. Even if he has many concubines in the future, I won't be one of them. Even if she couldn't obtain Yun Xiao now, she would definitely make things difficult for Yun Luofeng. She would make him understand that as Yi Jingchen's stepson, Yun Xiao couldn't possibly only have one woman. As such, Xue Ru'er couldn't help but glance at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 8:10. However, the girl didn't seem to hear her. She was talking to the man next to her in a low voice. She didn't know what she said, but the man's cold expression melted instantly. He looked at her affectionately with his eyes that were as dark as the night. Xue Ru'er bit her lips, and a sinister look flashed across her eyes. "I'll let you be happy for a while." Since Jun Fengling was his mother, she would love for her son to have countless women and grandchildren. No matter how much they loved each other, they couldn't be a couple for the rest of their lives. However, at this moment, the woman's dissatisfied voice came from above her head. "I'm relieved that you think that way, but forget about the concubine. I don't want my son's house to be in chaos." If Jun Fengling had been indifferent to Xue Ru'er in the beginning, it had escalated to the level of dissatisfaction. Xue Ru'er suddenly reacted, and her face turned paler. How could she forget that Jun Fengling was the only woman Yi Jingchen had for so many years? He didn't take a concubine even when Jun Fengling was infertile. But she was stupid enough to say that Yun Xiao would take a concubine in front of Jun Fengling. Wasn't that equivalent to offending her? "Madam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I said the wrong thing." Xue Ru'er was very upset. How could a strong woman like Jun Fengling accept a man having multiple wives? Her views had already transcended the secular world. "You didn't mean it." Jun Fengling smiled mockingly. "Why do I feel that you're a smart person? How could someone like you not mean it? Forget it. Go away. Don't come to my house and don't interact with my children." Jun Fengling was so impatient that she didn't want to say anything else. Xue Ru'er wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and ran out of the house. "Ru'er." Yi Qi stomped her feet and wanted to chase after Xue Ru'er. However, before she could take 2 steps, Jun Fengling's berating voice came from behind. "Stop right there." Yi Qi turned around aggrievedly. "Godmother, why do you all have to target her?" Jun Fengling sighed. "Chichi, listen to your brother. He won't harm you. The ones who will harm you are those who you think are innocent." Yi Qi was stunned. Is adoptive mother referring to Ru'er? How was this possible? Why would Ru'er harm her? Go back to your room and think about it. Jun Fengling glanced at Yi Qi and retracted her gaze. She turned around and walked towards Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Her beautiful face lit up with a smile. "Why? Do you two have anything to say to me?" Yun Luofeng smiled lazily. "I didn't think that you would be Yun Xiao's mother. It looks like we are quite fated. Am I right? Auntie. Why are you still calling me auntie?" Jun Fengling pretended to be dissatisfied, but her red phoenix eyes were smiling. "Since you're Xiao's fiancé, it's only natural for you to call me mother." Yun Luofeng smiled. "Mother." It was only a matter of time before she and Yun Xiao got married, so it wasn't a big deal for her to call her mother early. That was why she didn't reject Jun Fengling's suggestion. "Good girl." Jun Fengling beamed when she called her mother. "You didn't lose out by calling me mother. After all, I've prepared a gift for you." Then, she took out a jade pendant from her lapel and stuffed it into Yun Luofeng's hand. On the jade pendant, the lifelike word Jun was dazzling, emitting a bright light under the sun. Chapter 8:11. When they saw Jun Fengling take out the jade pendant, Yi Jingchen and Yi Qi were stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even though they did not know the origin of the jade pendant, they knew that Jun Fengling had always treated it as a treasure. Now, she had given it to Yun Luofeng without batting an eye. Normally, she would not even bear to let anyone touch her jade pendant, let alone give it away. This showed how much Yun Luofeng weighed in her heart. "This jade pendant has no other use for you. It's just that the material used to make it is rather special. It can block 3 fatal attacks for you. However, It can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it will become an ordinary jade pendant. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Does this jade pendant have any special meaning for you? Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to give it to me like this? Zhang Fengling smiled. This jade pendant was given to me by my father, your maternal grandfather. It has been with me for many years. However, it has no other use for me other than as a souvenir. You, on the other hand, often provoke powerful enemies. If you don't have something to protect yourself with, I won't be able to rest easy. It was obvious that Zhang Fengling was well aware of Yun Luofeng's personality. This man had always been the type to make a move at the slightest disagreement. No matter where he went, he would always make enemies. This was why she took out the jade pendant she loved so much. Yun Luofeng was touched. Putting the jade pendant's effects aside, the fact that Zhang Fengling had given him a souvenir from her father proved that she saw him as family. Especially since her tone was very indulgent. She did not seem to mind that Yun Luofeng would make enemies. She was only worried about her safety. Zhang Fengling smiled at Yun Xiao and asked, "What about you? We haven't seen each other for so many years. Do you have anything to say to me?" Yun Xiao's cold and callous face was slightly moved, but he was still unable to call out the word mother in the end. He thought about it and asked, "Did you arrange a marriage between me and the Ling family?" Hearing this, Zhang Fengling furrowed her brows. "I think so. It's been so long, I almost forgot. Where's the token of love?" Yun Xiao's voice was low and hoarse. "I lost it." Zhang Fengling curled her lips. "Lost it?" Yun Xiao's face instantly darkened. Just because she lost that token of love, he had to go through so much trouble just to cancel the engagement. What's wrong? People from the Ling family looked for you. He wants to be engaged to you. Zhang Fengling raised her eyebrows and asked. Even though Yi Jingchen had an acquaintance in the Roaring Dragon continent and had obtained information about Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng from that acquaintance, Yi Jingchen did not know much about Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng. However, the place where the Xiao family was located was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Hence, Zhang Fengling knew nothing about what happened in the Xiao family. They wanted to break off the engagement and I agreed. Yun Xiao glanced at Zhang Fengling indifferently. But they were certain that even though I agreed verbally, I was unwilling to break off the engagement. So I hid the token of love. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengling flew into a rage and said hatefully, "It's not enough for those people to expel you from the Xiao family. He actually came looking for you again and even said that my son was unwilling to break off the engagement with the little girl from the Ling family. Back then, your marriage was decided by those people from the Xiao family. I never thought that the little girl from the Ling family was worthy of you." Yun Xiao's low voice rang out again. "The people from the Xiao family also said that you had been taken away by a mysterious person. That mysterious person was from the Ye family?" Chapter 8:12. Zhang Fengling was stunned and shook her head. "The people who took me away weren't from the Yi family. Brother Yi and I only met in the forest of no return." She turned her head and smiled at Yi Jingchen with her phoenix eyes filled with deep affection. "That year, the mysterious man left after taking me away. I even accidentally received news that the Xiao family's woman had thrown you into the forest of no return, so I went there to look for you. Who knew that not only did I not find you, but I was also seriously injured. It was Brother Yi who passed by and saved me and brought me back to the Yi family." Zhang Fengling smiled. Her smile was beautiful, so beautiful that it was dazzling. "Xiao, I haven't been by your side all these years, but I'm very clear about what happened between you and Feng. I'm very honored to have such an outstanding son and daughter-in-law." She retracted her gaze and held Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao's hands, then placed them together tightly. "I don't have any other wishes in this life. I just hope that the two of you can support each other for the rest of your lives." Yi Jingchen silently walked to Zhang Fengling's side, the corners of his lips curled into a gentle smile. All these years, only he knew how much Zhang Fengling had suffered. If it wasn't for the support of the news from the mainland, she might not have been able to hold on. "Since you've already given me a greeting gift, I've also prepared a gift for you." Yun Luofeng kept the jade pendant and took out 2 fruits from the space ring with a smile. She handed them to Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen respectively. "These 2 fruits are my greeting gifts for you." Yi Qi was dumbfounded. Her adoptive mother had given her such a precious jade pendant as a greeting gift, but she had only given her 2 fruits to brush her off. How could she be so stingy? Jun Fengling did not mind. She accepted the fruits happily and said, "Isn't there a saying that favors are more important than gifts? The fruits given by my daughter-in-law will definitely be more fragrant than the ones outside." The fruits that Yun Luofeng had taken out were spirit fruits cultivated from the simple red fruit. However, due to some changes in appearance after cultivation, Jun Fengling could not recognize that it was the simple red fruit. She brought the fruit to her lips and took a gentle bite. Instantly, a fragrant juice flowed between her teeth, making her feel extremely comfortable. Boom! Suddenly, Jun Fengling's body trembled, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst out of her body, breaking through the bottleneck that was blocking her advancement. Above her head, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was still lingering, as if announcing her successful advancement. What happened? Yi Shimo hurriedly ran in from the backyard. The moment he walked in, he saw that his parents and sister were stunned on the spot. A look of confusion flashed across his face. But very quickly, he was also stunned. He looked at the spirit qi circling above Jun Fengling's head and asked blankly, "Godmother, you broke through?" Godmother had been stuck at the bottleneck for a few years and had not shown any signs of breaking through. Why did she suddenly break through now? Jun Fengling was the first to return to her senses. She clearly understood that she had been able to break through because of the fruit that Yun Luofeng had given her. A strange light could not help but appear in her eyes. "Fenger, can you tell me what's going on?" In an instant, everyone's gazes were focused on Yun Luofeng, waiting for her to give an answer. Chapter 8:13. Yun Luofeng shrugged. "Your luck is quite good. You just happened to be at a bottleneck, so you could use the spirit fruit to break through." Of course, there was another reason why Jun Fengling could break through. The reason for this was that a few days ago, she suddenly had the idea to water the bottle of holy water that she had obtained from Lin Ruobai's father on the aubergine tree. However, she still did not know what effect the spiritual fruit would have after being watered with holy water, so she took this opportunity to experiment. He did not expect the spiritual fruit to be more useful than before, as it could help venerable spiritualists break through. It was indeed beyond her expectations. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng couldn't help but look towards Yun Xiao. "These things are useless to me." Yun Xiao saw through Yun Luofeng's thoughts and explained. The cultivation technique that he had learned was rather special. These items that borrowed external forces to break through were of no use to him. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows, but he was not disappointed at all. As long as he became a venerable spiritualist, he would be able to dual cultivate with Yun Xiao. At that time, both of their strengths would increase. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing." Yi Shimo looked at Yun Luofeng resentfully. "Why didn't you give me a greeting gift?" Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Shimo. "If you encounter a bottleneck when you break through to become a venerable spiritualist, I can sell you a fruit." The corners of Yi Shimo's mouth twitched, and his eyes were filled with resentment. "Sister-in-law, you're biased. You're the one who gave them to my adoptive parents. Why should I have to spend money to buy them?" Yun Luofeng nodded in agreement. "I am indeed very biased, but there is nothing I can do about it." "Who asked me to be biased?" Yi Shimo was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. His eyes were filled with resentment as if he had been abandoned. Big brother Yi, Yun Luofeng did not know whether to laugh or cry. She patted Yi Shimo's shoulder and smirked. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. I'll give you one of these spirit fruits when you become a venerable spirit." Yi Shimo finally smiled. Yun Luofeng's guarantee was more important than anything else. Yi Qi also wanted Yun Luofeng's spirit fruit, but when she thought about what she had done to him before, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Jun Fengling. "I heard that you're infertile?" Jun Fengling nodded, sighed, and said, "The hidden illness from back then has caused me to be unable to have children now, and I've found countless famous doctors to treat it. Because of this, they were chased out of the Yi family. Let me see, Yun Luofeng said after thinking for a while. All right. Jun Fengling knew Yun Luofeng's strength, so she didn't refuse. She smiled. However, you don't have to feel burdened. It's fine even if my body can't be cured. It's just a pity that I can't give Brother Yi a son or daughter. She already had Yun Xiao, so naturally, she did not mind. Therefore, she regretted that she could not leave a trace of Yi Jingchen's bloodline. Do you need to take my pulse? Jun Fengling looked up and stretched out her wrist. I never take the pulse when I treat a patient. To her, she only needed to look at a person to know their illness. Therefore, the first time she saw Jun Fengling, she knew the condition of her body. However, that was only a rough observation. If she wanted to understand more, she would have to observe carefully. After a long time, Yun Luofeng withdrew his gaze. I understand your illness. It's not a big problem. I can treat it. Chapter 8:14. I can treat you. The girl's light voice was like a heavy hammer that hammered into the hearts of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Jun Fengling stared at the girl in a daze, clearly unable to react to her words. Are you telling the truth? Could she really treat her? Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. I'm lacking some herbs. Get someone to bring me those herbs later. From today onwards, I'll start treating your illness. Jun Fengling and Yi Jingchen looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. If she could really get pregnant, the Yi family would no longer have the right to expel them from the family. All right. Yi Jingchen suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, give me the list of herbs you need. I'll send someone to get them right away. She had long heard of Yun Luofeng's medical skills. Hence, since she was certain that she could treat her, she believed that she definitely had the ability to do so. Brother Yi, I'll leave this matter to you. I still have a lot to discuss with Xiao and Feng. Don't disturb us before dinner. She winked at Yi Jingchen before pulling Yun Luofeng's hand and walking towards the backyard. Yun Xiao naturally followed when she saw that Yun Luofeng was being pulled away. Yi Shimo retracted his gaze from Yun Luofeng and turned to look at the pale-faced Yi Qi. He frowned slightly and said, they're your brother and sister-in-law. You should be more polite to them in the future. Don't be used by others. Yi Qi was stunned. She lowered her head and muttered softly, Ru'er was also deceived. She's innocent. Even though she said it very softly, Yi Shimo still heard her. He laughed coldly and said, I don't care how much trust you have in Shui Ru'er. I only know that they're relatives of my godfather and godmother. All these years, without them, the two of us wouldn't exist. No matter what, I won't let you do anything to hurt my brother and sister-in-law. At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, if you were someone else, I wouldn't have said a word to you. I'm willing to say so much to you because you're my younger sister. I don't want our family to never have a peaceful day. He had never seen Yun Xiao before, but he knew how much hardship his younger brother had suffered outside. Now that he and his sister-in-law had finally returned, how could he allow someone to continue hurting them? Yi Qi raised her eyebrows. I don't like that, Yun Luofeng. Who asked you to scold me for those people? But I like my adoptive father and adoptive mother. For the sake of my adoptive father and mother, I won't do anything to harm them. Don't worry. Yi Shimo did not say anything else. He glanced at Yi Qi coldly, turned around, and walked toward the backyard. If his sister wasn't so stupid, she might be a good person. Unfortunately, he didn't like her stupidity. Yi Qi lowered her eyebrows slightly. A look of struggle flashed across her eyes, but she finally chose to walk out of the Yi residence's main door. Yi Qi had just walked into a tall and luxurious restaurant when she bumped into a woman in red. The woman's appearance was exceptionally beautiful, like a red peony, gorgeous and luxurious. Wait a minute. Seeing that Yi Qi was about to pass by, the woman in red suddenly called out and stopped her. Chapter 8:15. You again? Yi Qi frowned slightly and looked at the woman in red impatiently. She asked, why are you always pestering me? This woman had been saying good things about Yun Xiao in front of her ever since she found her a few days ago. However, she already had Yi Shimo in her heart. No matter how good other men were, she would not like them. Miss Yi, I don't have any bad intentions. I'm just telling you what I know. It's said that your second brother, who has been missing for a long time, is a good man who is infatuated with love. If you can get him, he will definitely be devoted to you. So, I just want to help you. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yi Qi's face darkened. Don't look for me if you don't have anything else to say. If my godparents hear what you said, they will definitely not let me go. Hearing this, Jin Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. It's true that you have no interest in Yun Xiao, but I know who the person in your heart is. Yi Qi's body suddenly froze. She turned around with a cold look in her pretty eyes. What do you mean by that? Jin Yu's face was cold and elegant. Don't you understand what I mean? Do you want me to say in public that the person you like is Yi Shimo? However, I heard that Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao have come here. Moreover, the person in your heart is protecting them and going against you. Don't you hate them? She successfully saw Yi Qi's expression change drastically. Then, she slowly approached her. So, we can cooperate. As long as you're willing. Enough. Yi Qi's body trembled slightly and she shouted angrily, My godparents gave me my life. Do you want me to bite the hand that feeds me? So what if I hate them? I won't do anything to make my godmother sad. Jin Yu was stunned. Just as she was about to continue to provoke Yi Qi, the delicate figure had already stepped into the second floor and disappeared from her sight. Looking at the direction in which Yi Qi had left, Jin Yu's heart suddenly sank. A cold smile appeared on her gorgeous face. She turned around and wanted to walk out of the restaurant. However, at this moment, a delicate voice sounded from the side. Do you know Yun Luofeng? Jin Yu raised her eyebrows. When she turned her eyes reflected a soft and beautiful face. The woman was dressed in white and pretentious. Even though there was a flash of hatred in her eyes, it was still easily captured by Jin Yu. You are? Jin Yu frowned and asked. Xue Ruo clenched her fists tightly. I'm Yi Qi's friend, and I have a special relationship with the Yi family. You know Yun Luofeng? Jin Yu raised the corner of her lips. She has a grudge against you. That's right. Our hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Xue Ruo purposely lowered her voice, and her eyes were filled with intense hatred. If someone didn't know what was going on, they would have thought that Xue Ruo had dug up her ancestors' graves. Tell me about it. Jin Yu was very interested. Yun Luofeng hadn't been in the Wuhui continent for long, and he had already made an enemy, or an irreconcilable enemy. TSK, looks like my master was right. A person like Yun Luofeng is a disaster. There was no one she hadn't provoked before. Xue Ruo concealed the viciousness in her eyes. She stole my man? Isn't this an irreconcilable hatred? Jin Yu was startled. Her lips curled into a sarcastic arc. Your man? Are you talking about Yun Xiao? Chapter 8:16. That's right. Xue Ruo scoffed. I don't think I'm worse than Yun Luofeng. I'm just weaker because I met Yun Xiao later than her, but I really don't understand why Yun Xiao's mother thinks so highly of her and belittles me. As far as I know, Yun Luofeng came from the Longxiao mainland and his status is even lower than mine. Jin Yu's face gradually turned cold. She didn't like to hear these words. What did she mean by she wasn't worse than Yun Luofeng? If Yun Luofeng was bad, why would her master try so hard to marry her? Did she mean that Yun Xiao had bad taste? Did that mean that her master had bad taste too? Jin Yu loved Bai Su deeply. How could she allow anyone to say bad things about her? Hence, anger surged in her heart and she sneered, if you want to get Yun Xiao, there's a way. What way? Xue Ruo's eyes lit up and she asked. A sinister look flashed across Jin Yu's eyes. I have a bottle of medicinal liquid here. You just need to spray it on your body and the person you want to seduce will fall deeply in love with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Yu took out a porcelain bottle from her lapel and handed it to Xue Ruo. I originally wanted to give this medicinal liquid to Yi Qi. In the end, that girl didn't fall for my trick, so I can only give it to you. Xue Ruo took the medicinal liquid hesitantly and asked, Can this medicinal liquid really make Yun Xiao fall in love with me? She had always been vigilant. Who knew if this medicinal liquid was poisonous? That was why she asked such a question. Jin Yu sneered, only one drop of the medicinal liquid can have such an effect. If you don't believe me, you can find someone else to try. This is all I can help you with." Hearing this, Shui put away the medicinal liquid with ease. She looked up at Jinyu and asked hesitantly, "Then why are you helping me?" Jinyu glanced at her. "My master has taken a fancy to Yun Luofeng and naturally wants to separate them. Otherwise, why do you think I'm looking for Yi Qi? That's all I have to say. Whether you're willing to use this medicinal liquid or not is up to you." She was not as patient with Shui as she was with Yi Qi. After saying what she needed to say, she left the restaurant without any hesitation. Not long after Jinyu walked out of the restaurant, she turned into an alley. At this moment, a small figure fell from the sky and landed in front of her. "Master." Jinyu knelt on the ground, cupped her fists and said respectfully. Standing in front of her was a little boy of a few years old. He looked very cute, but his face carried a demonic charm and coldness that did not match his age. A pair of black eyes flickered with a cold and gloomy light. "Why did you do that?" Baisu slowly walked towards Jinyu and gently raised her chin, looking down at the woman who was kneeling on the ground. "Don't you know that Yun Xiao is immune to all poisons? Your charm has no effect on him." Jinyu lowered her head. "This subordinate knows, but that little girl is too presumptuous. She actually claimed that she was not worse than Yun Luofeng. If Yun Luofeng was really that bad, Master wouldn't want to marry her. This subordinate just doesn't like it when others question Master's judgment. This is why I made the decision on my own. Please forgive me, Master." In the beginning, Jinyu did not acknowledge Yun Luofeng's excellence. However, she had witnessed his growth over the past year. If not for this, Master would not have wanted to rope her in. Chapter 8:17. Forget it, I can forgive you for this, but you can't make decisions on your own in the future. Baisu raised her hand and helped Jinyu up from the ground. "Our plan to make use of the Yi family has been destroyed. Now, I can only recover from my injuries." "Yes." Jinyu raised her head and her expression returned to its usual coldness. In the private room of the restaurant, Yi Qi looked at the table full of dishes and had no appetite. She leaned against the back of the chair tiredly and lowered her head. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened. When she saw Shui walking in, her eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up and said, "Rua, you're here?" Shui smiled gently. Her picturesque eyebrows relaxed and she walked towards Yi Qi. "Qi, you must have waited for a long time, right? Sorry, I had something to attend to, so I'm late." "It's okay." Yi Qi waved her hand generously. "These dishes are a little cold. I'll get the waiter to heat them up later. By the way, Rua, where did you go just now? Why are there straws on you?" Yi Qi raised her hand and brushed away the straw on Shui back. Her eyes were full of curiosity. At this moment, she did not see the fluster in Shui eyes when she brushed away the straw. I don't know where I got it from." Shui calmed down and smiled. "It's getting late. Let's eat first. You should go back after that. Otherwise, Madam Yi will definitely be angry. I don't want to destroy the harmony of your family because of me." Shui lowered her head sadly. Her face was full of depression. Her expression seemed to be happy that Yi Qi's family was reunited, but at the same time, she was sad that Yi Qi could no longer be friends with her. Yi Qi originally wanted to question Shui if she really wanted to hit on Yun Xiao. However, seeing her like this, she could not say anything. She opened her mouth to comfort Shui. However, before she could say anything, a burly man broke through the door and said while panting, "Rua, something happened to your family." "What did you say?" Shui blinked in confusion and asked, "What happened to my family?" "Rua, your house has been burned down. Your sick mother has also been buried in the sea of fire." The burly man seemed to have used all his strength to say this sentence. Shui vision turned black and her body fell backwards. "Rua." Yi Qi reacted quickly and held Shui body. Her voice was trembling. How did this happen? Why would there be a fire in Ru'er's house for no reason? Just when Yi Qi's eyes were filled with anxiety, Shui who had her eyes closed, opened her eyes and made eye contact with the burly man. "I don't know what happened either." The muscular man's eyes flickered as he said, I heard from the neighbors that there's a little girl in red clothes around Ruer's house. I'm not sure if she has anything to do with the fire. An 8 or 9-year-old girl dressed in red. Could it be fire? Yi Chi did not see the exchange of gazes between the two of them, so when she heard the sturdy man's words, the first thing she thought of was fire. Who asked that little girl to be someone with a criminal record? Chichi. Shui Ruer grabbed Yi Chi's hand tightly as tears flowed from her eyes. I believe in fire. This matter definitely has nothing to do with her. Even though she beat me up fiercely, I don't believe that this girl is so ruthless that she would set a fire and kill someone. It's just that my poor old mother, who was paralyzed in bed, left me just like that. Chapter 8:18. Shui Ruer covered her lips and sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Her words sounded like she was exonerating fire, but in fact, she was telling Yi Chi that the person who set the fire and killed people was fire. That girl had beaten her up so fiercely back then. What else could she not do? Yi Chi was so angry that she almost rushed over to settle the score with fire. However, just as she was about to act, she suddenly remembered Yi Shimo's cold gaze and instantly sobered her up. Ruer, let's go to the Yi residence first. I'll ask if she was the one who did this. Besides, you have nowhere to go now, so I'll ask my adoptive mother to let you stay for a few days. Shui Ruer was stunned. She even forgot to cry. According to Yi Chi's personality, after hearing this, shouldn't she immediately kill fire to avenge her? But why did she have to ask about the truth? But no matter what, he could stay in the Yi residence tonight. As long as he stayed there, he would have a chance to get Yun Xiao. Once Yun Xiao fell in love with her, she would have the right to speak in Yi City. Compared to the disputes in the outside world, the Yi residence was happy and harmonious. However, at this moment, a servant walked in from outside and hurriedly reported, Master, Madam, Miss is back. Miss Shui has also come with her. Outside, everyone called Yi Jingchen young master, but the servants in the Yi residence all called him master. Hearing that Shui Ruer had come to the Yi residence again, Yi Jingchen and his wife's faces did not look too good. I've already said that my family does not welcome that girl. Why is Chichi so disobedient? Jun Fengling frowned. Besides, I told Chichi to stay at home and reflect on her mistakes. Who allowed her to go out? Madam, Miss claimed that Miss Shui's house was caught in a fire and there is no other place to live now. The servant reported respectfully. Moreover, the young miss said that she brought Miss Shui here because she has something to verify. Jun Fengling's eyes darkened. Let them in. I want to know what they are here to verify. As Jun Fengling's adopted daughter, Yi Chi did not need to report to Jun Fengling to see her. However, she had brought Shui Ruer with her, which was why she was stopped. Yun Xiao remained expressionless in the face of all of this. Her expression was cold as she silently peeled the skin of the grape for Yun Luofeng, before placing the sparkling and translucent flesh by her lips. Ahem. Jun Fengling coughed and glared at Yi Jingchen. Look at how considerate my son is. How warm. Why don't you learn it? Yi Jingchen chuckled and hugged Jun Fengling's shoulder. You should have told me earlier if you wanted me to feed you grapes. When have I not satisfied your request? Jun Fengling slapped Yi Jingchen's hand away and said coquettishly, Do you need me to tell you this? Doing it yourself and needing me to remind you to do it are completely different. If you want me to give you advice, then this matter is meaningless. I think you should ask my son for advice. Yi Jingchen coughed awkwardly. He was already an old man, yet he still wanted to ask a junior for advice on how to please a woman. However, if he could make Jun Fengling smile, it was not impossible for him to ask for advice. However, if the old antiques of the Yi family knew about this, they would probably nag them for a long time. While Yi Jingchen was deep in thought, Yi Chi and Shui Ruer had already walked in. At this moment, Shui Ruer looked extremely weak. Her face was pale as if she had just suffered a huge blow and would collapse at any time. Chapter 8:19. Chichi. Jun Fengling frowned and asked, You said that you wanted to verify something with us. I don't know what you want to verify. Yi Chi looked at the fire who was sitting at the table and eating an apple. Adoptive mother, just now, Ruer's house was caught in a fire. According to witnesses, they saw the fire appear there, so I wanted to verify where the fire went half an hour ago. Fire took a bite of the apple, looked up at Yi Qi, and said in a childish voice, "You mean, I set fire to her house?" Yi Qi bit her lips. "That's not what I meant. I'm just here to ask where you were at that time. Even if you don't mean that, you're still suspecting that I set the fire." Fire sneered and stood up. He threw half of the apple in his hand at Xue Ru'er. Xue Ru'er was caught off guard. With a bang, she was hit by the apple and her forehead turned red. Yi Qi was stunned. She didn't expect Fire to make a move without saying a word. What's more, there wasn't even a word of explanation. "Did you see it clearly?" Fire glanced at Xue Ru'er and proudly raised his chin. "If I want to hit her, I will hit her. If I want to kill her, I will kill her. I will never deny what I have done. However, you want me to bear the crime of arson. I'm sorry, but I won't take the blame." Yi Qi fell silent. This girl dared to hit Xue Ru'er in front of them. If she was really the one who set the fire, she wouldn't deny it. Since she didn't admit it, did that mean that she wasn't the one who set the fire? Chichi, Xue Ru'er came back to her senses. She rubbed her aching head and looked at Yi Qi with tears in her eyes. "I told you at the time that she wasn't the one who set the fire. You should believe me and not ask about this." Yi Qi was obviously standing up for her, but in her mouth, it was a busybody. Zhang Fengling's eyes darkened. She had lived for so many years and fought with so many people. How could she not understand the meaning behind Xue Ru'er's words? Since it has been proven that the fire was not set by fire, then there is nothing else. Zhang Fengling turned to look at Xue Ru'er. "I know that you have nowhere to go these few days, but unfortunately, I don't have any extra rooms for you in the Yi residence. You should go to the inn to stay." Xue Ru'er's expression changed. The Yi residence was so big, how could there not be extra rooms? Zhang Fengling did not want her to stay at all. "Madam." Xue Ru'er hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Please take me in. I won't stay here for long, just a few more nights. I promise I won't cause trouble for madam, nor will I spy on young Master Xiao." After she finished kowtowing, she hurriedly knelt in front of Yun Luofeng and said pitifully, "Miss Yun, I know you have some misunderstandings about me, but I swear that I really have never had any thoughts about young Master Xiao. I beg you to let me stay for a few days. I am willing to be your maid and serve you. I'll let you be complacent for now. When I successfully obtain Yun Xiao's favor, I'll make you pay the price for today's matter." Xue Ru'er lowered her eyes and a ruthless glint flashed across them. "Godmother." Yi Qi could not bear it and was about to speak up for Xue Ru'er when Zhang Fengling stopped her coldly. "Enough. It was my idea not to let you stay. Don't harass my daughter-in-law. If you insist on doing so, don't blame me for being rude." She slammed her palm on the table. In an instant, the table split into two and fell to the ground. Chapter 820. Zhang Fengling's palm was too strong. Xue Ru'er was scared silly by her. Her misty eyes were filled with confusion as she stared blankly at Zhang Fengling, who was dressed in red. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were natural enemies because they had the same man. Therefore, back then, her mother and grandmother had fought every night for the same man and were even chased out of her father's family. Now, if she didn't know that she had the confidence to become the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, her father's family wouldn't have agreed to let her re-enter the family tree. Therefore, this was the first time she had seen a mother-in-law who protected her daughter-in-law like Zhang Fengling. What made her worried was that the person being protected was not her. Xue Ru'er subconsciously bit her lower lip, her long eyelashes covering the viciousness in her eyes. After a long while, she calmed herself down, raised her pitiful face and said softly, "I'm sorry to disturb you. It's hard for people like me to be accepted by others. Don't worry, I won't pester the Yi family anymore, and I won't appear in front of Chichi either." After saying that, Xue Ru'er looked at Yi Qi one last time, her eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. In the end, she turned around and walked out of the hall. "Ru'er!" Yi Qi hurriedly shouted, her eyes filled with anxiety. However, she knew that her foster mother didn't like Xue Ru'er, so she didn't dare to plead for her. "Wait!" Suddenly, an evil voice rang out, causing Xue Ru'er to stop in her tracks. "Fenger!" Zhang Fengling looked at Yun Luofeng doubtfully. "Do you have something else to say?" "Mother, I am naturally protective. Since fire is already mine, I will not allow anyone to frame her. Yun Luo Feng narrowed her eyes slightly, an evil light flashing in her eyes. So, since she has stepped into the Yi residence, she can forget about leaving. Shui Ruo's body stiffened. She turned to look at Yun Luo Feng with a pale face. You. What do you mean by that? I was in the restaurant at that time, and Chichi can testify. It was someone else who came to inform me that I found out about what happened to my family. Furthermore, someone who looked like fire appeared beside my house, and it was also seen by others. I have always believed in her. Yi Qi nodded and echoed, Ru is telling the truth. I can testify that she didn't know about it in advance. Chichi. Zhang Fengling frowned and stopped Yi Qi. She looked at Yun Luo Feng. Feng you did well. Fire could not be wronged for no reason, so, I support your actions. Yun Luo Feng smirked. Since that's the case, I'll let Shui Ruo stay in the Yi residence. I'll fulfill her wish. Before that, I'll send someone to investigate the truth. In other words, Shui Ruo was under house arrest in the Yi residence. She would only be released when Yun Luo Feng found out who the arsonist was. However, only Shui Ruo knew the truth. She slightly lowered her eyes. I did not wrongly accuse fire, I only verified it through the witness's description. Maybe that person is a girl who looks similar to fire. However, since all of you are suspecting me, I will stay. I believe that Madame Yi will clear my name and not allow someone to frame me. Zhang Fengling's face darkened. Even now, this girl was still so shameless. In his words, he actually said that Yun Luo Feng was framing her. Chapter 821. Just as Zhang Fengling was about to stand up for Yun Luo Feng, a cold voice was heard. My wife, even if she framed you, you have no choice but to accept it. The man raised his handsome face. His facial paralysis made him look indifferent as he stared at Shui Ruo coldly. His gaze froze her body, as if countless knives were slicing her once again. His voice was as merciless as ever. Besides, I don't think you have the right to be framed by her. Shui Ruo's face turned paler and paler. Her body swayed a few times and she almost fell to the ground. What made her even angrier was that Yi Qi did not speak up for her at such a time. She allowed these people to bully her. Yi Qi felt Shui Ruo's pleading gaze and lowered her head in shame. She would fight for Shui Ruo when she faced Yi Shimo. However, she did not have the courage to refute Yi Jingchen and his wife. That was because her adoptive father and mother were the people she respected the most. She had already rebelled against their wishes. How could she continue to support them now? She could only comfort Shui Ruo after this matter was over. Brother Yi, Zhang Fengling did not even look at Shui Ruo and turned to Yi Jingchen. Send 2 people to watch over her. I don't want this woman to cause any trouble for the Yi family. Also, lock her up somewhere far away from Xiao. Don't let her disturb others here. Obviously, Zhang Fengling did not want Shui Ruo to have a chance to get close to Yun Xiao. Even if Yun Xiao did not like her, she would still feel disgusted. Yi Jingchen smiled gently before he barked, Guards, take Shui Ruo away and lock her up. She is not allowed to appear in the main courtyard. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards walked in and cupped their fists respectfully. Yes, sir. Ruo. Seeing that the 2 guards were holding Shui Ruo, Yi Qi hurriedly held her hand and comforted her. Don't worry. If you really didn't frame Huahua on purpose, my adoptive mother will definitely clear your name. I'll let you suffer for a few days. Shui Ruo smiled miserably. She didn't answer Yi Qi's question and followed the 2 guards out of the door. At this moment, Yi Qi did not notice the sinister glint that flashed across her eyes. Instead, she was still worried about what had happened to her. Chichi, go down and rest. Zhang Fengling's voice was no longer as cold as before, but carried a hint of helplessness. If Shui Ruo really wronged fire, I will not let her off so easily. You should be mentally prepared. Yi Qi shuddered and turned to face Zhang Fengling. Godmother, if she really did that, I can't forgive her. But I believe her. It's not just because she's my friend, but because her mother died in the sea of fire this time. She can't use her mother's life to frame others, can she? Zhang Fengling shook her head. She knew that this time, they must have misunderstood fire. However, this misunderstanding was not Ruo's original intention, and she was also someone who did not know. The mainland is so big. There will always be people who don't recognize their own family. Jun Fongling's tone gradually became indifferent. Perhaps you will understand in the future. For now, you should go and reflect on your actions these few days. Yes. Yi Qi bowed and left. After the two of them left, the atmosphere in the hall could no longer return to its previous cheerful and harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 822. Jun Fongling's lips curled into a smile as she turned to look at Yun Luofeng. You too must be tired, right? Go back and rest. I'll get the servant girl to wake you up before dinner. As he spoke, Jun Fongling kept winking at Yun Xiao, not forgetting to instruct, make the baby well. Yun Luofeng's expression was a little awkward. Even though she had shared a bed with Yun Xiao for so many days, nothing had actually happened. Making a baby was obviously impossible. However, Yun Xiao coldly agreed to Jun Fongling's request. Okay. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. Yun Xiao, who had always been obedient, didn't go along with Yun Luofeng this time. His cold eyes were filled with determination. We'll make a baby very soon. Don't be too fast. It's better to take it slow. Jun Fongling smiled evilly. Yun Xiao was stunned. She looked at Yun Luofeng in confusion as if asking her what Jun Fongling meant. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. She never thought that Jun Fongling would be so dirty. I won't disturb you anymore. Haha. Jun Fongling looked at Yun Luofeng's darkened expression and couldn't help but be in a good mood. She said, Yi Ji, let's go back to our room and rest. However, when she walked to Yun Xiao's side, she paused and the smile on her lips deepened. Son, work hard. Mother is waiting to hold a grandson. After speaking, she walked out of the hall with Yi Jingchen, leaving the extra space for the two of them. Seeing that the hall had become empty, Yun Luofeng took a few steps closer to Yun Xiao and smiled evilly. Do you want to know what your mother meant? Yun Xiao nodded honestly. He really wanted to know. Your mother means. Yun Luofeng's lips moved to Yun Xiao's side, an evil glint flickered in his dark eyes. When you're in bed, she wants you to last a little longer. Yun Xiao looked up at Yun Luofeng and said in a hoarse voice, all these years, no matter how much my power has grown, I've never given up on training my body. Kchem? What does this have to do with endurance? A strong body will also have a strong endurance. Yun Xiao paused and continued, so, you can rest assured. Yun Luofeng smiled. She reached her hand into Yun Xiao's shirt, her fingers slowly brushing past the man's abdominal muscles. Indeed, the first time I saw you, I was attracted by your abs. If Yun Xiao hadn't taken off his clothes, it was hard to imagine that he would have these 8-pack abs. After all, from the outside, one could not see the muscles on his body. In layman's terms, he looked thin when he wore clothes, but he was muscular when he took them off. He had a perfect figure. No. This fellow was a grade higher than the standard figure. Looks like I need to find a way to become a venerable spiritualist as soon as possible. Yun Luofeng withdrew his hand and rubbed his chin as he mumbled to himself. Night fell. Deep into the night. Inside the woodshed, Shui Ruer stood up from the ground full of dried firewood. She patted the dust off her body and walked towards the door. However, the door was locked by a chain, making it impossible for her to open it from the inside. Her expression darkened, and a vicious light flashed in her eyes like a dagger dipped in poison. Jun Fongling, I didn't think that you'd guard against me to this extent. Once I've bewitched your son, you'll have to accept me even if you don't want to. Who asked your son to love me? Chapter 823. Shui Ruer sneered in her heart. All these years, Jun Fongling had been separated from her son for many years. Therefore, she felt very guilty towards him and wanted to make it up to him. Otherwise, why would he indulge Yun Luofeng so much? But if I become her daughter-in-law, she can only indulge me like this. Otherwise, how could her son so easily forgive her for abandoning him for so many years? The funny thing was that Shui Ruer didn't know that Jun Fongling's indulgence towards Yun Luofeng wasn't because of his guilt towards Yun Xiao. She did feel guilty, but she didn't indulge Yun Luofeng because of this. She accepted Yun Luofeng because of Yun Luofeng himself. Otherwise, With Jun Fongling's character, even if he had reluctantly accepted her as a daughter-in-law for the sake of his son, he would not be so protective of her. Just from the fact that Jun Fongling had given the most precious thing to Yun Luofeng, it was clear that she liked this daughter-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Love me, love my dog. But more importantly, it depended on her own charm. Shui Ruo raised her brows. The coldness in her eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a pitiful look. Big brother guards, I want to go out and relieve myself. Can you let me go for a while? At the entrance of the woodshed, the two guards looked at each other in dismay. Shortly after, one of the guards coldly said, Madam has already given the order that you are not allowed to leave the woodshed. If you want to urinate, do it on the spot. Shui Ruo's eyes flickered and she continued, but there is no chamber pot in this shed. If the two of you are unwilling to let me leave, why don't you give me a chamber pot? The two guards hesitated for a while before saying, all right, wait a moment. Shui Ruo wasn't capable enough to escape from their hands, so they went to prepare a chamber pot for her. Shui Ruo's lips curled into a sinister smile as she listened to the sound of footsteps getting further and further away. She then took out the aphrodisiac that Jinyu had given her and dripped a drop of it on herself. This aphrodisiac was colorless and odorless, so ordinary people would not be able to feel anything. Not long after, the sound of chains being unlocked came from outside. Soon after, the two guards walked in from outside and blocked the entrance like door gods. The chamber pot is for you. The guard was expressionless. He placed the chamber pot on the ground and said coldly, Thank you, big brothers. Shui Ruo raised her brows and smiled delicately. Her voice was very gentle, like a claw scratching their hearts. The two guards were usually calm people, but when they saw Shui Ruo's gaze, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. This was the first time they realized how beautiful Shui Ruo was. Cough cough. One of the guards let out 2 dry coughs, trying to calm his racing heart. However, he couldn't help but steal glances at Shui Ruo from time to time with a bashful expression. Seeing that the aphrodisiac was effective, Shui Ruo was elated. However, she didn't show it on her face. Big brothers, I'm bored in this woodshed. I want to go out and get some fresh air. Is that okay? I promise I won't leave the Yi residence. The two guards looked at each other, and there was a struggle in their eyes. Madam has ordered that you are not allowed to leave. Shui Ruo immediately raised 2 fingers and swore, I swear that I won't go to the main courtyard and I won't leave the Yi residence. I just want to be alone. Big brothers, please help me. Chapter 824. Her fingers tugged on the sleeve of one of the guards. Her eyes were filled with pleading as she stared at him. At this moment, in the eyes of the 2 guards, Shui Ruo was a glowing object. Her entire body was filled with light that could move their emotions. How could she refuse their request? You must come back as soon as possible. We will still lock the door here and pretend that you are still in the woodshed. In addition, I will tell you some places that we must pass by during our patrol. You must remember to avoid those places. If the madam finds out, we will all die. Shui Ruo was ecstatic. She quickly said, Thank you, brothers. I will never forget your kindness. Then, she hurriedly walked out of the woodshed and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, she hurriedly walked towards the main courtyard. In the room, the fragrance of incense filled the air. Yun Luofeng, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and saw Yun Xiao leaving the room. Yun Xiao, where are you going? Yun Xiao stopped in his tracks, the corners of his cold and stiff lips gradually curled into a shallow arc. You ate too little for dinner. Perhaps you don't like the chefs in the Yi residence. So, I am going to prepare supper for you. Years ago, after Yun Luofeng tasted Yun Xiao's cooking in the country of flowing gold, he returned to the country of Long Yuan and asked Yi Ling to transfer the chefs in his residence over. Who knew that Qing Yang would tell her that the person who sat at the table that day was Yun Xiao? It was then that she learned of Yun Xiao's culinary skills. Okay, I will wait for you to come back. Yun Luofeng smiled. Yun Xiao pushed open the door and walked out. The night was getting quieter and quieter. The night wind blew and only the sound of leaves rustling could be heard. At this moment, Yun Xiao was only thinking about Yun Luofeng's supper. Therefore, he didn't see the woman who was rushing towards him. The woman didn't know if it was intentional or not, but when she saw Yun Xiao walking towards her, she did not dodge. Instead, she ran towards him. Therefore, by the time Yun Xiao realized that the woman was rushing towards him, the woman was already in front of him. It was too late to dodge. Therefore, he made his move without hesitation. Fuck off. The man's voice was cold and emotionless. His aura exploded and the woman's delicate body was sent flying. She fell to the ground in a sorry state. Shui Ruo never expected Yun Xiao to be so violent despite his good look. Under normal circumstances, if a beauty like her was about to fall in front of him, shouldn't he be supporting her? But not only did he not help him up, he even attacked him. It was as if she was some kind of germ that would taint her the moment she came into contact with it. At the thought of this, Shui Ruo crawled up from the ground. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Yun Xiao pitifully. Young Master Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I just didn't see you appear. She had a beautiful face, a gentle expression, and tears in her eyes, which made people involuntarily want to protect her. Such a woman should be loved by many men. However, Yun Xiao was not one of those men. Young Master Xiao, actually, I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you, Shui Ruo said affectionately. I am different from Yun Luofeng. She must have known your identity, that's why she got close to you. As for me, my love for you has no ulterior motives. Even if you are not a member of the Yi family, I will still love you deeply. Chapter 825. Yun Xiao, who was about to leave, heard Shui Ruo mention Yun Luofeng's name. He immediately stopped in his tracks and turned his cold gaze towards Shui Ruo. When Shui Ruo saw him walking towards her, she thought that he had been bewitched by the aphrodisiac. Her heart was filled with joy and her expression became even more gentle. Young Master Xiao, if you are willing to marry me, you will know that I am not inferior to Yun Luofeng. In fact, I am even more outstanding than her. She smiled gently and slowly walked towards Yun Xiao. Every time she took a step closer to Yun Xiao, her heartbeat would increase by a notch. She stared foolishly at that grim face and the feeling of amazement rose involuntarily once again, causing her to fiercely swallow her saliva. If she became Yun Xiao's wife, how blissful would her life be? Young Master Xiao, my legs are a little weak. Can you help me? Shui Ruo smiled gently and stretched her arm towards Yun Xiao. Her body tilted and fell into the man's embrace. Just as her hand was about to land on Yun Xiao's wrist, a swift and fierce sword light suddenly flashed past. In an instant, before she could even touch Yun Xiao's hand, her hand was severed by the blade light. Ah! A shrill cry rang through the sky, causing the entire Yi residence to tremble. At the same time, Shui Ruo's body fell heavily to the ground without any support. Fresh blood gushed out from her severed arm and dyed the entire courtyard red. You weren't poisoned by the aphrodisiac. Shui Ruo's eyes widened and her pale lips trembled slightly. How could this be? She had tried the aphrodisiac that woman had given her several times. She had succeeded every time. Why didn't this man fall into her aphrodisiac? Why? Why did this happen? What's going on? Just as Shui Ruo was about to faint, an astonished voice rang out from behind. Then, Yi Jingchen and his wife led a group of people into the courtyard. A group of guards had also surrounded the entire courtyard. Yun Luofeng quickly walked over to Yun Xiao's side. She glanced at Shui Ruo, who was lying in a pool of blood, and immediately understood what had happened. Ruo. Yi Qi also saw Shui Ruo and cried out in alarm. She hurried over to her side. Ruo, your hand. Why is it like this? Due to excessive blood loss, Shui Ruo's face was pale and her lips trembled as she looked at Yun Xiao. Shui Ruo. Zhun Fengling had already regained her senses and walked towards Shui Ruo with a sneer. Didn't I tell you not to take a step out of the woodshed? You are not allowed to appear in the main courtyard. Looks like someone disobeyed my orders and let you out. Yi Jingchen understood what Zhun Fengling meant and immediately sent 2 men to bring the 2 guards who were guarding Shui Ruo over. After all, Shui Ruo's appearance here was definitely related to them. Godmother, Ruo has already become like this. Shouldn't we treat her first? Yi Qi nervously rubbed the corner of her clothes, and tears almost fell from her eyes. Qi, this has nothing to do. Jun Fengling glanced at Yi Qi. If you want to stay here and see how the world progresses, then shut up. Otherwise, I'll have someone send you away immediately. Yi Qi was stunned and shut up. She had never dared to disobey Jun Fengling's orders. Jun Fengling could not bear to look at them anymore. She turned to Yun Xiao and said, Xiao, tell me what happened. I will definitely seek justice for you and Fenger.